but he falls. Sox M4 is all it takes for Bestie.
The Storm towards the top of draft in this round. Dexter is the hero.
The blind sprays a techno tagging Phelps though. All three players are low. The taps will be easy for the M4.
Welcome everybody to Thunderpick World Championships. That's right, we're here live in Berlin, and while this may be my last broadcast of the year, I can assure you just one thing. We're going to have a major party here this weekend. You know why, guys? Because you're here, of course. Yanko in the middle, Bled down in the end. Guys, how we find in Berlin?
It's been a while. No, it's been a while since I've been here. I'm enjoying it. 6 years, a while ago, since I've been in this wonderful city.
Yeah, I don't have great memories.
I'm sure.
from the last time I was in Berlin, it was for the major.
Yeah.
I was coaching FaZe. Didn't go too well. But things improved much after that, you know, a couple of years later.
A couple of years later. It took a little while, but...
Next year was the pandemic, so...
Yeah, I guess that really did
Maybe
just kind of throw everything right off its kilter. Well, Berlin's always been a good host to us, at least. So I'm also very thankful for Thunderpick bringing us out here. I know they specifically wanted you too, so here we are.
Particularly us two.
Yes, specifically you.
A couple guys weren't available, so...
Yeah, but here we are, right?
We're here.
Who's winning?
Well, hold on now. No spoilers.
Not
We
the
can't get
Mongols.
there just yet. Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's a chance. The Mongols are on the radar still. They are still in the bracket here in these playoffs, and that's because there is a ton of Counter-Strike still to cover. I say a ton of Counter-Strike, but over the course of the next 2 days, we might have a grand total of 14 maps possible played. Now, that will include, but not limited to, what will be a semifinal today. There'll be 2 of those, I can assure you that. Then we look a little bit past that. We get tomorrow, we get a 3rd, 4th place decider, and then we look at the grand final, which is a best of 5. So a lot of Counter-Strike to be covered, but also the end of the road for Thunderpick in this year.
Yeah, it's been a long road, right? Group stage happening online. Had a bunch of teams competing there. We got to see a glimpse of Simple with Falcons. Also, I mean, they can't make the finals. They couldn't do anything really lately in the last couple of months. But yeah, down to these 4 teams. A lot of money on the line as well for them, and of course the glory trace.
Yes, always the glory. It's always about the glory. But hold on now, because there are still more moving components. There's more moving parts down here at Level Berlin. On the show floor, closer to the action, will be Duna. She wants to be called Duna because it's not Donna, not to be confused with anything else. Donna, what's up?
Hi, Trace. Wow, thank you for the introduction. I'm here in front of the Level Dome in Berlin. The mood is already amazing. We even have our own DJ here, so let's go and say hi. Gunnar, right? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. What about you guys?
Well, it's been amazing. You're here for the vibes, right?
Of course. Of course.
Keep it up, keep it up. I'm maybe gonna join you later again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, guys, so we already have OG and Heroic doing some last-minute preparations for the first match of the Thunderpick Championship. And we have a lovely crowd here as well who can't wait to see some amazing CS. So, yeah, I'm super excited. The atmosphere is amazing, and I hope you're just going to see some fantastic CS matches. Back to you, Trace.
Yeah, thank you very much, Duna. It's a cool atmosphere down there. This is my first time at Level, but also I don't want Donna to lie to all of you at home. She said we're going to see some fantastic CS. Now, I don't know that that's necessarily the case for every team that we have here this weekend, Yankee.
You just got me here thinking about donors now. I'm just hungry, man.
Well,
I also hope for OG, their manager is not going to have to play for someone. We saw Vladi sitting there in one of the chairs, like probably just taking care of the camera angles or something.
The kids as well.
You know, the revolving door that has been OG recently, you never know. Maybe they're giving her a go.
And of course, there's also the foundation that is Fiku on that team, who somehow just survives all the trials and tribulations the teams have had.
Yeah. I don't know what he has on the management of OG at this point. You know, the one staple of this struggling OG Counter-Strike division. But yeah, we'll see. He's been their best player in the online stage.
Yeah, and we aren't necessarily there just yet, but we are almost there. I mean, for OG, they do fall under the category of making it all the way up to this LAN final. How they did it, we're not entirely sure. Actually, we do know that there was a last-minute sort of thing with Big, and now that's a very touchy subject around here, so maybe we don't jump right into that. But instead, the groups. What got us to this point here in Berlin?
I mean, if you look at the groups over here, the Group A, B, C, D, it kind of played out the way we kind of expected Group C. I think Heroic were the favorites, Mongols for the side of Group B as well. All the Cloud9 did kind of disappoint right there. Once again, Group A, I think, was a big surprise, right? 3D Max and OG making that, where you had Falcons performance with Simple, kind of making not his debut, but one of his earlier games playing with his team. He delivered, but the team didn't quite manage to make it out of there. 0-2 VP struggled as well. And in Group D, obviously, Trace, as you touched upon, Berlin International Gaming. They're not here today, despite winning their group, because OG took them out.
Bled, tell me a little bit about how you feel about the Asian supremacy over the Americas. Look how many Americas teams we had in the groups.
We don't need 5 teams to make it out. We just need one team.
None of them made the playoffs, but the Mongols are here.
Exactly. We just need one team, and they just get it done, right? We don't need like 5 or 7 teams to represent us like they do with the RMR just to get one team to squeak on through. The Asian CS is finally back. Took 15 years, but we're back.
Yeah, I mean, it does really beg the question.
You were here 15 years ago?
Yeah, believe it or not, he has been here a minute. Like, he has been on this earth for a minute. Now, you wouldn't believe that, but I'll let Bled tell if he wants to. I mean, it's up to you, man.
I've been here for a minute, yeah.
A hot minute at that. Yeah, in terms of just this tournament and where it's at, I'm looking at some of the teams that maybe survived, struggled up to this point. We talked a little bit about OG just a second ago. Yeah. Perhaps them not even supposed to have been here in the first place. But now,
bro, it's like that meme, you know, with the 4 guys ready to get into the door, you know.
There's a clown right behind.
There's just a clown. I just saw that today, actually.
You know, it's so funny because Heroic, the Mongols, they've been on the up and up, especially Heroic recently with this latest iteration of the roster. 3D Max, we saw flashes of them a couple of Pro League seasons ago. Obviously made the RMR as well. And then you have OG, who's honestly struggled to do much lately in Counter-Strike, right? So for them, this is a huge achievement really to make it to this stage. You know, they're ranked 60th in the VAL rankings, and we know next year is going to be all about that. So if in any way they're able to get even just one extra win here on LAN, it would mean a lot to them going into the next year.
It's also crazy because if you look at even the group stages, I think the vast majority of teams who didn't even make it here to to the LAN finals are playing at the RMR in their respective regions. OG is one of the very few teams that's not there. They had just a 4-man lineup to get this kid called Mikey. Hey, Mikey, you want to stand in for this online stage? And I guess the vibes just clicked, Trace. They managed to take on some pretty decent names, all things considered, but heading into this particular finals here, let's be real, they're massive, massive underdogs.
Yeah, I think that's one way to poetically put it. Thank you very much.
I don't think I was that poetic about it. But
it was poetic and not at the same time. I personally loved it myself. But really, it's about the schedule, right? So we can talk a little bit about this will be the first semifinal featuring Heroic and OG. Yep. That is just coming up here shortly. Then we've got the second one tonight. It's going to be 3D Max and Mongols. So that kind of plays into our schedule this far. Then obviously the winner of those games plays in a grand final tomorrow. That's how these things work, don't it?
Yeah, and OG, I don't think they'll have a lot of people cheering for them. You saw that they were the ones to take down Big in the decider game, really, to make it into the finals. So yeah, that was one of the bigger upsets that we've had actually in the online phase.
Yeah, I just saw a guy out in the street out here. He was wearing big gear, and I was like, man, it must be...
What, he was on the street asking for change?
No, not quite that. But he was like, yeah,
Is that how hard it hit him, Trace?
It might have. It's akin to when you were making the skit with the money.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
no, Kassad, yeah.
Me and Kassad. Chasing after pennies on the street after our coaching careers.
And to be clear, that was pennies on the street.
Pennies, literally pennies.
Okay. Interesting that he went back to that.
Yeah, well, now he's coming back.
Worked great for him.
I think he likes
coming back.
I think he likes the pain. I think just enjoys the pain. He's a masochist, honestly.
Well,
kept on that note.
And we'll leave it on that one. That's you for you, Kassad, wherever you might find yourself this evening.
Not to be confused with Sadochist, also gone.
Yeah, also gone. Let's talk about some of the players to highlight before we get ourselves canceled up here, because that's not why we came to Berlin. That's not why I came to Berlin. Now, if you look at this man on your screen, Lucky, he looks like he has seen some shit.
He's been through some rough times, Trace. As we heard, 3D Max might want to be able to keep the team. The players trying to go to maybe a different organization, right? But he stepped up a lot, not having to IGL. That's in Maka's hands right now. So the highest rated player actually of the whole online phase.
If you look at even the performances they've had so far this year on LAN, it's been quite miserable, right? If you look at like EPLs, for example, Cologne, they came in as a last moment replacement as well for 9 Pandas, didn't quite deliver there. So apart from the win they had all the way in Mumbai in the Sky Esports events where they beat Mongols, it has been miserable.
Is that a real event, though?
It wasn't a real event. It was a beach.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone can be honest about it, you can.
It was, look, the Counter-Strike was played at the end of the day.
All right.
The best Danish player in the world.
Do you second that opinion?
Absolutely not.
From Jacob, him, Wienerkey?
Wow, yeah.
Wienerkey.
Now,
yeah.
I wish you hadn't have said that, because now I will not be able to unhear it, and that is part of the problem with hearing that. But Tessis, though, tell me about Tessis and how he is that best player in Denmark.
He is definitely not the best Danish player. Let's just get that out of the way.
He's the best player in the team right now, for sure.
And I know at the time it was like, you know, everyone else is struggling. Astralis is down in the dumps, right? But still, you know, you even have guys like Blame F out there. You have guys like Device, like Storm, potentially Abby, all these guys. But yeah, recently for Heroic, he has stepped up, had some really good moments, especially in Rio.
I think the one surprise for me is with this Tessa step up has been we've been waiting for Nerds, right, to kind of come into his own again in this lineup, but he really hasn't done that. But fortunately, this man is here on the screens right there. He's been popping them heads.
Yeah, he's not even the only one we're gonna have.
Pop, pop.
Yeah, pop, 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 pop. What about Blitz?
Well, you know, he's not the highest rated player for his team at Senzu so far at Thunderpick during the group stage. But I like, you know, Blitz. He's leads by example. I think he's one of the harder fragging IGLs we have right now in the top 10, top 15 teams in the world as well. And it continues to deliver. You know, you might have Techno have a quiet day. You might have 9-10 kind of disappear the server here and there. Senzu might have an off game. But this guy, he manages to get it done.
The best chess player among Counter-Strike players. Bled, do you have a line on the Mongols? Do you know, like, the inner workings of that team?
Kinda,
because sometimes from the outside, to me,
bit.
it seems like Blitz sometimes, you know, like, he can tilt sometimes. He can get frustrated.
He doesn't talk.
And then on the server, he just goes for, you know, art-style plays. Like,
Yes.
I'm just going to buy an MP9 and do something aggressive immediately in the round. And you're watching and you're like,
what are you doing?
What? Like, is this guy tilt? Like, you can never tell sometimes.
I don't even know if they're winning or losing if you just look at their faces sometimes. They get 13-1 G2, and if you look at their faces, like, maybe they just lost the game right now. They show no emotions, but speaking of emotions, you know, Fiku, he should be feeling happy right now. It's a bit of a resurgence in his career.
Still getting paid, right? Still on the team, still salaried. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just OG because there were so many. It was a revolving door in OG, you know, for some of these players, like constantly trying out something new. He's there so they can say at least this one guy, this one guy worked out for us. But
that's
did
not
he really?
That's not the idea of a core, though. Like,
there is no core.
I mean, there's
Fiku
core
is
Ben
the
and
core.
Jerry's ice cream, and it's got more, you know, fixins in it. But that, I mean, one guy's not a core. You know, you can't really build the whole team.
I think, you know, OG, it really has been a struggle for them in just trying to build a team, right? Like they initially, you know, they had some higher profile names. Then they decided to go down this path where they're going to try and find younger talent and develop them. But it's just been either they were missing in terms of that they just weren't as talented, the players, as they thought they were, or they just couldn't develop them, right? And it's not like we saw a bunch of the players who were on G go to different teams and do much better. We did see some, you know, the likes of Flamesy. Heavy God was there only for a little bit. So then the problem is now you become this farm team where even when you do find some talented players, you don't have enough incentive for them to keep them on the roster and actually build something that can last.
And even if you want to like develop the talents, you need to have a core who can help do that. But if you look at the players they have been around for life, for Fiku, for example, and I'm like, I don't think he's got the tenure or the veterancy to manage to make a player like Modo, for example, be the player he can be. There are some pretty decent names here, I won't lie, but again, I think it's going to take a while before we see this team coalesce together, if ever, in all honesty.
If ever.
If ever.
If ever. How about now being ever? We're talking about OG, and we weren't the only ones to do that. We actually had the opportunity to send them out amongst the street yesterday with Donna. So what'd they do?
Welcome, 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 OG, the underdog of the tournament. Also, by the way, the team that kicked out Big from the Berlin LAN. I'm not mad, guys, don't worry. I'm very happy to have you here, actually. No, I think it's a very interesting story, guys. I mean, you kind of got a last-minute invite. How do you feel about that, guys?
Yeah, I mean, it feels pretty good, not gonna lie. Wasn't expecting yet to play, so getting to the stage and yeah, the arena now is just amazing. I think we're all very happy to be here, so yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, you're very, very welcome, guys. I want to talk about the online stage with you guys because now it's LAN, but you went through the group stage before and you didn't have the easiest opponents. I mean, you faced 3D Max, you faced Big, so how was the online stage experience for you in this Thunderpick Championship?
I mean, I think it's been pretty good. Obviously, we didn't have a lot of practice with Mikey, so I'm really glad that we could make some results and win against some of the better teams. I think it shows that if we are playing our best, we can also be a really good team.
I agree. Talking also of playing your best, I think obviously every team is going to give their best. There's a little difference between you and the other teams who are here. There's like overall 4 teams here, and from the 4 team, you are the only team that is not going to attend the RMR. It's not No offense, but yeah, I guess this event means a lot to you guys. Like, can you maybe tell the people out there watching how much does this mean for you? For like, it's probably like the last event you're gonna attend this year.
Yeah, I think obviously it means a lot just to both get a good ending on the season. We have a couple of other tournaments, but not as big. But also it's really important to get a nice ranking before we go into 2025 and we get the new ranking system. So yeah, that's probably where the main focus is.
Yeah, it will probably also, open you a lot of doors if you if you have a deep run in this tournament.
Yeah.
Would you say you have like a little bit more pressure than the other teams here?
No, definitely not. I think we have less pressure, I would say. We are a new team, so we should have no pressure on ourselves. We should just be here and enjoy it and play our best.
Yeah. You just mentioned Mikey. I mean, he is here as like a kind of like stand-in. I don't know if you're like allowed to disclose that or something, but is this going to be something permanent, maybe?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Can't say too much.
All right. Talking also about the new team, you guys had a full rebuild. It's a new OG, and I'm saying it like that because this guy over there, he knows what I'm talking about. You've been in OG for a long time. So Fiku, you're like, you're like, I would say, the oldest member here in the team. Who of these new teammates is your favorite one?
Favorite one? Oh my God! I don't have favorites. I think they are all amazing in some aspects. And I think it's like team environment detailed.
Yeah.
So I should not speak more. I think they are all special in their own way. Don't
get yourself into troubles. One more question I had about the coach Lambert. How much impact do you think he has overall on like your individual performances? Does he also work with you one-on-one, or is he more like just like working on the strategies and overall like the team building stuff?
No, he definitely puts time in on the individual as well. I think that's one of his like big strengths. I think him and Gilasua, our assistant coach as well, they do a lot of work with us individually to make sure that we all develop and get the time that we need. So yeah, I think it's been going good. Of course, he also has a vision for everything else, but I think it's really nice, and you don't feel like you get let out ever. So it's nice. Yeah.
Okay, guys, your future looks promising. I wish you the best of luck, and thank you so much for taking the time, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And Dona said it the best, which is it's the new OG. I think there's maybe I left one out there, but the point is that it has been ups and downs for this lineup, kind of like we're covering here. But just kind of getting that out the way, what we just heard from them. Yanko, how do you describe what we just got from them in the interview?
Yeah, I mean, obviously are happy to be here. I didn't really expect they're playing with a stand-in. Looking at the type of opposition that they faced, played well enough to qualify, and you can see what we were talking about, right? Like for their Counter-Strike division, it's just been so many changes, so many different pieces being tried out, and not even being able to come up with some sort of a core from all those different players to stick around.
Yeah, I mean, the core just being Fiku right there, and he's not necessarily the IGL or someone who's kind of the brains of the operation either, right? So it's, I hope they find some semblance of a core, so to speak. That being said, this core of like Prison, I'm talking about Modo, Fiku, they've been around for at least a few months right now. Haven't had too many changes apart from obviously Nexus being benched and them getting in Mikey, and clearly they're not even sure if he's going to be sticking around with this team forever. So they need to find a fifth, finalize on the 5-man and try and duke it out for the next year. I like what I think it was Prison who said. Next year, just trying to accrue as many points as possible to try and play out the season the way it's going to be different next year. So they clearly know what needs to be done. Just do it.
But is this one of those teams that falls victim to getting into the swing of things, and then that all the wheels fall off after a couple of bad results?
I don't know. I don't think they just couldn't find the players necessary. You can see none of these guys stuck around for too long. Yeah. Either when they work out, they get poached by a different team, or they just get benched by, you look at Nexus. He came at the beginning of the year. He's already benched on this roster, didn't work out. So just been a lot of misses for OG in the team building
It's
department.
also a lot of bad luck as well. Even when Heavy God was playing for them, he was falling sick as well. So just serious unfortunate events, I guess.
You thought they called a break when Exa went to G2, but didn't really help.
Didn't really. I'm going to leave that one there. While we head down to the show floor right now, Donna has OG standing by. What's going on over there?
I'm here with Lambert. He took a few minutes for us to talk with us about the game or the upcoming match. First of all, how are you feeling? How's the mood with the team? How are your nerves?
Really good, to be honest, because last week we played a really good qualifier for this event, and we play like really good CS. So we are like on good way to find how we need to play, how we want to play, about our culture, about our game style. So yeah, we don't have any pressure to play on this event because we want to have like some experience on LAN, especially because we have a young player. So it's like full bonus for us. So we really like it.
Okay, and I mean, it wasn't really planned for you to be at this event. It was kind of like a last-minute invite. So I guess it wasn't on your cards that you would attend a bigger LAN event at the end of the year. How much does this mean for you as a coach, also like with the rebuild going on and everything?
I think it's important because, like I told you, we have like young player, and especially Chris, main game leader, is like first LAN for him. So we need to have like lot of experience, for next years, because we want to work for long term for this player, with this player, of course. So I think it's important for us to have like some experience on LAN and of course to enjoy to play on LAN because sometimes it can be hard.
Yeah, okay. And you have also just seen the media interview I did with the team. So I talked with Chris and what he thinks about you, what you bring to the team. I would like to reverse that question. What do you think brings Chris to the team as a new IGL coming from the Mouse Academy team? And what potential do you see in him?
I think he's really good because we made like at least maybe 3 days of tryout with him, and after like 1 day I know I want to have like this player with me because he's really mature, he understands really well the game. We think the game in the same way, I think, so we can like help like each other together. So I think it can be a really good leader for the future, and I'm really happy to have him with me.
Okay, and anything else maybe you also want to add about Fico, the oldest member of this team right now? I mean, in the desk they kind of said that he has some blackmail on the team. I doubt that. I think he can bring a lot to the team, and he has stepped up recently a lot. Did you have any impact on that?
So my first decision in OG is to keep Fico with me, because I think it's like a really good pillar for the team, and he helps a lot the young player, especially like during like this type of match, because he have like a lot of experience, so he's always in a good mood in T-Speak, always good mood in game, he always cheers for the teammates, so I really think it's important to have this player in my team.
Thank you so much for the time, and I wish you the best of luck. So maybe I'll see you later after the match.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you all very much. Yeah, some key takeaways right there. Obviously, we got our answer. He wanted Fiku around. That's pretty much that, isn't it? But for the side of OG, it wasn't always awesome and rainbow and butterflies. Hell, it might still not be. But that would be also in continuation with what results we've seen with them over the course amount of time.
Yeah, look, if it comes to OG right now, you just take a look at the LAN results. They've barely played any LAN so far this event, right? And even the ones they've been at. Like Mesa Nomadic Masters was basically the event in Ulaanbaatar with MongolZ one. I think it was Bleed playing right there. They've just had some terrible results so far. So for them to make it top 4 here, obviously a big win. But to get the win here, Trace, I don't know, man.
I don't know. I'm looking at Yanko, and he's got his eyes about half open, trying to understand where some of these events happened. Like, what point in time did these things happen? Right?
They were at the major? They were not at the major.
Surely not.
Oh,
I think
maybe that's the
RMR.
Stage? Could be the RMR. I don't know. At this point, it's all a blur. It's easier when you're at the events to remember them, Trace. So you know.
Yeah, I know. You wouldn't know.
I was there. I don't even remember it either.
Damn. Well, speaking of whether being there or not being there, there's someone that has been at the tippity top. Well, in terms of a brand, I would talk about Heroic. On the other side of the coin here. Yes, it has been a wild ride for them as well. They've had to deal with numerous instances of Dexter not being able to travel, which has to limit on some rosters to a degree, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very frustrating. You know, you get a new player in there. You even do a boot camp before the season starts. You're getting a lot of practice in. Now comes the event where you're supposed to showcase all of that. Oh, he can't travel. We have to play with our coach.
Nikodos, hello.
Yeah, first you have to play with the coach. And the next event, Cologne, one of the biggest ones we have in the calendar. Also, you get a stand-in in Nikodos, your ex, bringing it back.
Well, the ex did deliver, though. I'll give him that.
Very few times it actually happens, but yeah. And then finally, once they get him on the server with them at the tournaments, we see an uptick in performance. Right, Pro League first, where they actually got knocked out by the MongolZ, and then in Rio as well, where you felt like Navi was right there for the taking.
It was a bit of a choke. Can't lie.
Yeah, definitely. And also a little bit in the grand final of Elisa to Ents, which is another really young and inexperienced team where Heroic was the heavy favorite.
Yeah, Heroic has their own troubles. There's own trials and tribulations going on with Heroic. Even to this day, Donna has some more insight for us.
Welcome, Heroic. Nice to have you here, guys. I hope you had a smooth travel to Berlin. You've played the online stage before. How was the experience in the online stage for you so far, guys?
I think it was a bit rocky actually. We have a hard time against Brazilians, especially against Legacy. We came out on the third map and stuff, but it doesn't really matter in the end. Like we got here and we got where we wanted to be, so it's quite okay.
I mean, you're not just here, but you're probably also one of the favorites to win the event, guys. So I would say this is another story, because normally I see you at big events, especially like maybe like in this year or something, as more like of the underdog compared to like, you know, like the top 5 teams or something. And now you're coming here in as the favorite. Do you feel like that is a little bit like more pressure for you now?
I think it's obviously a different feeling, but we don't think too much about it, because at the end of the day we still need to come here and do our things. So if we don't perform well, it doesn't matter if we are favorites or not, so it doesn't matter too much for us, I would say.
It was kind of a disappointing loss at the Elisa Masters Finals. I think most people thought that you would lift the trophy, and in the end you gave it to Ents. How do you feel about that?
I don't know if you gave it to them, but they
took it from you.
Yeah, but of course, like we were seeing ourselves as big favorites, and like we should go in and win it, but it just means that it wasn't our time yet, and it's quite annoying to think about, but we have to be patient with it. And if we keep thinking, oh, now is the time we're gonna win this event, it's just never gonna happen. Also at this event, if you're gonna be like, oh, now is the time for us to lift the trophy, we're not gonna lift that trophy, trust me.
There's something very positive, I think, that I've noticed about you guys in general. You have looked more consistent. It feels like it's finally like clicking for you guys. So is it like now also like having Dexter more like at the events, and like, you know, without the visa issues, or what led to this consistency?
Well, I think the start of the season was a bit more rough, because as you said, we didn't have the same player like every event, so we were changing player, then we had to play with coach, and obviously it affects the way we play. Because, for example, start of the season we played for a few weeks, then we didn't play with Dexter for a few weeks, so obviously it's hard to be consistent. But now for already more than 2 months we have Dexter with us, and yeah, we had a lot of practice, we had few events now, so we can obviously see and feel the difference, and I think it's normal that we'll just improve from now on.
Looking back, guys, at one of the recent events you've played, you have been pretty good at Rio. I mean, I think it was like kind of like also a bit surprising how good you have actually been, because you have beaten teams like G2, you've beaten Astralis 2-0, you've beaten Vitality 2-0. I mean, especially the Vitality win was very, very impressive. Dexter, how did it feel for you to play there, be in Rio again, and yeah, beat also like these top teams?
Well, it feels amazing. Finally coming back and see the audience. It's a great feeling. That's the feelings why, for me at least, I'm playing. Also, it feels so nice to do this crazy comeback against Vitality. It was insane. It showed up our character as a team, and in my eyes, if you can manage to do that, it means a lot for the team, and it builds a lot of stuff that's gonna be like very important things for example, a major. There is best of ones on RMR. If you are 10-2 down and you can somehow manage to come back and don't lose any other rounds on the other side, it feels amazing, honestly. I mean, you can you can see it like in the end of the game. I was so happy.
By the way, I noticed, why is it just the 4 of you? Where is Shush?
Shush has a little bit of an illness.
Okay.
Pretty sick. I think he said it was like lung infection. And,
no.
He's close to die.
That sounds serious.
Yeah, he had a bad traveling day yesterday. I was traveling all the way with him. He couldn't do anything, but yeah, he needs some rest, and hopefully for tomorrow.
I mean, you have the first match, right?
It doesn't matter. He'll be fine, and I know him. He's stubborn, and he'll do this.
He's fine. You can watch him. They'll think he's fine.
Oh, I see him.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't think he's fine.
He was sick during the interview. I see. Guys, I think that's it. I hope you can enjoy maybe also your time in Berlin. It's great to see you all together, and see you doing so well, especially lately. I wish you the best of luck, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Donna.
Well, as of lately, yeah, it's also very unfortunate he's not feeling well. I'm understanding he is playing today. And so let's talk a little bit about what's going on here and how it got difficult for Heroic and then somehow it just started to click.
Obviously, as you know, I think it was as I pointed out in the interview right there. You need to have your 5-man lineup together for a while for it to finally click into place. And Dexter, once he came in, if you look at the last games, I think the last 10 games they've played, they've been almost on a streak. The only 2 losses they've had was a 3-1 loss to Ents in the finals of Elisa and a 2-1 choke to Navi in Rio. They've been looking much better so far. So for me, even the Mongols have played this tournament, and you might be like, yeah, Blair, you're probably going to pick Mongols to win this. I think Heroic are absolutely the favorites here.
Spoilers. All right.
Maybe.
Cool, I guess.
Yeah, I think Heroic for me, I've said, is like it reminds me of Navi a little bit in a sense of that they have a really good coach, right? In Saw. They had an in-game leader who's done it before to some extent, at least with Apex in Kiksan.
Yeah.
You have the guy who's supposed to be the star player in Nerds. You have a bit of a joker in there in Dexter, a bit of a wild card in him. And then, Tessus and Shush really as
known quantities.
The known quantities. And yes, you don't have a clear superstar player, so to speak, but you can build a system where they can all excel in it, and it hasn't transpired that way this year for Heroic. Obviously, there was a roster change in there as well, the issues that we talked about, but potentially this is them finally figuring it out, getting on the same page, and showing us what they're capable of.
I mean, this looks pretty legit.
That is
think
very
about it,
legit.
right? Like, you think about the caliber of teams and names on the other side there. That's a pretty legit showing for Heroic.
Yeah, in Rio, absolutely. You watch that Dust 2 game against Navi, and you can just tell a little bit of the choke and the inexperience for this iteration of the Heroic roster being in that situation. When it's your game to lose, you're playing against the world's best team. You've seen them do this comeback against a lot of other teams, and suddenly it's happening against you, and there's just a little bit of hesitation at all the wrong moments. A couple of failures here and there, and you're not able to close it out, but that's a learning experience. And Elisa was right after that, so maybe that's, if you're really feeling generous, Blay, you can give that, put that asterisk on there for the grand final. Finish Org on Finish Turf.
Yeah.
Had to be done. Viewership.
It's Cinderella story.
We've seen the things Blaz does for Astralis, so,
Boom, there we go.
No, that's very...
All right.
That's good. That's real good.
That's great.
And that did happen, right, Blay?
It absolutely
I mean, you're a
did
resident
happen.
expert on that. So.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Resident expert, resident sleeper.
Boom, there we go.
You guys should be...
we should be together some more on the desk.
No, I'm...
No? Okay, fine, fair
fine.
enough. Well,
personally, I think you guys should be celebrated. And with that note, we can also jump into our map vetoes. Bleh, tell me why this map veto might be interesting.
Well, did it play? I mean, I think few months ago in the Showdown event where it was actually OG who had the number right there. I think the maps have evolved a little bit. Heroic nowadays they're liking to play the Dust 2 quite a bit, and that I think is going to be not just a very good pick for Heroic, but it's also going to be a bit of a punish for the side for OG. And OG, where do you really go from here? I don't think they have too many options, honestly.
Yeah, I hate saying this out loud.
Say it
Makes me
out
feel a little bit dirty, but I think Heroic should, if they're looking to punish, just pick Vertigo. OG has played it one time. It's not their permaban. And that's what I can give to Astralis. That over there at the World Finals, they're actually picking Vertigo.
They're winning it
and
as
you're
well.
playing it, and we see a lot of these Vertigo teams that are just avoiding it still. So what's the point of it being in your pool? So I think for Heroic, might even be a good piece of practice right here on land to
Do you
pull
take
it
the
off.
chance though? Do you take the chance right now? It's quite a lot of money on the line.
If you're not going to play it, use it as a punish pick against OG. Who are you going to use it against? I understand there's the other side of the coin, and they're the lesser team, so we can just go with a map we're comfortable on. We're better on them on every map, right? But I think maybe for some other teams at the very least, that you're going to play in the future, you prove it as something you're confident in picking.
Yeah, they probably could, but I'm just going to think they're going to play this one safe in all honesty, right? I think the Dust is going to come out, and if I'm just going to attempt to guess what OG are going to go for, I think Ancient is the one option they have. Again, that's a sad thing for OG. It's a map they're decent on. It's a map Heroic are pretty solid on as well, right? And as a decider, I think it could be maybe a new coming up. Again, a map where OG kind of like to play, but Heroic are also better on it. So, Trace, just condensing this down, the veto doesn't really matter here.
Fair. Well, if that's the case, then I guess we'll just leave it right there.
Just leave it right there. Throw it to the casters. Boom.
Screw it. You know what? Who needs a map veto? Just kidding. We'll have that coming up for you here shortly. We will get that isolated down to what those 3 maps could be. Potentially 3. I mean, of course, we only need 2. And we
Holy shit, it's packed.
Yeah, it is definitely packed. It is also...
Do they hear us down there?
I think they do.
I think they do.
I'm pretty sure they do. And if they do, I'm kind of sorry about that for us, or for them, rather. But it is time to get our players on the stage.
Hype them up, Trace.
All right. Then it's time to play the game. Here we go. We're talking about OG. We look at some of them walking out right now. Tell me about this lineup, fellas.
Well, we do have Fiku right there, the one survivor coming in, walking into the Thunderdrome, ladies and gentlemen. And they're looking pretty good. They're looking pretty happy. They're just happy to be here.
They're walking out in pairs.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe somebody
Fiku
fumbled.
and Mono, maybe, you know, there was some miscommunication there. Not looking good, Trace.
Right out of the gate.
game, you know, that's not necessarily what you like to see.
I mean, you had like 7 to 8 stairs, and then you just had to wait and then go down those 7 to 8 stairs yourself. But nonetheless.
Maybe they're a little anxious, you know? Maybe you have a little bit of stage fright, you need a little bit of company, and maybe that's the sort of camaraderie you need as we have Mikey coming in.
Mikey!
Is he the 5th? Is he standing? We don't know.
Is he going to play the RMR?
He's going to be playing here.
Yo, he's definitely playing here.
Right here, right now.
And we heard what OG had to say about him, but of course, yeah, that is your OG squad, coached by Lambert. We did talk to him before.
This is the guy we didn't talk about enough, Trace.
Buzz, bro.
Buzz. Yeah, I think he got a little bit hard done by, you know, in that latest Astralis roster. I think he really improved his level of play. But they went with Stair instead of him in the end, and I'm excited to see what he can show here on LAN again.
Lambert, I like a little bit of pizzazz coming out from him. He's just showing off the sign right there, walking in, the captain of this very young team.
Some of that French swag.
Swag, yeah, there's
what
a
do
bit
you
of
call swag in French?
Suave.
All right, well, we'll check that one. We'll fact check that one even. I mean, it is November. We might as well get into it. And also get our next team on the stage. It's going to be Heroic joining us in the arena to get situated to play against OG. And that first player, well, he should be on his way out. And I think, and I could be wrong, but it seems like a Nerds would be a good talking point, a good place to start, rather.
He was a guy we were looking for to be, kind of reclaim his title as a star of this team once his lineup came together, and hasn't really managed to pull it off. But you know what? He's winning games, and that's what matters in the end. Walking out like a gladiator by himself. I like this entire vibe, Coliseum vibes got going here.
And he takes accountability, you know, talking to him after the Copenhagen major. I probably wouldn't high-five Shush at this point.
Yeah,
you know, probably should have had him wearing a mask on the walkout. No one would be mad about that. But yeah, Nerds, admitting he played poorly the last major. It was on him. He was going to step up. A lot of faith in this roster from all Nerds.
And with Kixon, right? Like, he's the one pushing the buttons, pulling the strings, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and like this guy came in, there were quite a few questions, honestly. If he could really, if he is, oh my God, why do you want to slap him?
Dexter, chill, bro.
Why would you have to slap him like that, Dexter?
Because that's how he high-fives people. It's like,
he's breaking their hands.
Well, that guy obviously had no idea. He stuck his hand out there, and that was probably the last time.
I don't think he's going to stick his hand out again. Is he? No, he's not. He's not.
No, he's probably, the paramedics might be around for that, man. However, there it is for Tessis. Again, you guys said it. Actually, you didn't say it, but I'll make sure it sounds like you said it. He is the best Danish player.
The best Danish player in his hometown. Absolutely.
In his hometown.
What's his hometown?
I hope it's not Copenhagen, because then it's probably, the point is moot.
That he's the best Danish player right there.
Well,
and of course, Saul.
You brought up Saul, and you said he was a spectacular coach. He was a good coach. Tell me about what makes him that.
I think it's just what we saw from the old Ants lineup, right? Like, we saw them playing the way they have to. We saw some good foundations on that team. I think they played better. They were more than the sum of their parts.
Yes.
Right? And that's why for this Heroic roster, you feel like it's a good fit as well. And sure, they've struggled initially, but now we're seeing some of the reasons why.
I also appreciate the fact that they really hadn't smashed the panic button early on. They're like, listen, we've got to give it a little bit of time, because that's the magic that old Ents team had with Snappy alongside Saw as well. So I like the fact that they kept the faith, they believed in it, and now that Dexter is no longer sick and actually with the team now, maybe magic can happen in the Heroic camp.
And then for OG, this is just a lot of these guys haven't been to many lands to begin with, right? International lands, playing against a team like Heroic, playing for a good chunk of change as well. So it's really hard to prepare for that beforehand. You just have to experience it really and get used to it. So we'll see. In these situations, players tend to get a bit overzealous at times, a lot of moving around, a lot of activity, a lot of aggression. And let's see if they'll be able to get away with it, or is Heroic going to punish them.
It's kind of crazy. If you look at the two most experienced players on this team, it is obviously Fiku, who's been around for a while.
Obviously.
And Buzz as well. Like, Buzz has more experience than almost everyone else on his team, right? If you look at Moto, if you look at Prison, for example, and playing for Mouse NXT. And for Mikey, this is his first international LAN ever. A lot of experience right there.
Yeah, I would say so. And I also have to put into context, too, we're looking at a venue that's, starkly different than what we normally have.
Yeah.
Like, these guys are sitting there, Tessus is sitting there, and in front of him, some man is just staring him right in his eyes while he's playing, right? So
It's good
it's
practice.
different.
It's good practice, man.
Do you think this is why Yakindar plays the way he does? So that no matter the venue, Trace,
Yeah.
all he sees is the game.
That's not
I
so
don't
bad.
think I don't think he can see much of the game either. Honestly, I think he sees like 20% of the screen. Honestly,
For a guy who
know.
focuses so much on the crosshair, you'd expect a better performance.
Dust 2.
There's the Dust 2 pick you talked about, Blair?
Yeah, they're playing it safe. Ancient coming from OG. They really have no other option here. And if I'm just going to toss a coin, I think Nuke should be a decider to shake hands here. Anubis should be banned out by Heroic. And I think Vertigo, if you're OG, you ban it out. Oh, no. Okay.
Why did Heroic veto Vertigo?
That's weird. Oh, you've only played it once.
Yeah, OG only played it once, and yeah, I know that's strange. Maybe you just don't want any funny business. You know, when you're going up against OG, you feel you're the stronger team on the quote-unquote normal maps. I hate Vertigo.
The normie maps. Yeah, you know, at a certain point, we just get that BS out of here.
Hopefully after the next major.
Well, I mean, that would make sense.
2 more
timeline-wise.
months. 2 more months. Just have to deal with it 2 more months.
Yeah, and I also see that merch is getting sold with Vertigo on it. You might want to grab that just in case.
From Saviniki?
Just in case, you know, we don't have it anymore. But guys, I would thank you for that, Yanko. I would love to kind of pick your brain here for a second until we get, you know, the players get their headsets on and stuff. We got a map veto. I think Bless said it best, that it really didn't even matter what the maps were.
Yeah.
So go on then, Bled. Go on with your bad self.
Well, look, here's the thing. I don't think we're going to see an Anubis. It's kind of obvious here. Heroic are clearly the better team. Dust2 is a map pick. It's a map they've been picking in first recently. We saw some of the teams they took down in Rio as well on LAN. It's a map that seems like the comfort spot, so to speak. Ancient comes in. OG can't play Ancient. I think they destroyed big on Ancient as well in that elimination game in the quarterfinals as well. But going up against like a team like Heroic, who have the right protocols, who have the right players, and more importantly, Trace, they have the experience playing here on LAN. It's not a big arena, it's not like tens of thousands of people, but still the stress is absolutely on. I'm looking at players like a Mikey playing there for OG team. Can he deliver when the pressure is truly on? I doubt he will.
I wouldn't doubt Mikey. He looks like a killer to me, Trace.
Yeah, you know, I think you're right, man. Let me just go check out his HL2. Oh my God! And that's only because.
I think, listen, there's a way in. There's a way in for OG. Here, right? You know, Heroic. They fumbled against Ents. I mean, they had a couple of young new individuals.
But Ents are a real
in there.
team, Yanko. They're actual team.
Yeah, but they were
You
also,
not.
they had a lot of new players at the time. So here's the thing, right? Like when you come here and you're OG and it's sort of a stand-in situation, you have a lot of young players, they'll be very excited. But, you know, that can also work in your favor.
Yeah.
If you get rolling, if you get some momentum, these guys start playing with confidence. Like, sure, they might make some moves that are uncharacteristic, that are overly aggressive, some pushes that won't make a ton of sense for the Heroic players. But if they can't stop it and punish them for it, that won't matter one bit. First map is Dust2. Not the worst map for you to start your LAN career on, in a way where, sure, with a couple of good spawns, even without them, with a couple of simple strategies in that you just believe in 100% and execute them to the best of your ability, things can work out in your favor. And you know, all it takes is a little bit of momentum for these players to start feeling themselves. And on the other side, Heroic, you know, they're the massive overdog in this one. If they start losing, all of a sudden it's like, wow, is this the end game all over again? Like, what's going on? We should be owning these guys, and you know, some panic can start creeping in.
I mean, if you look at even if you look at the map, as you pointed out, Dust2, OG, in the interview they were giving Madonna, they said, yeah, there's no pressure on us. We are absolutely the underdog, just happy to be here. And if you look at Dust2, Heroic mentioned, you know, they do struggle against some of the Brazilian teams. Look at their T side, where I think it was Legacy, were being super in your face on the CD side, being very unorthodox in how they're playing the CD side, a little bit brazen, so to speak, completely kind of nullifying whatever setups that Heroic have. And if OG can do that, maybe we might have a game here.
That's just the meta. I mean, at the moment, in general, on CT side, everyone's doing things. You know, you're constantly making some plays, being aggressive, being disruptive, showing presence on one side, rotating over to the other side. Just a lot of back and forth to keep the T's guessing and not let them sort of go through the steps in their default, then hit you with an execute and just any sort of a finisher late in the round. It's a lot more chaotic, a lot more reactionary. You know, players individually need to make split-second decisions, and sometimes that's easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it's very easy to kind of total up mentally, right? You are the massive underdogs here. You have a little bit of a crowd. Obviously, Heroic are the favorites. And I hope Lambert's done his job. He just told his teammates, play like you really have nothing to lose.
And you know, watching Heroic at Pro League, which was their sort of breakout tournament with this roster, something that was very distinct. Even in the playoffs, their first game was against Virtus Pro. You know, they had a clear game plan. It was a no BS game plan. It's like at this point in the round, you know, 1 minute, whatever, we're going to push the extremities of the map, right? Like we had Tessus pushing out long A on Dust 2 on the CT side. You know, we're going to make plays to try to get some information on the server. And it was working out really well for them. I think they realized ever since that that's the way you need to play. And that's exactly the recipe that for OG to find some success here, right? Don't second guess yourself. You think your instinct's telling you, push now, go for this aggressive play, just go for it. You know, even if you end up losing this game, you don't want it to be because you were too afraid to make a play, too afraid to do something. You want to be trusting your instincts, and then there's always review later on to see, okay, was the situation calling for something like that or not?
And there's always going to be that ever-present, that looming thought and hope and prayer that it doesn't repeat itself. Because last time we had Heroic at ESL Pro League, this was where they won a series over NIP, 3 maps. They won 3 maps in a best of 3. How the hell have they done that?
Oh, yes.
They played NIP.
Yeah, and the snap tap. So, like, you know, at that point,
the snap happening.
Yeah, that's what that was.
Day one it was. Look, let's be real, as we've been kind of like alluding to all this, while Heroic are absolutely going to be the favorites. But as Janko pointed out, if OG are able to be a little bit more abrasive, a little bit more YOLO in the way to approach this, at least on a map like Dust 2, it could make things interesting. It's not like they have some pretty decent hitters. Fiku has been fantastic so far, right? Like for this team, Moto is I think a very safe pair of hands with the AWP as well. They have some pieces. Question is, can they make it click here?
Yeah, we look forward to click in right here. Just a few moments away, we had a bit of a headset issue over on one of the coaches, so we've got them squared away from the looks of it. You can see Heroic getting ready and getting mounted up. Overall, though, as Heroic are favorites here, when you think about the big picture of Heroic, yeah, we're at the end of the year. You know, how does the rest of the year play out, even if they win or lose this event, right?
Well, you absolutely need to win this game. Right? Like,
sure.
Because
for sure.
losing to ENCE in the final of Elisa was a fumble. You don't want to go into the RMR with 2 fumbles at your last 2 tournaments. So for them, this is absolutely a must-win. And then, I mean, if we talk about the potential grand final game, first place is 500K, second place is 150,000. I mean, that plays a lot into the Val rankings. Heroic is, I think, around the top 10 global at the moment, and you obviously want to end the year in the top 8 to warrant all those invites at the start of next year. That's where it's at, Trace.
Yeah, especially for next year, that's going to be, you know, a big calendar year. And I say that because they're all big calendar years, because technically they're all years.
2025, it's a quarter of a century.
It is.
That's exciting.
Which is almost how long it took for us to get in the game, but that's okay, because we are ready to do just that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is OG and Heroic, brought to you by Dinko and Hugh.
What?
Yeah, thank you very much, Trace. You know, most of our partners are there away dealing with family issues now, Hugo, and we're just here. We decided to partner up with all of our free time.
Damn right. And what a fantastic venue to do it in as well. This is awesome. We're here live in Berlin in the Dome in
the
Level.
Thunderdome.
The Thunderdome. We're calling it that now, and we're into OG Heroic. I'm going to do a quick check. Are we having a good afternoon, folks? Okay.
Yeah.
We packed up this place and we got some Counter-Strike coming at you live. 2 BO3s and hundreds and thousands of dollars on the line.
You know, we've got 5v4 immediately. Heroic will be happy about that, but Buzz goes in towards the tunnels. He takes a lot of damage on board, and Tessus looking to swing him. Puts a little bit of pressure on towards his position, and Buzz decides to fall back. Back to safety as now Heroic look to make their way through the mid doors with a cross smoke.
Still 2 CTs in that B site. This is holdable for OG. They're going to need a big moment from one of these players. Buzz with a Julie's low health swings out. That was never going to work in the long run. Gets one, but Heroic sharp shooting to take this pistol. Moto's locked out by the smoke and the bomb is planted.
Just Moto, nowhere to go. And I think it's exciting, you know, talking about this OG team, how young they are. And it's quite funny when you talk about Fiku as the veteran. Is he getting to the young veteran status now, Hugo?
As a young veteran yourself, I feel like he can join you there, right? Like kind of the young vetty of OG.
Yeah,
21 years old, 2.5 years on this team. and the only remaining piece from all that time ago.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. They did a rebuild around him and a couple of rebuilds around this OG squad. They've had a lot of pieces coming in and out, and maybe at this event they can pull something crazy off. I mean, you were talking about it earlier. If you win this game, you confirm yourself $150,000 if you win this BO3.
That is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
One BO3 makes you 150 grand.
Yeah.
And then the chance to win $500,000 as well. I like those odds. And Heroic certainly do. Coming into this event as the favorites, the next best team, MongolZ, right? At least in the ranking. But we've seen MongolZ struggle in the pressure situations, choke very important games. They at least made it here to LAN. But with Heroic's recent performances, with the 3 playoff runs in a row on LAN, at Rio, at EPL, at Elisa, this is a team that I expect to be lifting the trophy. Slaughter in middle. And a nice confident start for Heroic here.
Yeah, great start from Heroic. Obviously not expecting anything from OG in that previous round with USPs out. But here comes the rifles nice and early. OG's CT side, not off to the start they would have hoped for, but really exciting storyline with Mikey coming into this squad. Got to see him at the airport, traveled in with him to the venue, and I was talking to him, how is it? How's the experience? He goes, this is the first time I've flown to an event. This is the first time flying. So, this is an incredible experience for the guy. And obviously got that RMR around the corner as well of Unity. So I'm excited to see what he's got here in his biggest event yet.
Yeah, first time flying, and it's to LAN no less.
Yeah.
Despite that, 9 LANs logged on his HLTV. All regional, all in Slovakia or the Czech Republic.
Count to an extent, of course.
Yeah, but that's actually a crazy experience for someone who's never played a big international LAN, his biggest event yet. So huge chance to prove himself for the young player. But not an easy team to fight to begin this series. Heroic into a gun round now.
Smoked out a short. Slow take of short position here from Heroic, but default has finished. And now Nert's looking to poke and prod his way through those double doors. No one around, and that smoke at the cross at CTL will allow him to focus a little bit more towards that B ramp. Minute 5 seconds, still plenty of time for Heroic as the bomb now joins the remaining members at short. But Nert's position can become so powerful later into this round.
Tesses is throwing lurk smoke into B. He's putting pressure on right before Heroic go for this hit, and they still don't know that Nertz is out in middle. So Kristen trying to flank a short play is going to be awkward. Nertz jumping, catches the kill right before, and he's able to dip, go back to his team up short.
Yeah, so getting away with that one. Nertz, Heroic up a player, and now with 38 seconds left, they set their sights in this A play. Fiku down towards CT. Dexter's got the follow-up kill here for Heroic, so it must be Fiku, and he's got a 6 double kill. Ooh, close to a third, but eventually taken out by Nertz as that bomb will make its way over to the site and now planted. Mikey and Buzz into the retake.
Sneaking up, Mikey has really good timing here. Might be able to catch a quick player on the ramp, and they're going to need to be quick with no kit in this 2v2. Dexter, sharp shot, leaves Buzz in the clutch. He's also crept up. Got a molly on short though. This is no easy round for Buzz. No smoke available. Going to start running and gunning, taking down Dexter, giving a shot at Tesses, but that Molotov might just spell disaster at the end of the round. He's got to hunt this kill right now. Still time to do it if he gets it quick. Buzz moving in. Tesses is not giving him an inch right now, and I think the Dane-off has been won by the Heroic side. Tesses, TheMongolZ best, they say.
Yeah, some say. Perhaps the best in his village, as Yankee was saying, but nice shot from Tesses right at the edge there. That was fantastic, and obviously Buzz not having a kit, just delaying the time, confirmed the round win regardless.
And even though big aren't here, we see the influence of God B. We see the big smokes come down right. That's still in CS2, that elevator boost smoke that allows them to cross. Fiku gets 2 kills through it. But Heroic still make it in with an advantage in the post plan.
Yeah, we couldn't come to Berlin without mentioning God B, could we?
Gotta happen.
Well,
they almost made it here.
Well, he didn't.
Well,
but
Big
did.
And then they got 13-1 on the final map, so...
Disappointing.
That's a shame.
Well, we've got a 5v4 again. Heroic successful in these opening fights.
Saw a stack.
Shush has information. He'll just toss that molly down and drop back. They'll smoke him out for the time being. And Heroic have plenty of time, plenty of space to maneuver.
They could just go straight into B. I mean, they've seen 2 at the long side. Could maybe expect a third. But Heroic just hold on. Look how passive Kixon is right now, all the way back towards B. Holding for any aggression from OG.
Oh, Mikey's not going to enjoy that grenade landing on top of him. Just taking their time for Heroic. Don't want to make a mistake in a round like this, and offer up any kind of chance for OG to get into it. Heroic certainly are the favorites coming into this tournament, and if you are able to dispatch of OG in quick succession, you would continue their flawless run here at Thunderpick. Obviously, they played the online stage. They were unbeaten there. Despite, you know, Tessus was saying they had a few troubles here and there from Legacy. Brazilians causing them a couple of problems, but eventually got through them.
Hey, Heroic v Brazilians, pretty good, even on home soil,
Yeah,
actually.
it's
Their
true.
track
It's
record,
true.
not too bad as an organization goes. OG had a chance to change their setup, but they stuck to their guns in this round, and so Heroic will take that 4-0 lead. Just creeping into that B-bomb site with double mollies. They know that anti-eco. They're playing it smart. And there's going to be no resistance here. So, nerds, let me get some numbers.
Easy round for Heroic in the end. And I was interested to hear about Buzz on the desk. You know, a player that definitely was hard done by Astralis. I thought it was a
Added to the
conversation.
list.
Yeah, exactly. I thought there was a conversation to be had between him and Stare and who deserves to stay, for example. And I think Buzz has a lot more to give, and I'm glad he's on a project here. Hopefully he can start to build on that. No damage being done by OG. It's just Buzz and Crizin left. Nowhere near the fight.
I mean, it's not just Trace on his last run of the year, right? It's OG as well. We won't see them at the RMR.
That's true.
So, to be honest, this is kind of a huge opportunity for OG to actually...
At least we'll see Mikey.
Yeah, sure.
At least we'll see Mikey.
The one guy who's not on OG.
Well, he is. Today
Not
he
yet.
is.
Today he is. So I think, yeah, huge opportunity for OG to actually get some LAN experience as this 5, get a lot of money. But you got to fight through Heroic to do it. And right now, flawless on this T side of Dust.
Yeah, it's great to see Dexter back. Obviously, a hiatus at the start of CS2, then visa problems stopping him from going to a few events of Heroic, but that's all sorted now, and we've got to see a good string of events of him, and so far trending in a positive direction.
All right,
and here he goes again inside of mid, and they've crossed safely with the smoke.
I want to see Moto kick up a gear here. I want to see him get on the board, because when we did see OG manage to beat Heroic in that showdown match a couple of months ago, it was Moto who was going crazy on the AWP, and his head-to-head versus Dexter was monstrous. So I think it was 10-3 with rifles and orbs, so solid work. Gonna need a lot out of Moto today. This young Romanian, if OG want a chance.
You know, to quote Launders, with a different team this time. Does his time in TSM count? I guess not.
We'll have to see.
Slow style from Heroic. OG not offering up any fights, no presence. That gives Heroic short, which opens up so many options for them.
Playing it very by the books, right? I haven't seen any rushes from Heroic, any spawn-based plays, just defaulting, letting Dexter pick middle. He's had an opener. And this round, 50 seconds, not even contact made. Smart, OG holding on to decent utility. Just finally put down their last block, though. Crizen's got a molly, that is it. Smokes come out corridor in middle, but this is all a fake.
Time is limited now with 35 seconds. Nert's trying to make his play around the smokes and ends up getting taken down by Buzz. Now Shusha's play forward for long. Needs to be successful and will sit Fuko on his ass. Now the rest of the attack coming in for Heroic. 25 seconds. They charge through long. Tessus a short side. Good chance. Good kill. Crizin down. Good peek from Mikey. But he realizes he has to deal with a fight on another front. And Buzz is there through the smoke. That is a huge kill to collect here.
And they know there's still a player here. Either stuck out or short or Gandalf. Those are the options. 10 seconds. If that plan was open, could have been the round winner. Mikey won't jump the gun. He'll wait for his team. 3-on-2. Best chance of the round yet for OG. Dexter backs up.
Flash is coming in as well. Moto going down, but Buzz followed up with another one, and it's the Buzz-Mikey combo to get OG their first round win.
Fantastic round from Buzz, right? That kill onto the lurker in middle not only gets all the information for OG, but then he goes on spams players on the cross. And I've got to say, that round looked cooked because Fiku completely caught off guard, looking oblivious at long. He let them out. He had nades in hand, didn't even know that they were swinging him. So that round could have gone very, very wrong. But Buzz and Mikey seal the deal.
Yeah, that's the Fiku moment you were talking about. Yeah, great work being able to pull that one back. Buzz is a fantastic round here. Mikey, that's not an easy position to be in when you have to worry about getting pushed from long and short. He knew he was under pressure from both sides, handles it extremely well. Moto will get another crack at the whip with that AWP.
Yeah, he was anchoring B last round, so I'll let him off.
Yeah, sure.
But now he's in middle.
But the problem is for OG, you haven't dented the economy at all for Heroic. This clean start has allowed them to build so much cash. They've got buy after buy here, and you continue to get Dexter on the AWP. And OG with a standard passive, however, allowing Heroic plenty of space in these early rounds.
And I like that Heroic, the game plan in these first 5 rounds has been put a lot of pressure on B, put these mid to B smokes down consistently, throw lurk smokes on the B tunnels. So when they actually do go for this hit, OG are not going to be assured that this is a B execute. You can see they're already on the wrong side of the map. Only 2 players in this site right now, even Modo, or Krisen rather, trying to rotate over. They've not smoked him off just yet. One does come in, and Heroic take mid control. They're in no hurry, though.
Yeah, they're in no hurry at all. They called off that B pound, so they got smoked out, so they slowed things right down.
But they burn out all the util on this B site.
2 mollies left, 3 flashbangs, and now Shooters fighting. Oh, that is one hell of a shot. Modo getting annihilated. He's had a nightmare start here, 0-6, and not much you can do about that.
Oh, I like the gamble, though. OG just going to go for it. They're going to pull everyone towards B. They catch the kill as Nerds tries to swing them out mid, and now the B hits in.
Ball goes down as well. Loose on the ground. Mikey on the double kill. Oh, fantastic setup here from Mikey. Swings out of the window and steps up with a triple kill. Unfazed so far by this new environment for Mikey. Another important round picked up for OG.
I presume Krisen made that call, right? Because he's the one in middle anyway. But, you know, that's a crazy call to make for OG. They lose the long control, and they just go, screw it, let's go 4B right now. Yeah. Let's just play for this site. We know they've thrown in their util. They're still here in upper tunnels, or we would have seen them climb back up cat. So OG make the perfect gamble, and Mikey pops off. Impact round from the stand-in. And OG trying to whittle away at this economy round after round.
Despite being able to afford the AWP, we'll see if Kixen buys it for Dexter, but right now, Dexter with an AK in his hands instead of that AWP. So yeah, they decide to just go full rifles here across all 5 members. The initial comfort for Heroic is now slowed down with those 2 round wins from OG. And so they call a tactical timeout. Could we see them change it up, Hugo? On the T side, you think?
I've actually liked what they've been doing, right? Just slower paced rounds, playing more map control. OG not making any aggressive maneuvers yet. Maybe they're waiting to punish that. But the B pressure, for the most part, has been pretty successful. Just that round, OG make the perfect call.
Yeah.
No AWP, but 4 rifles here for the Heroic side. As they swing through lower. Modo's AWP trained on the catwalk. Used his break already though, so that smoke means Heroic can get short control, but they want to double down. They want to go back.
Modo here with Buzz. Lurk smoke tossed out. Nice. He's disrupted by the grenade, and oh, it's perfect. It's well played to allow Modo that kill as the smoke disperses and Tessus disappears.
It's now back-to-back rounds. Heroic just try and pop B, and they just get blocked by a smoke. The kill makes matters worse this time though. They have to completely abandon ship.
Well, they're going back short here, Heroic, and the man to defend this is Krisen. And behind the smoke, kicks in at the front.
There's a timer on this though, he can't be here forever.
And he's moving away now back to the site and should be allowed to get there safely, and Heroic have not pushed forward just yet, but that smoke is now faded away. And Krisen is going to be aware of that. 43 seconds, pressure about to be applied in towards his position. Mikey now drifting over to try and assist. He's had some huge rounds back-to-back here. Could it be another one? As Krisen waits inside of the site, Nerds, that's what he does best. Headshot right to his face. And now look at this from Mikey. He's inside of the smoke right below Nerds. They haven't seen each other. Eventually, Nerds will clock him.
Dude, Nerds is on another level right now. That was Kixen getting digged. They were about to line up. No one looking default, and Nerds just flick headshots Mikey in the site, or Krisen in the site, rather.
Yeah, 9-3. What a start from Nerds.
Phenomenal. Even goes for more. Over the smoke, that's a very cocky play. Nerds is playing like he knows he's the best player in the server, and well, he is.
Yes, definitely has the potential to be consistently as well. It would be great to see him start to get back to that star level he had in ENCE at the end of CSGO, and would love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, look at Heroic's group of runs in the last few months, right? Pro League making playoffs, sure, you know, no crazy impressive wins over there. They took down VP and Sango, who were on a hot one, but it was Rio where we really got shocked by this team. They almost beat Na'Vi. They really should have beat Na'Vi. They got 9
eventual
rounds.
champions of the event as well.
9 rounds on Dust 2 first half, and they choke it in overtime and lose in map 3. That was a real shame. But even in that tournament, they 2-0'd Vitality. They beat Astralis. They took down G2. So a legit string for Heroic, trying to piece another LAN placement together here in Berlin.
Strong T-side start here from Heroic, putting an end to OG's little streak they were building for themselves. And Mikey and Moda, they're going short. They want to change things up, a little bit more of an aggressive stance. And that boost, that common boost for the AWP to peer down into the lower tunnel.
Yeah, Heroic have been coming through a lower a lot.
There it is,
so
chance.
Flash dodged on perfect timing.
Follow-up flash, and close to taking Nerds out, but he dodges the bullet.
It's very safe for Nerds to use 2 flashes to get lower control. They haven't seen that boost yet. Modo's has been starting in mid and B for the most part. Very good read from Nerds.
Very well, and then that was a possibility, and Buzz not too far off. Some of these bullets connecting through that smoke, but here they go. Tessis decides to go, and a big shot on the back of the platform, swing through the window. Hasn't resulted in a kill just yet, but eventually, Modo and Mikey combining with 2 kills back. Tessis is shoots to fall, but Kicksan, look at this. He feels like he's got the perfect timing, and he just might.
They're already in. They're just going for it. Chrism burning 100-0 in his own molly. That is a 1G right there. Backstab has to succeed. Kicksan gets 1, but he gets out, and suddenly OG is stuck in the mud. They don't know where to look.
Grenade lands into the back of Dexter. Nertz is gone. Fiku on the follow-up. They're going in.
No.
And Dexter's inside the side. They pushed in. One of them has at least. And Dexter's trying to figure out how to fight them. And he just can't do it. He can't piece it together. And they know that the last player was in the tunnels. Kicksan has to come out of here and fight a 1v2. He's close to it. Fiku and they were low. They were so low. 7 HP and 8 HP left on the 2 remaining players, but eventually OG get the round.
How the hell did OG win a round like that, right? Especially with Chrism literally burning himself to death, coming out of window. And I actually really love the B pop for Heroic because they throw the lurk smoke. Every time they've gone B, they've been blocked. This time they just pop. They just run through their own smoke. The downside is you have no execute utility in, so they get caught crossing, and Heroic just gets siphoned 1 by 1 out of that B site. A nice proactive round for OG where they constantly keep the pressure on from middle.
Well, Shush fast about going out long, but an aggressive play to top middle from OG has worked out. Mikey taking out Kicksan. A fantastic start to the round here from OG. They've got full mid control to play with, and they smoke it out as well. They just want to make sure they hold on to this for a little bit longer at least. Right. Posts up into the lower tunnels.
Heroic's feathers have been ruffled a little bit, and OG are starting to get a bit more confident with some of these very active moves on the CT side. It might not be to their betterment, though.
Bruh, how has that happened?
He's just sprayed them both like it's nothing. 11 and 4, by the way.
Yeah.
That's on a heater.
You see, he set another level. I don't think OG have progressed to that level yet at all. Buzz, Chrism, 2v4. This round was competitive. It started fantastic. They got the opening, they got mid control, and it all fell apart in a moment. But that kill back on Nertz,
just a
2v3, but you're nowhere near actually being able to compete for the round here.
I mean, you don't mind that death if you're Heroic because you just call, he was saving, and now he's still saving. I see in the death cam.
Yeah, so you know the round is already won, but Nertz again just flips the round back in their favor in a second. Gonna see it again here, I'm sure.
I like the OG going for plays, though. It's a real shame. They sort of line up in a sense there. Nerds controls it very well, spamming the control key. Modo caught jumping up. He's had a couple of awkward rounds.
Yeah, it's been a rough start for him. Shows a few moments. He'd love to get back and play differently if he could. When do you start to worry for OG's half here? Because it did seem like they had finally found a little bit of a foothold to build something on, but that has slipped away, and it does feel like Heroic, thanks to Nerds, are back in control again.
I think I'm already there. I mean, I was never not going to be worried about OG unless they came out of the gate storming, but they've had a couple of signs of life.
Yeah.
I think to be expected, Heroic are going to be very confident on Dust. Is that Na'Vi game we talked about off the back of a great T side as well.
Yeah.
Hoping OG have more to show on their map pick. There's still time here, though, Dinko. Let's not call it too early.
No,
Dexter's been solid.
Haven't seen him go for these long peeks. Hasn't really had the spawn, perhaps, but he goes for this long peek now with the AWP, and he's holding for a second. He wants another one. And if they peek into the open, this that flick is so sick from Dexter. He got out to the right side.
He didn't even know a player had crossed.
No,
he knew there was one on the left. He saw the hand. He was so tunnel vision. Still gets the shot. Modo with a scout, a bit faster here on the AD. Maybe he can grab a quick cross. Peeking high is dangerous with the AWP covering, but he will live to tell the tale. You're not jumping back up on that box. Heroic are winning this round.
I mean, that shot from Dice is just pure reaction speed. That's just so sick. Round's done. Wrap it up. Another round here for Heroic. They brought so much firepower to the server today.
Yeah, so much money in the bank as well. Got players over 10K.
It felt like they built that money 4 rounds into the game as well. Like it's immediately just a mountain of cash rose up for them.
Have not seen Heroic have to eco this game.
Yeah, just getting gun round after gun round is never a break, never a moment of peace, and that shot is just...
Could have clipped Shush.
Yeah. But a headshot as well, like, it was that precise.
Through the wall. Dexter and Nertz in form. This was never going to be easy.
Nope, definitely not. Like you said, you know, early days in the best of 3. Still another map up next, Ancient.
But no hero showing up for OG yet, right? We had that nice round from Mikey. We had, you know, Buzz and him stop that 2v4. But other than that, not been a lot to talk about from the OG side of things. Some young players, some inexperienced players, a stand-in. These are all excuses. And fair enough, but OG...
Valid excuses.
Yeah, OG need to seize this opportunity right now.
Smoke out to the B doors. It's a little bit faster here from Heroic. In fact, it is very speedy. But I think, well, they just do the initial utility damage, fight over the top of the fire, and Nertz has got another one.
See, they could go, but they're so split right now, they decide against it. Moto going for a wide angle instead on short this time. Catches kicks and coming through lower. Flashes on as methodical. And Heroic now may just jump, pounce on this B bomb site where they found their pick. Krizen's in a great position, though.
He's in a fantastic spot, and that fire not spreading.
Oh,
no, what? How has that happened? How has Tessus got away with that?
Locked in.
He is locked in. He's thriving.
Oh, it's getting awkward. The bomb's stuck in lower. You've just lost the mid player. Dexter's a long way away. He's just going to stare at down the barrel of his scope. This is super awkward all of a sudden. Tessus is now holding the B bomb site. Last time we saw Heroic in a similar position, OG actually played ahead of the plant and came in with the kills. Tessus is waiting for that though this time.
Yeah, just ear to the wall. Is there any sound being made from Mikey? Bomb collected.
Oh no, timing.
Oh, Tessus. Timing! Oh, Mikey didn't check. Wasn't aware of that possibility. Didn't think Tessus would have creeped all the way under the window, and so Mikey goes down, leaving it on Moto and Fiku to try and recover this. And it's going to be a tough challenge ahead of them. They might just call it off. They're going to back away. Yeah. Last round of the half coming up next. And they want to make sure they have the AWP in the hands of Moto and this AK for Fiku. So another round for Heroic, up to 8 rounds on the T side. It has been fantastic.
Oh, I feel for them in that, right? You got to save this one, but Mikey, he went for it. The round's living and dying off that play in the 3v3 when you don't have teammates with you to trade. Would love to see someone cross in. It was just the hesitation because the whole map is quiet. OG don't know where Heroic are.
I mean, also Krizen really probably should have got something out of that from the back of the platform. Yeah. Great shot from Tessus, but yeah, you've got.
That's what it's felt like there. All game though. Like OG have played it perfectly. Their positions are not.
But that keeps happening.
And then Nertz just peeks you and kills both players saving.
Oh god, Nertz is just unrelenting today, merciless.
You can play it right, but Heroic are just quicker on the trigger. Damn.
Yeah, you've got to be just so fast to be able to stop that from happening.
And now you attempted a save in a retakeable round-ish, in a 2-on-3, and now you get nothing.
The better idea was certainly to save there, but then when that doesn't work out for you, it just stings.
You can't blame Moto for even holding that angle either. Like no, you have to get the info. You have to at least get one shot off before you back all the way
If you're
out.
an AWPer, you're going to think you're going to win that fight against a rifle peeking you, and then Nurse just, nope. Not happening.
Oh, damn.
Tech issue, unfortunately, heading into the last round of this first half. Hopefully get that one.
Yeah, OG are like, guys, where's our money? I think, is it bugged? We're poor. We're poor. Where is it?
They never had money, really.
No, had a couple of ecos in this half.
No one really been able to push beyond the double-figure mark yet for OG. That's obviously a tough situation.
Mikey the GOAT. I respect it.
Yeah, Mikey's getting some fans in here already. It's fantastic. I'm really surprised how filled out this arena is. It's such a cool environment, isn't it?
The place is crazy. Well, I think 300-ish people in here in the level.
Definitely feels like, yeah. I'm getting hot in here, Hugo. It's
no, that's just me.
I'm not. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm not used to casting next to you. It's a whole new thing.
You got a couple of days.
He's like an old man.
Bit of a master.
That doesn't really do it for me, Hugo. Yeah, we got a DJ in here. We got a bar as well. You know, it's kind of everything you want, isn't it?
Yeah, someone. Yeah.
What? Where are you going? Okay.
No, I'll leave it.
Yeah, maybe for later. After a few drinks at the bar, Raz, Hugo. But just a few moments away from getting back into this action, I would imagine. Possibly have lied to you. But 15-5 start for Nertz. I mean, this if he's able to keep this form up throughout the rest of the series, obviously then into the final, that would be incredible from Nerds, and I think it just helps the case that Heroic should be favorites to win this tournament.
Bro, he wants the payday, and I don't blame him. And it's not just the $500,000 for first place. You have to consider what Yanko was talking about on the desk as well, right? The Valve ranking points stacked, considering you know, you're winning a large amount of prize money on LAN. That's huge going into next year.
And you also want to go into the RMRs with confidence and good form, right? And that was something Yanko was also saying, you know, the fact that you don't want to go in, you know, losing at the Elisa Masters, choking against Na'Vi and Rio, and then having a situation here where you feel like you should be winning this tournament and you go into the RMRs not feeling your best. So, you know, it would be exciting to see Heroic get into that form and kick into gear rounding out the year. Going to be a whole lot of Counter-Strike coming up over the next few months. We're very excited about that. And I think this tournament is a perfect break from the seriousness of it all. You know, it's a nice little appetizer for what is coming up next. Obviously, we're at the pinnacle of Counter-Strike with the majors, the RMRs. But I think there's a great place for this tournament. It feels like we're in like a nice TV studio or something. It's great. It's a more relaxed environment for sure.
It does fit in. I think the players are having fun as well. Takes a hand out the hand
the
slaps.
Heroic players are having fun.
Yeah, OG probably not having as much fun as we speak. Of course, maybe in a sense, happy to be here. They were a fill-in team for the X-Bleed roster, the unpaid roster.
Yeah, screw that name.
Yeah.
Don't say that one.
I'll stick with unpaid. Kassad and the boys.
Yeah.
And obviously that team disbanding, OG getting the slot to play the online side of Thunderpick.
Definitely, I think it's a grueling battle throughout that online period as well. Online Counter-Strike is obviously so difficult.
Yeah.
And then obviously you have a lot of cool storylines coming out of that. We want to see Simple return in the Falcons jersey. Didn't really perform very well in that, did they?
Well, man.
Yeah.
But OG taking down VP twice to even get here is kind of legit. You know, it is VP current form online, but 2 wins over VP, defeating Big in that final playing game as well to even get here. So I guess, if anything, the crowd's on Heroic side today.
Give me some of those recent results for OG. When's the last time we've seen them?
Well, they were playing actually here yesterday, last night, online. They had some trouble, you know, online games, you know.
It's tough.
It's tough.
Especially against Johnny Speeds, you know?
Kind of the GOATs.
Kind of the GOATs. You got Hampus in there now, of course. Obviously, you had a tough time versus 9 as well, but yeah, I mean, it's tough to deal with the fact that you got to stand in at the moment for OG and with Mikey, and he's been performing pretty well, so I think he's going to be happy about it. I think looking for his individual performance, he just wants to show up to this tournament. I was talking to him in the car, you know, just saying, this is a great opportunity for you to warm up going into the RMR, get some confidence. And he was like, yeah, it's great. I mean, his family are super proud of him. You know, he's suddenly going from just playing local tournaments to now traveling to Berlin and going to China. So
I also think it's crazy because the amount of teams from his region who made it to the RMR is impressive, right? We had Unity, obviously, the Czech team, but we also have like Eklot and I feel like one more that I'm just missing.
Well, Rebels come from a V4 region as well.
Sinners and Eklot and Rebels.
Yep.
Polish?
Yeah, they're a Polish squad, but they come from the V4 countries. I mean, that's the tournament we used to have back in the day. We'd have the V4 festival, and we have the countries, you know, Bulgaria, and we had teams from Poland and Czech Republic and Slovakia. They were all playing these tournaments, and I think I was always pleasantly surprised by some of the teams that came out of that region, and you'll see a few of those names that we've seen over the years attending the RMR.
Oscar's so back, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 Czech teams all in the same group at the RMR is a bit of a death run, isn't it?
It's kind of how it goes,
but maybe one will
make
it.
Usually it's how it goes, though. You see all these like Brazilian teams when they go to tournaments, they're always in the same group. Not RMRs, obviously, because it's Americans, but then you're at a tournament, like an international event, it's always the North American teams having to cannibalize each other for a chance to move forward.
Well, if one guarantees a spot, then, you know, if it's Liquid Cold for the final game, you know someone's winning.
You know,
someone's winning.
Yeah, the Americans will have someone at least.
But I will say there's no guarantees in that RMR group. Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all. RMR season, final RMR as well, Hugo. You gonna miss them?
No, I'll be there no matter what. But I will miss them. I will miss them.
But yeah, I think they're intense, but they're maybe a little bit too important. They were all. I felt like
I enjoyed the stories, but I understand why people don't like the idea that the RMR is almost more important than the major because the stickers RMR. But they're always good fun. Seeing the emotions that the players have from qualifying to a major is pretty awesome feeling.
Yeah, you know, if you're gonna set up the champagne and the hotel carpets, that's always great. You know.
Who is that? Any names?
Yeah, there's a few people.
Yeah, I'm sure.
A collection of individuals.
I'm sure that's a long list.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Celebrate away.
No, just tech issue. I don't have information. Do you have information?
I do have information. I think just config issue with the server config. So We're double checking stuff. We got our admins on the scene right now.
Sweet. So hopefully not too long before that. And Nerds, obviously, he seems to be trying to get involved and figure it out as he looks down the line. Maybe he's got the idea. Maybe he's got the solution.
The vibes do feel really good in Heroic, and I'm not just talking about because they're 8-3 up. Just in general, the last few events, these guys seem like they're getting on. Got great form out of the Danes. Nerds putting up a masterclass. Dexter finally back in this team.
Yeah,
a lot of reasons to actually enjoy the Heroic honeymoon.
I can tell you for a fact, though, when I was in Rio, I did the lobby at 8 a.m. on a media day, and that's always a great litmus test to see how everybody's feeling. You know, usually 8 a.m. no one's happy, right?
No.
But Heroic were still happy.
Really?
Great spirits, great vibes, made it very easy. So I was like, yeah, they're in a good mood, and that's very exciting.
We'll take that.
The 8 a.m. test for gamers, that's generally the test.
Yeah.
You're a bit of a late night gamer, though, Hugo.
I've been known to stay up.
Yeah. Well, it's, I feel like the longer you go, well, never mind. The tech is over.
Hold the thought.
We'll maybe bring that back up.
We're
yes,
back
indeed.
in Berlin.
Last round of this half, Hugo.
And no breaks at halftime
No
as well.
halftime breaks.
There's no energy suck. We're going straight into the second after this final round. So let's see what Heroic have got on the T side. They've had an explosive showing so far.
Yeah, not looking great for OG's purchase here in the last round of the half. Not going to lie, we've got a Deagle for Fiku, but he can't be very sharp with that. One premium rifle in the hands of Buzz. Mikey dodging that flashbang. Buzz in front of him. Moto out in behind the car, so a stack towards B earlier from OG.
Something different. Just gambling. And the lurk smoke comes in. It's going to instill a bit of fear for OG. You've seen Tessa's pop through this before, but he's rerouting for now. Heroic establishing mid-control. The scout is no threat right now. That's one nice way to molly close doors. I like that.
That's cool.
Never seen that.
The glass bottle doesn't smash.
No.
Minute left. Short taken by Heroic. Now there's an obvious weakness right now. It's that A-bomb site. You've got Chris in there with an MP9 alone.
Not the gun for the job, you could argue.
No. And then you've got Fiku at range with a Deagle. So
that is a gun.
A looks pretty rough right now, Hugo. Not gonna lie.
Poor OG, they've been losing B most of the half. They gamble it, and now Heroic looking to hit this site, but the block utility will buy a few more seconds. To be honest, 35 when that went down.
Can it make them go back?
They kind of have to go through this and the final end. Maybe they could break it. They have an HE. But it's all the way back at long. This is Heroic's bluff getting called.
Now Chrism moves closer towards short.
This is going to go so wrong.
Oh, this could go.
They're doubting it. Look at the bomb. It's like being thrown around. Guys, there's 15 seconds. There's 15 seconds, Heroic.
Someone look at the time.
Look at the time.
Oh my God, they're dropping down. Chrism dies to kickstand.
Into
now
the stack.
they're going into the B-bomb site.
7,
There's 3 players
6,
in here. There's
5,
not enough time. They have
4,
to start planting now.
3.
And
They got it.
No, do they?
They got it.
Do they? No. No, they don't. They ran out of time. Seconds gone, and that was one hell of an exciting finish in the first half. They missed out on the time.
You'll take the round, OG. You'll take that round. You don't know how you won it, but you did. Just a few seconds.
It was the genius stack at the B-bomb.
Yeah, of course, of course. Nuts threw the bomb back to Xbox like blood. You've got to plant it. I know you want the kills, but someone's got to go. That's, yeah.
I mean,
I really thought they had that, man.
No, they went to 3. It went to 3 seconds. Just they started planning. Look,
Yeah,
this is
see
it.
now,
The last
see
lead.
now.
Yeah.
My mistake.
Unfortunate.
Damn, look at that scoreboard though. Halftime count for Nerds is 18-5. I think we should remove those 3 kills from that round because they're non-impact, right?
Yeah, that's true. I agree. I think
15-5.
How brutal it was to finish that half. Yeah, I think so.
We're back in, folks. Like we said, no breaks on this train here at Thunderpick. And it's Heroic who are 8-4.
I gotta see just an elevation in firepower from OG's T side coming into the second half, right? You need to start seeing Moto get involved a little bit more here. Cruisin had a tough half too. But everyone just needs to step up if there's going to be an opportunity to get back into this. Needs to say a pistol round. Yeah, it's going to push Heroic closer and closer to a dominant victory on the opening map of this best of 3. Fiku charging out mid. He's got the molly in behind him. He's the utility carrier, clearing out the lower tunnel, allowing his teammates to feel comfortable. But that long push from Shush has worked. Oh my God, he got a second.
Why would he do that?
Oh,
That's
wow.
Absolutely maddening from Shush, rushing long and doubling up.
If you're Mikey, you're just like, why?
I'd be mad. And now Shush, he's right behind enemy lines. They try and move forward instead, but that bomb could still be cut down by Shush in the back. 3rd headshot coming in from the Dane, trying to finish the job. Buzz will stop him in his tracks. And we have a round, maybe.
What a ridiculous round from Shush. That is just so wild. He pushes out a long, he gets at 3K, and has thrown a little bit of a curveball for the OG players to deal with. Well, they're going to take their time because they have plenty of it. We're still at 55 seconds left in this round. Bomb in their possession. Going to leave the defensive Heroic guessing. And they go to the B-bomb site. That is the more favorable site now for this OG attack. There's only one defender here for Heroic. It's TheMongolZ, a sharp pistol player. No util here for either of the OG players. That's a good angle as well.
Yeah,
here you go.
just grabbing one if they contact as well. Oh, but the jump is big. He's going to put the smoke down, just try and buy as much time as he can inside of it as his team come in. Buzz picks another player out. No way they're turning this round on its head. 3 kills from Buzz. The bomb getting stuck, and now Nerds has got to do what he does best.
Well, these kills will certainly count as he comes through the double doors. Buzz on the right side. Oh, 2 players, 2 targets, and too much for Nerds to handle.
Sick round, considering how it starts. Shush swinging through long, getting 3 kills, and they still recover it in the B side.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, it did look like TheMongolZ was going to get one, hide behind the box, but you know, when he misses that first shot, he's just trying to delay long enough for his teammates to come back in, but really solid work to get back into that. All right, that's the first step. There's a long road back into this, but it all starts with the first step, Hugo. Another tech issue here, unfortunately.
Cheeky little 2v4 to get OG back in this game, I think. T-side, whether these young, inexperienced players hopefully get to flex a little bit more, make their own moves, play spawns.
Yeah, that's the unique thing about Dust too, isn't it? You're still playing spawns.
Yeah, I was never a big fan. I actually like the Valve.
The set spawns?
The set spawns. I actually enjoy that. I think it's, you know, less randomness. I think is a good thing.
Yeah, I think it is kind of inconsistent to have, you know, Dust 2 as
because I feel like
with random spawns.
You'll have a whole game where it's like, bro, I'm just waiting for a long spawn, and then the round you like need the B spawn because you're on anti, you get the long spawn or whatever, vice versa. Really, it's always just the wrong round. You have the long spawn.
Yeah. As the set smokes become difficult too. Not that you're going to use too many of them on Dust 2.
We've seen a couple of instances for mid doors and for long corner. I think the long corner one makes a lot of sense. Don't see the Xbox smoke anymore though. That's dead now.
Yeah.
And for the best, because it kind of covers into lower.
Dead now, of course.
It even lets a CT swing through doors and go lower if you throw a bad Xbox smoke. So that's why we see the
announcement
mid-door
to everyone
smoke.
at home: start throwing the Xbox smoke. Is what you're saying, Hugo?
Yeah, please stop. It's not good anymore, guys. Smokes are different now. Get them in the doors.
Yeah, stop using your CSGO lineups.
True. Different game.
Yeah, that was interesting. I actually listened to an interview with Zonic, who was talking about when Simple came in. He's still very vocal, loves to give a lot of ideas. In this specific tournament earlier on in the online stage, he was sitting in practice and he would say, you know, we used to do these smokes in Na'Vi, etc., trying to have some impact. And Zonic would say, yeah, we used to do that in Vitality, but we know it doesn't work anymore because the way CS2 has just changed how the utility meta is in play.
Do you know what maps he was talking about?
I think Anubis was one of them. Okay. One of the maps that was mentioned there, but it was interesting to hear that conversation going down and just saying, yeah, those are phased out completely. We don't do that anymore. So a little bit of catch-up needed to get them on the same page.
Get the reps.
Not the only game we have today, though, Hugo, is it? We've got more Counter-Strike action coming our way.
Oh, it's going to be a banger, right? We have 3D Max v TheMongolZ, which is turning into quite the head-to-head. We've had that a few times come through in the last few months.
He's got a lot of beers. I like that. That's some skills carrying.
Sharing them or all for him? That's a question.
I would respect if it was all for him. I'll tell you. Double fist in, 2 in one hand. Yeah. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Bring us a couple while you're at it.
And just throw them over here.
But MongolZ 3D Max is definitely exciting for just the reasons I said, right? This constant head-to-head we've had from between these teams. We've had them in grand finals together. We had, you know, a grudge match. The 3D Max won at EPL. The MongolZ, you know, in the same tournament, won, eliminated them. So there's some history there.
It's an unexpected rivalry.
Yeah, true. The Mongolians.
It's an organic rivalry. You know, we try and manufacture some rivalries, storylines, history of players, but this is one that no one's seen coming, no one asked for, but we just got it.
And funnily enough, 3D Max are winning it right now.
Yeah, and that is not expected, really.
No, but like we mentioned earlier when we talked about Mongols, this is a team that's actually choked a few kind of important games. They've actually put up some fantastic results, beat some seriously good teams, destroyed Spirit earlier in Cologne, and still, when it gets to that final spot for playoffs, I feel like they just choke it.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams like that. I think Pain Gaming fall into that same category, for example. But for 3D Max, they had their greatest opportunity this year after their win at Sky Esports Masters in India. They got a last-minute invite to come to IEM Cologne, and they just weren't prepared. They had some time off after their event win, and they just didn't come into that event prepared. And we didn't get to see the 3D Max we were expecting to see at that event. Now, they did start to pick up the results as the season went on. And I imagine as we round things out, there could be a deadly team to just consider going into next year as well. So I'm excited about that. I think it's a cool team.
The rise of French CS once again, definitely some names to look out for there, and a clean run through the groups online here at Thunderpick, even beating Simple in his debut back to CS2.
Sure. Yeah, that's something.
Beating Falcons.
Everyone does it. Yeah, I also beat OG. So, you know, who are we expecting to get into the final? I actually think 3D Max is going to beat Mongols.
I think there's a really good chance for 3D Max to win.
I think it's going to be a 3D Max heroic final.
Really?
That's what I'm feeling that looking at the team.
You're not rating the Mongols right now. You don't think they want to get the big bucks?
Of course they do. I just don't think they will.
Okay.
I think even at Elisa, you know, you have high
up.
expectations from them coming into that tournament, and they didn't live up to it. You know, I think there's been a lot of moments for the Mongol. Even in Sky Sports Masters, they should have beat 3D Max in that final. They come in better form.
They got owned.
They had a lot more Tier 1 experience recently. Like, this is a team that definitely should have won the championship there. Got their second title of 2024. I think Mongols just have a problem sometimes when it comes to taking the next step.
Yeah. I want to see that veto is going to be different as well, because the 3 series they've played, Ancient Anubis, Ancient Anubis, Ancient Anubis.
Yeah, and I mean, the point that you brought up about 3D Max making it to the next level and choking some games, Mongols certainly fall into that category. I remember back to Cologne, they had a chance to make it, to get past Saw in one of the qualifying games into the Lanxess Arena, and they messed up. They messed up big time and choked it away despite having opportunities. So that is the reason why I don't think Mongols are going to be able to do it here.
I like it. You have backed it up. I'll allow it. We'll have to see that later. That'll be coming up. Fixed schedule in a few hours' time. First, we've got to see if Heroic can finish off their map pick. That's where we are right now. Dust 2 after OG win the pistol, putting us 8-5. OG with the shots, and hopefully we're getting back in soon.
Yeah, been to this venue at Level Global a couple of times, Hugo, over the years. It's always been a sick, consistently good venue to come to for multiple different things. I've casted games like Trackmania and the exact seat I'm sitting in right now.
Trackmania.
That's why I didn't even ask you, you know, which seat do you want to sit in, because this is my seat. This is my seat, all right?
Oh, that's cute.
You know, I'm very happy to finally come here and cast Counter-Strike, because this is the game. This is the one.
I've heard that.
Yeah, and I'm glad we've got a big event here. It's great. You should also try a cheeseburger upstairs. They're pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah, I would recommend it.
All right. What do you like from the bar?
Water, you know, healthy, Hugo, and, you know, a few other things.
I've heard of it.
All right, Nerds, a general indicator about how close we are to getting into the game is just by looking at Nerds, isn't it? It's like, is he just lounging back on the chair with no headset on? Well, we're probably not going to start the game anytime soon.
I'm guessing the dome is soundproof. I'm going to presume it is.
You would, yes.
Just full chill in.
Yeah. Maybe we can do some recent news, Hugo. We'll check
recent news.
Yeah, let's see what's going on in the world of Counter-Strike. It's always fun. What's your favorite story we've had recently? Is there anything
Simple
interesting?
To Falcons.
That's your favorite. That's tickling your
fancy. Pretty good story. I mean, it was my favorite until they played their games.
I think. What did you make of it though? I think Simple didn't perform terribly. There was like signs of life.
No, it showed that I think there's still. It's still Simple, man. The question is like. To me, the question is, does he want to be the best? And if he does, I think he could be up there. But obviously he needs more reps. Like, this is a very different game, so definitely needs the reps. But it showed, we saw signs of life from him. We saw rounds from him. It felt like watching Simple in like old Na'Vi, right? When, you know, it's just Simple v the world.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a future for Counter-Strike going in next year. Everything's going to change, and I think that's exciting because I think we can kind of hypothesize and try and predict what is going to happen next year. We don't actually know, and that's really cool. We're going to see some stories that maybe we don't know about, and some players, some new players. You know, we've just seen Mikey today, for example. Who's the next Mikey? He's already the GOAT according to the crowd. So I'm like,
he's the GOAT. We mentioned him. 9 lands registered for Mikey, and most of them first place or second place, all in Prague,
It was ready. It was ready. He was ready to take the next step, is what you're telling me, Hugo.
Yeah, I think there's a reason OG grabbed him for as a stand-in for a few games, and for this LAN as well. And I guess this is kind of his trial, right? Like, even though he's in a regional team, if he does well here, if they made a run, or OG rather, might consider buying him, and boom, onto bigger and arguably better things. But right now, Heroic making a compelling case.
Only 9 days until the Asia RMR starts, so that's exciting. I think TheMongolZ, obviously, they've got to fly back pretty quickly to get ready for that. But we maybe talked about them potential favorites for this event. Some people would say that, but certainly they will be favorites of that Asian RMR. And they're going to be focused up on getting through that. I mean, this is a team that set a goal last major to try and get another spot for Asia. They went out there and they got the job done. So I think it's an exciting squad there going into 9 days away, getting into the major circuit.
What kind of shocked me was some of the teams actually didn't make it even to this LAN, right? Because, yeah, sure, you have Falcons, which was interesting, but didn't have the track record to prove they could make it. But even Cloud9, this new Cloud9 roster that fell a bit short, Fnatic, who made it to the play-in matches and got defeated by Heroic with 2 close games. I think there were some disappointing results. I think Cloud9 especially, I would have liked to see them here. Thought that team would be more than the sum of their parts.
We never really get to see Cloud9, do we? Like, big organization, obviously, very familiar with some of the players in the squad, and don't get to see them all that often.
Especially with how good their qualifier run was to Thunderpick World Championship groups.
Yeah, there'd be some decent teams in there. Gamer Legion, Bet Boom. There was a couple of squads in there that they were able to beat heading into it. I think NIP is a team that's just...
Yeah.
I don't know where they are, Hugo. That's a problem. They didn't even make it to like the playoff stage of the Elisa Masters, or didn't go too far here either with their chances at Thunderpick. So
it's only been signs of life, but no actual life, right? Like we think there's life
like
there.
Slightly it's like planets.
This planet might have bacteria on it, and we get there, it's like no, actually it's just
Blair needs to see the Imperial evidence. You know, he needs the
empirical evidence.
Empirical evidence, yes. The Imperials.
The evidence of Imperial was defeated by Mongols actually in the play-in.
Yeah, he wants to see that right in front of him. So maybe we can get that.
Something's happening.
Well, headsets are still coming on and off, so. I'd say around 2 minutes. That's my
That's
estimate.
a guess based on nothing?
It's not. It's not.
Oh,
it's not a guess.
You didn't make it up.
I did not make it up.
Okay, folks,
I wouldn't do that.
Should be getting back in just a moment.
Yeah, I'll give you that little insight that I've got.
Yes,
voices in my head.
Voices in your head.
And sometimes you got to listen to the voices in your head. Sometimes you shouldn't. Sometimes you should.
Sometimes, yeah. You make that at your own discretion, depending on what they're saying.
This is not advice. This
is not medical advice.
I am not an advisor of any way, shape, or form.
Well, quick recap, folks. We got Dust 2, we got Ancient, possibly in this series. We even have a third map, and that will be Anubis.
Do you think we need that?
Let's see how this goes. Let's see if the OG can convert, because last we saw Heroic 8-4 on the T side of Dust 2. OG won a pistol. Let's see if they can make this map interesting, or if Heroic will just sweep it under the fridge.
Under the fridge?
Yeah, just get rid of it.
Not
like
under the rug.
Ice, no, under the fridge.
Straight under the fridge.
If ice falls out of your ice tray, just kick it under the fridge, and it will melt. It won't be your problem.
Ice is fine, sure, but anything else, anything more smelly, anything that decomposes, you don't want to put that under your fridge. I'll tell you that, Hugo.
Okay, don't hide the bodies under the fridge. That's the advisor speaking.
That you brought that up.
I don't know. Maybe they'll stay pretty cold back there.
Yeah, true. Actually, there's a couple of stories of stuff, horror stories like that. You know.
I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah. Don't want to get stuck behind a fridge. I'll tell you that. An empty chair, unfortunately. You know, you never like to see an empty chair.
You want to go fill in?
I'd love to. But I feel like you're in better form, and you'd be fine there, Hugo. I'll send you in.
I've been playing a lot of CS. Pretty fun game. It's
pretty fun game, yeah.
People are dooming.
One of your favorites, would you say?
I would say my favorite. People are dooming on CS2 pretty hard right now, but I actually think it's getting better very quickly. And
what's your favorite thing that's improved so far? What do you think we're taking strides
I just like that Valve. Firstly, I think obviously just the hit reg and the way this game feels. The bullets connecting. It's not as good as Go yet, but I think it's getting there. And if you compare 6 months ago to now, I think it's very clearly a better game. Also, I think Valve this week have patched a lot of small things the last couple of weeks. A lot of small things. Also in that Armory update, they had some good changes. Obviously, the biggest issue right now is performance. That certainly feels like a problem on lower-end spec PCs, but I think a lot of the bugs are getting fixed. I think the feel of the game, right, the eye test, if you call it that, of you know, hit reg.
We've also got charms now, Hugo. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah, okay, I'm not going to talk about that.
How many charms have you got,
I
Hugo?
have 0 charms. I'm a charmless gamer. I'm not charmed at the idea of charms, but hey, if Valve want to print more money, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative.
Yeah, that's true. Well, looks like everybody's back in the dome. And that's what we like to see. Looking to round out Dust 2. Opening map here of the Thunderpick World Championships. The 2024 finals here live from Berlin. We're just a few moments from getting back into the action. I mean, Dust 2 it's been a pretty decent map so far. Obviously, more so for Heroic. I think OG have had a few moments, and they've just won a pistol round that we were hoping would sort of spark some life back into them. But I would say an extended tech issue like this slows that down, right? It maybe takes this thing out of the game. Oh, we're right back into it.
We're back, Berlin.
Finally, here we go. Scout for Dexter and Fort for Nerds, 5-7s for the rest of Heroic. They have decided to go for a force buy after losing this pistol round, and this is a pretty deadly force buy, Hugo.
Dude, getting Nerds on an M4 in round 2. Suddenly my eyes are attuned to Heroic. Let's see what they can do. Gamble on the long side. OG getting some util in. The nade stack comes through and Moto backs out. You've got to rotate pretty quick if you're Heroic. You can't just sit here for long right now. You just revealed your trump card. You've shown the nade stack. Got to rotate round. And they'll meet OG in the middle.
Crimson, he's got short control already. Hasn't rounded the corner just yet. Shoosh and kicks at. Had a setup in mind, but that has been ruined by utility. They must disrupt that and change the setup that they had in mind. But Nerds around the side of the doors. When does he decide to activate? When does he become an important piece here for Heroic?
Looks like he'll just have to be playing flank and going in on that retake. Means we need to see some kills from Heroic in the site. Nerds is already playing though. He started to move in on this backline. OG climbing up short, that's a bomb, but he reveals his position with no kill for it. Bomb gets passed over. Good move from Crimson, but he still falls.
Yeah, Tessus ready to go. 5-7.
Oh, no.
Oh, what? 5-7 comes in on the double, and now Nerds around the backside. It falls apart in the blink of an eye. And the eyes of OG shut as Heroic bounce back with a force buy win.
What a recovery. I mean, they knew it was coming in. The map was too quiet, but Nerds doesn't even get the kill immediately, and still it doesn't matter because Tessus lines up 2 headshots with the 5-7. That gun is potent. Wow. That's one way to rob a round and maybe the game with it. OG down to no loss bonus. And Heroic just 4 rounds away from taking their pick here. Ooh,
that's sick.
Dex is on it, Nerds is on it, 20-6 on the latter.
Well, Deagles and a Tech 9.
He's earned the ecos, I say.
He has, certainly has. Nerds through mid, gets one on Mikey. Dexter's turn. Push up through short. Worried about lower tunnels. Doesn't want to overextend and lose his life, so he'll just drop back after that. And Heroic readjusting, so they're going to leave the side of things and go back over towards B at the moment. Currently only 1 player there right now for Heroic. It is Shush over on B.
But Nerds is moving in at just the right time. That's a great shot. Nerds has got to do it alone. And I think he's good for the job. 3 kills in the round. Nerds looking to ace it. 4 drop. Bomb gone. Nerds has taken every single one. They're just feeding him through the smoke.
He's unplayable. He is completely unplayable today. That is his 25th kill. He is just looking like an animal in the server. And he's had some 6 shots in the first half, pivotal rounds being won by him, and now the second half underway as well. And Nerds, you just seen them all coming out of the tunnels. You've had a feeling he was just going to line up everyone.
Every single one.
25-6. No wonder he looks so relaxed in there.
Yeah, dude, he's chilling.
Now they're on Glocks. He's sending them back to the Stone Age.
We don't lose to Glocks. Not around here.
You said it, you earned those kills.
Oh, yeah.
He definitely earned them.
He really earned them. All alone. Get a bomb plant there, get a couple of guns. That B site can be difficult to break back in. OG just have to wait this smoke in upper and hope for the best. And Heroic just, again, taking control of the map. They've got long, they've got mid. They're even peering lower. If anything, I'd send a second player towards B, because Shush knows that they are just grouped in the tunnel right now. So in comes Nerds, hungry for more.
Yeah, you gotta feel like you want to do something with these Glocks, but you know it's gonna be an almost impossible task to get anything out of this. So just biding their time. And eventually gonna go into short where Dexter's gonna load up the AK.
Oh, timing.
Oh yeah, could get a little bit awkward, but he has utility. It drops off, and they're gonna have to run through the fire, taking some damage as they glow. Okay, here we go. The Glocks get one. A second kill coming in from Modo.
Careful.
And now they're looking for a bomb plant. So that's a huge result coming out for Heroic.
Close.
Close to denying, but not to be. And that's not bad. You get, sorry, rather OG. They get a bomb plant and a couple of kills on Glocks, Hugo. That really isn't an expected result.
Yeah, decent round, but it's not going to make the difference. They have to prove it with the gun rounds now.
Yeah.
It's going to give them the opportunity, nothing more. And right now, Heroic are the ones seizing every single chance. 11-5. So here we go.
Dexter gets on the AWP here second half as well. See how this CT comes into play. Modo's sort of only chance remaining inside of this game to get involved with the AWP on Dust 2.
Hasn't felt like any impact has come from the OG AWP in this game so far. They haven't had it a lot of times, but the couple of
even when they did it,
no picks, no openers. Now's a chance on the T side to try and find a 5v4. OG need it desperately. And they are just camping out right now, pitching a tent. Lots of util being thrown in long by Heroic. They're playing close.
Well, Tesses at the ready. He looks to mow them down as they go right into it. Tesses topples two. He's got a chance for more damage, but sticks around, and his greed will cost him his life as Kristen's able to line them up. Now Dexter waiting. Missed shot, and he was so committed into the open. Dude, he hits the hard one earlier today, and he should have got that one.
That looked dead on, but just a micro over adjustment. Yeah. Break on the smoke is perfect. Modo, now's the time. Gets that kill on Kixon. There's a big flank. It's too far away. It's all up to Nerds.
Oh, well, Nerds goes out again. Another kill. He'll fall back into the safety of the smoke. He's worried about short, but both the remaining players are coming in from long side. And Nerds, he's burning. He's still so worried about short, but eventually forced into the open, and Modo will take him out, leaving Shush in a 1v2. Now Modo's got the read. Modo's got the angle, and finally, Modo has impact.
Yeah, we just said, right, has done nothing this game, but he just wins in that round. 3 kills on the AWP. A huge pick onto Nerds as well, who chooses to back up. But I feel like if Nerds re-aggresses, he's making a smart play. I think if he just goes for it, he probably gets more kills there.
He definitely gets the info the last 2 players in that position.
True. That molly ended his whole round. They call the tick, and Modo holds over the smoke. So, OG, a must-win round. They all are at this point.
If they want to win in regulation, gotta win every round left.
Ooh,
a little bit of the head.
Yeah. Oh, no, he fell.
Oh, God, no. But Mikey's got the info at least, but not really in a position to fight for it in the end.
Pet peeve from me, if you're at the bottom of a boost and you're not covering something like that, you should be looking up, you should be walking with your teammate. Viku should be trying to assist him so Modo can swing, so he can go look for that kill. There's nothing else to hold in that position.
Yeah, mechanical fumble. Could have got the opening kill there for OG.
Bit of a gap in the smoke is scary, but no orb bearing down upon it. Dexter's peeling back into the site.
Giving a lot of space over to OG here with this heroic setup. And re-smoke out mid doors, but that's from over towards A, so smoke's going in now. Over towards the B ramp on the side of OG. CT smoke coming in as well for the cross. The bomb stays focused on short with 40 seconds left, but look at this play from TeSeS. Round long, flanking around the backside. They read it. Viku gets back to it, and now the problem starts to arise for Heroic. They've lost a member. Time's ticking. 30 seconds left.
As he just walks through the mid to B smoke and shoots kicks in the back of the head. OG pick up the pace. Only Dexter from the long side. They chase him down. Cover for one, but Buzz gets the trade, putting OG in the advantage as the bomb gets planted.
And Shush and Nerds want nothing to do with this. They have no money left, so safe call immediately called, and they're going to back off to safety. OG with another round victory. Thank goodness Viku looked around the back for that flanking long. That could have been the first problem.
Yeah, just running, right? He got out long doors. You feel like once you're out long doors on that push for TeSeS, there's no one holding you because they'd be back in T-spawn. They'd be, they'd have an off angle. You'd be dead. So he just wants to run to flank the cat play. We've seen Heroic hit some nice timings on flanks on the CT side already, but Viku aware. And OG right there with another round. 2 in a row on the T side, trying to build into this matchup.
Already better, it feels like, here in the second half. They never had Heroic's money on the ropes in the first half at any point, just because of how strong the start of the first half was from Heroic. It was always a problem for OG, trying to finally get an easier round in front of them, trying to force them down some weaker weapons. They at least have that opportunity here in the second half. Heroic's resources are thin. In fact, it is USPs on 2 players, a P250 here for Dexter, 2 rifles saved over for the Heroic members, so gotta see something magical from Nerds and Shush, and that is certainly a magical start as Nerds charges up short. He's at top mid already. He's got the opening. And Moto, this could be so dangerous.
Oh, wait, whoa, USPs, P250s, everything just destroys OG in the blink of an eye. A 5-on-4 to a 5-on-0.
Where the hell did that come from, Hugo? Like, that just happened out of nowhere.
OG even threw the molly on short to stop that. Nerds ran through the Molotov to push top mid. He took 50 damage.
That's got to be Dust 2 now. That was their chance.
Yeah.
You can't get melted like that by P250, 2 SPs, and 2 rifles.
Think about how methodical Heroic were in taking that lower control right in the first half. They used 2 flashes almost every time they got punished. The one time they didn't do it by the Orb. That round, OG just hit, oh, they're top mid. I need to help my team. They run through lower. They get caught by close pistols. And Heroic 12-7 now, winning an eco at this point in the game when it felt like OG were just waking up, back to bed.
Yeah, knocked out. Galil's on 2, Tech 9 here for Crizin. The 2 AK-47s in the hands of Mikey and Buzz to try and rally OG back into this, but it does feel like their opportunity ended in the last.
Desperate long pop. There's no molly in though. TeSeS gets a spot with a jump. That's nice. Able to actually slow him down. Buys him a few seconds, but he can't escape with the flashes in his face. Nerds has done it again.
And Nerds pushing up through top middle. That's a little peer around the back, but OG have already got out long. They've already got all this space they want to work with, and they have one option. It's commit into this A-bomb site with a cross smoke. Kicksan's going to try and disrupt it. Utility coming in.
No way.
And he doesn't go through that smoke. I was thinking for a second, it looked like he's about to, but decides not to yet. They're going to use utility instead. Shush is going to climb up on the stack. Flash being sent into the sky. Trying to catch Mikey blinded, but Mikey spots the head of Shush, not given the opportunity to take him out. And finally that bomb plant coming in, but the fire heating things up, and Crizin just about gets away. And here comes Shush around the bottom of the ramp. It's Viku to fall, second chance, can't stop Buzz. And Kicksan's still waiting at the elevator. He needs to elevate his team back into this round if they want to close it out here and now, and he can't do it. Too many angles, too many targets, and OG not dead yet.
Buzz with another phenomenal round. He's put up some very important trade kills in this game so far. Saved a couple of rounds in that first half as well for OG's small collection, and covers massively there from the long side. That was a bit of a frantic round for Heroic, just trying to throw everything and the kitchen sink right at OG on that bomb plant.
I can't believe Dexter actually gets a kill on that play. Runs to the edge of the smoke, gets one, obviously getting traded, but
Heroic are feeling like they can get away with a lot right now. And maybe that's overconfidence. We'll see if it comes back to punish.
At least they aren't reset back down to a low buy, right?
Yeah,
because they won with so.
eco.
Yeah, exactly. So they have a buy again. Still an opportunity to close it out now.
OG using their timeouts, chatting to Lambert. That's their final one expired. And they realize, yeah, okay, we may have lost against the Eco, we may have thrown away an important round, but we've still been given an opportunity to fight for overtime. 4 rounds the difference. On the T side of Dust 2, there are worse places to be. So catch your breath. This game does not have to be over yet.
Well, Heroic could force the finish. 3 players starting long here for Heroic CT side. Drops to 2 after that. Supporting utility is finished with. We'll see Dexter go back and occupy himself at short. No one from Heroic looking to offer up the AWPer. An opening fight in mid. It does give space to OG.
It'll be Heroic's AWP that will strike first in this round.
Or at least have the chance to.
Oh, Molly.
Yeah, Molly will force Dexter to reposition further back onto the A ramp. Nert's now drifting out to try and address a possible push through that mid-smoke. He just wants to clear that cubby, make sure no one's in there. We've seen Nert's making use of that play in the first half. He just makes sure they're not making use of it at all. And he takes the head off. Buzz, oh, close to the second kill. Needs to get away himself. And good damage.
Prison won't chase that, far too low to do so, but the smoke comes out, he's walking right through, kicks and turns, back in time. That's an awkward move. It's left OG down in the dumps, 3 on 5 with 30 seconds on the clock. Oh. This might be the end of Dust 2.
Yeah, it looks like it. Another shot landed from Dexter, not enough to bring him down. So Tessis finishes off the job. Now it's Moto and Fiku as Heroic look to force the finish here on Dust 2. It has been so much firepower on display from Heroic. A fantastic opening map here on Dust 2. Their Dust 2 is looking solid. You can see why they want to pick it.
Yeah, almost taking down Na'Vi as well back in Rio, and now just absolutely shredding OG, especially in that first half. Nerds with a monster game, man. 30 and 8 on Nerds. Absolutely insane performance as an individual. And we had, you know, plenty of players to follow up for Heroic there. So they got to be feeling good, taking their map pick. Watch out, folks. Denson's going to slap you if you offer your hand.
It is kind of crazy, you know. It's a very brave crowd we've got here putting their hands up for a Dexter slap. And obviously great reasons to have a few slaps going on inside of that camp at the moment. OG, not a performance they would have been too happy about. We have more to talk about, though, and that's going to be done on the desk.
Go. You want a desk segment? Well, we'll give you one. We'll give you one right now. What did take a little bit of a time. Yeah, sorry, that was a little aggressive. We didn't have to do that.
Dexter
it's all
impression.
the Dexter. Yeah, it really is. I'm just trying to channel that just a little bit, or Nertz for that matter.
Yeah.
In that map, Nertz is all over the place, and for OG, a little bit of a continuation of what we kind of expected, albeit it did take a while to get to that final result.
Yeah, look, that first half was, in all honesty, Heroic just playing brilliant T-side, right? The first 5 rounds, sorry, the first 4 rounds, I think OG had 5 kills, allowing Heroic to build up a pretty substantial economy right there. And even a couple of rounds that OG were able to win, where some Heroics from Mikey, that final round of the first half comes to mind, where Heroic forgot the clock right there. But I just love the aggression they were showing towards mid, right towards B tunnels area, the lurk smoke and whatnot. Early on, every single round in the T-side from Heroic, burning the utility from the side of OG. So when it comes to the final few seconds of the round, OG just scrambling, you know, trying to go for a gamble stack, just trying to go for a retake before, you know, panic play, so to speak, from the side of OG. So Heroic, in all honesty, they won that map in the first half itself.
You can also tell that Heroic played with a ton of confidence.
Oh, yeah.
Overconfident at times.
A little bit at the end.
I think it's safe to say as well, but, you know, they really felt like they were a big favorite and they played like it, and that's unfortunately the worst case scenario for a team like OG, when the opponent is playing the disrespectful Counter-Strike, over-peaking you, all of that stuff. If you're not able to punish it, you don't even get to play your own game.
For sure. Which is not fun. Well, if you're not getting to play your own game. If you're always finding yourself to become reactive rather than proactive and try to take the game in your own hands, I don't know. I mean, tell me.
There was a round in the first half where OG, like, all right, we got to be aggressive in your faces, right? They run on in, but here's the thing. They went for the aggression. There was no real plan. There was no backup plan behind that, and Heroic handled it so easily. So it's not just about aggression. It's about thought-out, controlled, pre-planned aggression, which OG didn't have, honestly.
Yeah, which OG didn't have. Yanko, you going to do some doodling for us?
Yeah, I thought this was a way for OG to get back into the game. You mentioned the 4-0 start for Heroic, right? OG wins the round. We go into round number 6, where, you know, obviously those reset rounds are the most crucial ones. MR12, they matter a lot. So you can see here in the situation, right, 1 minute left. on the clock. Nerds is out mid. You look on the radar, right? It's a little bit of a strange positioning from the side of the OG players. There's no one at long, and two players are actually going down mid. So I'm not sure if this is them having some sort of a mid-round play against Heroic, really, or they just like to gamble a little bit. Let's play out the round, see what happens here for a little bit. As Nerds goes out, doesn't see anyone, but the key player is actually going to be towards that long area. I believe it is Shush. He's going to catch Modo here, who's off the angle, right? So what happens now? Shush, he starts applying some pressure towards long, but these two CT-sided players are actually going to go for the B gamble. Also, you can look towards where the C4 is for Heroic, and the rest of their players are towards B. Now, you look at the time in this round, still 44 seconds. This is a little bit lazy for Heroic here. This is some of that overconfidence where you've killed the op, you killed the guy on long. You know, why would you go B at this moment and go immediately? But that's what's going to be the call from Heroic. They're going to continue with that B pressure. You can see Fiku and Mikey already going to it. Now you've seen two more players, and the second B player is still alive. So this is where just fast retake running in from the side of OG. It doesn't really make too much sense. Why are they all here? But they are, and you ran right into their trap.
And also the fact that they know Shush is there as a contingency, right? He's got long control, he has top mid control. You have an escape route available if you want towards short. So yeah, these small little overconfidence moments coming out from Heroic cost him a few rounds, I think made this game a little bit closer than it should have been, because otherwise I think they played a great game overall.
The problem is the OG guys in the rounds that they lost, even the ecos, they couldn't find any kills. So even after losing 2 gun rounds in a row for Heroic, they still have plenty of money to buy, so they would win the following round. So OG wasn't really able to get a couple of easy rounds in there, a couple of anti-ecos, and you know, we talk about MR12 and pistol rounds and all of that. Sure, they win the second one, but they get reset immediately. So OG, without a good start, they're not going to be able to beat Heroic.
And it's also a little worrying as well, because you saw that kill, which I think was Shush getting the kill on the Moto there. We saw earlier as well Fiku getting caught with his pants down on the long position. This is a map they play. We don't want that to happen again and again.
Keep your pants up.
Anyone getting caught with their pants down, in fact. But I think there's so many sloppy moments there from OG where they're relinquishing some part of the map, and when they want to go for that, regain that control back, there's no utility. You're not working together in tandem with your teammates. It's just solo plays coming in.
And I mean, Nerds.
Everywhere.
Trace.
Couldn't do wrong. Couldn't do wrong.
He came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum.
He was out of
and
gum,
he's out of gum.
And he's all out of gum.
All out of bubblegum. Speaking of which, for Nerds, you better hope that's not the case. I mean,
and also these are, sorry, but here as well, right? This is a man advantage situation. You need to be able to get that trade. So a lot, we see a couple of these key rounds where OG just missing just a little bit, really, to be able to gain some momentum.
And I'm hoping we get to see the highlight from Krizen coming through the window earlier on their CT side during a retake. He stood in that
just burning alive
Molotov.
his own Molotov. Yeah,
burnt up.
That was, again, panic plays coming out from them, and a couple of retakes they did on the B bomb side from OG. It's just all in. They're like, all right, guys, we're just going in. We're just going in dry. We did catch Heroic off guard a couple of times, but that's the only trick you have in your playbook. Then it's not sustainable. It's not going to win you a map.
You said the words I was looking for there, going in dry.
Yeah.
Now, we did just come off Dust 2. It's very dry on Dust 2.
Yes, indeed.
But it is the opposite here. We go to the next map of the series, a pick of OG on Ancient. And judging by what we've got already,
from the desert into the jungle.
Yeah, we're definitely going to the jungle. And in the jungle, are they going to be able to find their way out?
The mighty jungle.
Yeah, the lion sleeps tonight.
Who's
Just
the lion
kidding.
here?
Get the camera off me, please. Let's talk about Ancient. Let's talk about what they've got a show here on the map pick of their pick.
Map pick of their
Sorry,
pick.
there's a something speaking.
All right, look. What the last game I saw, I remember watching from OG playing on Ancient was that big game, right? The match which netted them a spot here in Berlin. They dismantled Big, completely just obliterated them. But again, it is Big, right? Sometimes they're good, sometimes maybe not so good. But that being said, I think it's their best map, in all honesty. And I think it's going to be a real test because, again, as we mentioned earlier on in the pregame segment, they're Heroic are very comfortable on this map as well.
I think for OG, there's definitely going to be a lot to talk about outside for Lambert, the coach, right? I'm sure we saw on the server some of the moves and the retakes and the plays. I can imagine the comms were quite hectic as well and chaotic. So that sort of has to happen for OG with this iteration of the lineup, in their first map online, especially going up against Heroic. And now probably going to be like, okay, guys, it's over now, right? Can we try at least this map? Doesn't matter whether we win or lose, but can we
play our game?
Yes, play our game in the sense of have the poise, have the calmness, have some more patience, and show the world what we can do on Ancient.
Yeah, because it's like you said, it's over now. Well, it will be over soon, perhaps. Well, we'll find out.
Well, not really. Still the third place game tomorrow, even if they lose.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I guess
Always
there's
a
some
silver
solace in consolation. You can't spell solace without. We're not going down that path. What we can do is check out what's going on. They said chaos. That's going on right downstairs. Duna, what do you see?
Well, I see a lot of people heading into the break, but we have something special for them. So I'm gonna check out the DJ desk actually right now. DJ Gunnar, he's already ready to give us some cool music so that people can party a bit in the meanwhile and head into the break. So we're gonna be back after a few minutes, guys. Just stay tuned and yeah, just start. Give us your best songs.
anybody falls, Sox M4 is all it takes for best.
The Storm towards the top of Rapid in this round. Dexter is the hero.
The blind sprays a techno tagging Phelps flow. All three players are low. The taps will be easy for the M4.
We had a few tech delays there on that first map, but that's okay. We got that map done. OG have taken an L in the first one of the semifinal series, this best of 3. And let me go ahead and just welcome you back now to the Thunderpick World Championships here. We're live in Berlin, I think it is what they call it here. Berlin, right, guys?
It is indeed Berlin, Trace. You got it right. You nailed it.
I had to think about that one for a second. Yeah, so we come into our second map. We come into an Ancient, an OG pick, one that might want you to feel or think a certain type of way about OG coming into a series and picking a map and playing against a team with it.
Yeah, you just wanted to settle a little bit more, Trace. You know, it was a little bit too chaotic for my taste on that first map. Understandable. Yet again, they're the massive underdog here, a very inexperienced team full of young players. But you want to have at least something to show in this best of 3. What you can deduce from Dust 2 is the fact that Heroic doesn't really respect you all that much. They're going to play with a lot of aggression, even on the CT side, right? So that's also something you can take into account when it comes to calling, when it comes to how you're going to play in the mid rounds. You can expect that, and if you're able to punish that aggression, perhaps you can put Heroic on the back foot.
And I think that's the, you hit the nail on the head right there. It's not about the map overall. Obviously, Ancient is a map that they've been grinding it out a lot. Ever since they beat Big, just last week to qualify here, they played it like 5 times already, and some of the online events are playing right now. They have the reps on this map, but again, looking at Dust 2, the fact that so many players are making this individual plays, individual mistakes, not, you know, going through what I'm sure they have done in their boot camp, in the pracs, and on some of the online officials. They're making these small little mistakes, which they shouldn't be making, despite the fact that it's not your map pick, it's Heroic's map pick. Even if Heroic are disrespecting you, answer back in your own way. Don't just, you know, panic play and hope that your teammates are going to get multi-kills, right? So if they're going to continue that same trend here on their map pick, I don't see this going to map number 3. But if they're able to, you know, just reset mentally and be like, guys, we've got to play what we've prepped for over here, maybe we might have a game in our hands here, at least on map 2.
Yanko, is there anything you can give me in terms of like maybe somewhere between just shy of an optimist and sort of an optometrist?
I think
what? Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's just sort of the eye test, right? Can be a little bit better on this second map. Sometimes it can be deceiving, just like stats can be deceiving, but the combination of 2 is impenetrable.
Impenetrable. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's go ahead and jump right back into this. That's right, we go into that second map of Ancient, OG, Heroic. It's a semifinal.
It is Trace. We're back Berlin with Heroic and OG. Heroic a map in the pocket already. And 150k bare minimum for the winner of this game. Not bloody bad if you ask me.
Yeah, that's quite a hefty chunk of change, Hugo. And here we go. B plate being set up at the moment for OG. Utility going in place. Defensive smoke deployed, but it doesn't look like it's arrived in time as they charge right through it. Oh, Ted says that's what we're talking about. Kicksan stepping up alongside him with Dexter, and it's fallen to just Modo. Now, he had a Molotov because he thought that we were going to get a bomb plant, Hugo. That didn't happen.
Yeah, it would have been a great post-plant situation,
yeah,
but got to get there to earn it. 4-man hold at the B site. Nerds just gets sidelined. It literally doesn't matter. Everyone is there to pick up the pieces. Bagging bodies. Modo, what you got? He had a round with the AWP at the end of Dust 2. I want to see if he can start this one off a little bit better, but a close molly is not going to do him any favors. Clears these positions, and Heroic smoke him off.
Yeah, so it gets even tougher now for Modo. He's stuck in the B lane with nowhere to go. It would take a monumental mistake from Heroic to allow him back into this. Well, let's see if he can get the job done. Kicksan, he's the first target. Dexter just above him. And that should make it impossible for Modo to make magic happen here. He goes into the open, taken out by Kicksan, and yeah, you don't want to be staring that down. So that is Heroic with the pistol victory here on Ancient.
Impossible pre-aim as well. He's stuck between both players.
Yeah, he's like in the middle of them.
You know, you don't know where to aim. High, low, right in the middle.
Usually aim high.
True.
But
even Zontic started to. OG, they've got the track record on this map, right? Or at least they've got the experience. It's their most played map. It's their pick in the series. It's one they've had plenty of online games on to differing results against different teams. But yeah, so far they've just been outgunned in this series. Hasn't felt like even the cooling has made the biggest difference when OG had some good positions last map, but Nerds, Dexter, Tesses just outshot them.
Yeah, there's a lot of moments where we were setting up a possibility for a multi-kill from a couple of the individuals from OG in the defense, and then they would just get immediately headshot. He was like, okay, well, fair enough. Not much you can do about that when Heroic's hitting that hard, but getting into the pocket here, OG, taking their time, settling into Ancient.
You're not getting anything here, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Heroic ain't gonna go for a walk. They know what they're up against.
Tess has time to farm here.
Gotta make some money.
And they just re-smoked elbow, so actually Heroic can even help out from the mid side as well. Easy.
Yeah, that's the classic Nerds MP7.
He loves it.
He feels like the only player that I see use that weapon.
Simple used to a little bit, but back and go. Yeah, Nerds is really good. I actually think it's a good gun. I think it's underrated. Obviously, the issue is with the MP. I think if the MP9 got a nerf in any capacity, the MP7 would be way more meta. But it's like for the money, the MP9 is really good. But MP7 has the range.
Dude, MP9s can be good in gun rounds. That's how good that SMG is.
Yeah. There's not many good arguments to not buy the MP9 at its price point.
You've made it your brand, though.
True, that is, yeah.
That was one of the arguments.
That's enough of an argument.
Well, OG attacking in towards this A-bomb site. And we've got an AWP for Dexter ready to go out of the donut. Puts a hole in Moto. Spills his guts. And now Shush in the back of the site under so much pressure. He's overrun by Mikey, who goes again through the donut smoke. It's actually going to be Krizen to finish off Nurse through that smoke itself. And Heroic are losing members, and they've lost the site.
Heroic not really on the same page there. Shush jumping through, which is fine. It's something Na'Vi love to do a lot on this site, but he had no support. Dex is smoked off. They don't call to go through that donut smoke. They want to play retake in the 5-on-4, but Shush just offers up a kill. So felt like Heroic hadn't really planned for him to make that play. And he gets kind of hung out to dry. Would love to see everyone or no one push the utility. Kixon trying to get an upgrade, make these players go down with the bomb. But OG looking to keep 4 alive, winning their first gun round far earlier in this map than the last.
That's true. A poor start on Dust 2 ended up costing really a competitive half. Ended up giving them too much work to do in the second, and then when they had that round where they lost to the majority E-code players, that was the one that broke them. You gotta make sure that Ancient is a completely different story here. And so far, at least a step in the right direction.
Heroic, of course, on a 5-map winning streak on Ancient.
What are some of the teams, though, Hugo, that
Na'Vi.
we've got? Yeah, that certainly helps.
Astralis.
Yeah, not pretty good.
Ents.
Yeah, and Legacy as well.
And VP.
Yeah. Not one of them is not like, well, 2 of them maybe. Not like the others, but, you know, we're just...
just one of them.
Just one? Just one.
Just one of them.
What do you think of VP's New Jersey, Hugo? You're a fashion connoisseur. What do you think of it?
Not a fashion connoisseur. I'd wear it to a Berlin nightclub. It's pretty dark.
You wouldn't be seen, I suppose. Yeah, it's very dark. That's kind of, that's it. That's all there really is to comment on about that.
I do like OG's jerseys. I think both these teams have good jerseys. Heroic, kind of the football-esque. I'm not a football guy myself.
Or KFC, yeah.
Quite, yeah, sure. Football or KFC has. And OG, I like the dragon kind of logo on it.
Yeah.
Or whatever the red thing is. It looks cool.
You are a fashion connoisseur, Hugo.
Yeah, man.
Don't sell yourself short.
They've got a dragon.
Yeah, got a dragon on their shirt. That's what we all like.
It looks like a dragon.
It's a bull, Hugo.
It's a bull.
Yeah, it's a bull.
My apologies. It looks cool though. I like it.
Well, yeah, me too. Timeout take it here for Heroic.
Yeah, get it done early.
Yeah. Don't know why, but yeah, they decided to go for one. Whether that, I don't know if it's how long this is going to go on for. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a technical variety.
No. Trust the producer.
Yeah, I trust.
We're back in. We're back in.
All right, but Krizen's already taken some damage on board. He is low on 39. We see the positions taken from the T side already. They got mid control. They got the lane, and Tesses is looking to try and apply some pressure. And he's done very well to get one, but couldn't get away. So Piku had to trade that, and the pull is successful.
It could just set up a B execute right now if they wanted to. Let Mikey play a late lurk. The AWP pushes Dexter off, but he goes back for more.
50 seconds left in the round here. And OG about to peek into the AWP, but timing on that Molotov is perfect. Great utility usage.
Smoke down a cave is always a conundrum. Good wallbang, new wallbang, just dropped. Kixon down low.
Fresh wall banks.
Smoke cave is really hard to break through, so actually they peel and they go back to split middle. Nerds just stop jump spotting, went for the gamble, now just needs support.
Yeah, he's so good in these kind of situations though. Shush, so reliable, gets himself one, goes out into the open, couldn't get a second. Now Nerds makes his rotate over, and you thought that Nerds was guaranteed at least one kill, but he couldn't get it, couldn't lock it in. And they're still going for this. Heroic have eyes on this. Flash attacks towards Dexter, but with Mikey taking that kill into tempo, Dexter can't get away despite wanting to. And that is a huge turnaround from OG as they go back towards A.
Shush's miss Molotov is the kicker there, right? It's not just Nerds rotating out. That Molly double bounces on the wall, lands to his right. That just blocks him in. They can chase him down. So instead of throwing it to their feet and then maybe swinging with it or just trying to buy a few seconds for Nerds, instead he's just on a plate. And OG tuck right in, 2-2. Nice reaction to go back to mid after they get blocked cave. That caused a lot of panic. It's a different game now. It's not Dust anymore.
Nerds awaits in the cubby. Now Mikey, moving into the open. It's going to be Buzz to fall down first, and Nerds knew there was a second player. Was so close to getting that second kill, but Mikey, essential trade kill to keep his team in the early portions of this round. And there's about to be a fight going down here with Tessus. MP9 close quarters can melt opponents, and there it is. Tessus with one on Crimson, traded back by Mikey.
And re-smoke cave. So Heroic OG should know that player is on the side, right? They're not playing on the long side. Pushing in is Kixon, trying to play for the post plant. He's got no support. The executor's just come into B, making it very clear of OG's intentions. Can they get this long control quickly and plant for that position? It would do them a world of favors right now. Would really make this a hard site to retake with no kit and only one smoke.
CT is now rotating back through CT spawn. Moto is going to have eyes on this first fight, but Dexter, he's got the AWP around the corner, and nice shot from Dexter. That gets them back in with an opportunity. But remember, Kixan still inside of Cave, yet to come out of it. M4 into the open, Fiku to take him down, and now Kixan left inside of Cave. He is the only player left. He's got to move out quite quickly. No kid on his back, and he was close to taking Mikey down, but what a hell of a round from Mikey. A 4K, essential trades, and he's the man to close it.
Yeah, finding Nerds in middle, finding Tessus in cave, and going on to finish the job on low health inside of the site. Big round from Mikey. Definitely seen some glimmers of why OG have given him this opportunity and picked him up as a stand-in here. He's had a couple of good rounds so far.
Yeah, the cool thing about him, he's never met any of these players coming into this tournament, so there was a lot of firsts for him. It's quite a daunting environment to go into, meet your new teammates, and try and vibe with them early, and obviously the pressure to perform, but he's done it so far.
OG must be feeling like they have a huge opportunity to just start controlling this game, right? They've won some very close rounds. They've broken the money. This is a fantastic start for OG. Buzz trying to cover the AWP will do greatly with 3 kills on the spray. OG are here to play.
Yeah, that's a good... They dealt with that as they should have. Didn't let it get out of hand, and I mean, that is a positive step in the right direction, considering they did have a couple of weaknesses against some of the lower buys in the previous map. Focusing up, getting back into the game now across the series here with Ancient.
So let's see what this game turns into when Nerds isn't 30-8.
30-8.
Yeah.
That is a one hell of a finish, isn't it? 2.37 rating out of the first map.
144 ADR.
That's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Well, here we go. Shoes charging into mid. It's chaotic, and it'll be Nerds coming out first, blinded, but it's still getting the kill. Now Moto charging up into the B-bomb site. It's 1 kill from him. Tessus to try it back. Fiku making sure that this is an incredibly back and forth round until Buzz activates out of elbow and pushes OG into the advantage with players. Nerds to slip through the smoke. Oh, he's got a great timing on that. He realized he could go, and Fiku wasn't ready.
I think so.
Well, the bomb coming back through cave. Nerds inside of the site. They're just taking a moment to breathe. There's so much chaos for the majority of this round, but finally some silence.
I like the park for OG. They just leave Prison in cave for the moment. Buzz can play on his own timing. He doesn't necessarily need to rush this. He's hoping someone gives him a kill. That's not going to happen, though. Heroic lean to play retake. Unfortunately, despite all the util OG have, they don't have a smoke to cut a sight line, so Nerds is going to be able to pick his battles in this B bomb side. There is no reason for him to leave his position right now. Eventually, OG will just have to walk that second player in to cover the bomb. This is a very hard round for OG, only because it's Nerds on the other side.
Yeah, he has to worry about two angles, though. If the timing doesn't favor him, perhaps there's an opportunity for them to get back into this round, but he's going back to check red. And as he's doing that, it has revealed some space for OG to play with. The bomb comes out too. Oh, it hasn't come out just yet. And now Nurse sees that bomb, but he can't seize his chance. And now he goes out long instead. Buzz pushes in towards him, but Quizen, I love the play. Gets rid of Nerds, gets back to the site, and now it's a 1v1 up against Dexter, who's beelining his way back through CT spawn.
He's heard him as well, then it goes in. It's not going to do enough. Kristen on the site with the close range gun. He knows he's against an AWP. Doesn't need to swing. Dexter, pressure all on him. No kit. He picks one up and the AK with the smoke. Dexter armed well. Kristen repositioning, playing the audio, and he's going to force the kill in the last second. Huge round from Kristen. The chase down on Nerds was sublime through the Molotov.
That was the only play available to him, right? If he commits to the plant, it's a 1v2 that's unlikely that he is able to even get into a chance of winning that. Sticks with the MAC-10 as well. There's better weapons on the floor, but realized stick to that MAC-10 as that bomb plant comes in and wraps around the site perfectly in the 1v1 against Dexter. Fantastic work from the youngster. I mean, he's in game leading this squad. He's only 18 years old as well, Hugo. It's quite a feat that he has to pull off.
Yeah, something's cooking for OG. I mean, he was the bottom performing player in the server last map. Now he's winning a 1v2 clutch to keep OG in the lead. Got kicks on his famed Negev, of course. Tessa's getting aggressive in the cave. He's always come out with one, but can he find the double up? Krisen didn't realize he got through the Molotov with no damage taken. There was no audio cue. And suddenly, this eco round wouldn't be the first that Heroic have picked up in this series. This Negev not even needed. Oh, it's so clean right now.
Yeah, Buzz busted open, Moto left alone. The round falls flat. Oh my god. No way, dude. Buddy. He's just going through the smoke with the Negev, dude.
That's so toxic.
It's 5v1. If there's ever a time you're going to do it, it's in that situation.
I mean, he heard the scope. Where is he? He's not scoping the smoke.
Yeah, exactly.
Scope in heaven.
Creep on him and the Negev.
Yeah. I love the kit. I know people get mad. This Negev buy is pretty audacious. But I think it's an underrated gun, and for the price as well.
Sure, it is cheap.
I don't hate it.
It's cheap.
I don't hate it.
You've got a point with how little it costs. Yeah, there we go. We did get a kill with it.
Beautiful.
Might be the only kill in the Negev kits, but it's there, and a better weapon picked up.
It's enough. They just want an eco round. Right as we're saying, OG are waking back up into this game.
Another one they've lost, though. It's another round where OG lose against that kind of eco situation, well, low economy situation, and they kind of bite themselves in the ass. It's a tough one here for OG to have to stomach, but maybe they can bounce back immediately. They have still got a good buy.
I'm really enjoying watching Tassus in the cave right now. He's very active. He's fighting towards Jag. He's looking for opening kills. And a lot of the time you see in-game leaders in this position just because of the amount of information you get. You hear mid-steps, you hear B noise, you can count util. So it's a swing position where you're going to want to give your team... Oh, nice. Yeah, a lot of info, but Tassus is playing it for kills. He's playing it for violence, and he's getting a lot done. Nice pick through the smoke on a timing. Dexter going to give his go. Finds revenge.
Yeah, great work. Blasting that smoke open and then just dropping Moto in the blink of an eye. 50 seconds. Bomb is positioned outside of red at the moment. Krisen, the man carrying it on his back. He'll apply pressure to the red room. But they know that Donut's an issue because it's smoked out right now and there's going to be a player in there they've got to deal with, and it's Nerds. They're going to come in towards Donut. They know they've got Mikey coming out of main. This is tough for Nerds, but they run right by him. They finally check him, and that is huge from Buzz. Somehow gets away with it. Now with 30 seconds left, the bomb leaps into the site, and Heroic are a long way off getting back into this round.
Got to give it a try, right? They can win these kind of situations. We've seen it before. We might just see it again. Tessez cleans up the planter. There's no AWP to cover this as well. Dex is going to just try and hold a line so his rifles can work forward.
No smokes, unfortunately, here for Heroic, so a lot of open fights. going to come down to tapping that defuse, trying to force some peeks out, but no one on Heroic is on that defuse for the stick, and certainly in a few moments they're going to have to stick it. They're going to have to try and pull it through. It takes, so there's the peek. The donut fight comes in, but they're just hiding, and here's another one. It's just down to Fiku, and that defuse, it's being stuck, but he denies it. In the dying embers of the round, it is saved by Fiku right at the end.
Dexter had a shot, he took it, he missed it, holding the wrong side of the donut. Fantastic round for OG to win. That got very, very close. Just all those fakes, forcing peaks from OG. Got really uncomfortable there. Multiple chances for Heroic to stick it.
Well, I wish they just had another piece of utility, a smoke, molly, anything really to help them in that situation. They did pretty well considering.
Yeah, 3 on 4.
Tech issue though, unfortunately here. So just take this thing out of the game for a moment. So Heroic have had a couple of close rounds in this first half now that have gone the wrong way. They had the 1v1, or the 1v2 I guess, that Crism was able to pick up for OG.
Yep, first buy.
And then this round here obviously coming pretty close right at the end, saved by a last second kill from Fiku. So tactical pause coming in for OG. In fact, correct that with technical. So hopefully we have this one resolved as quickly as possible. But I mean, OG, different team so far than what we've seen on Dust 2.
Yeah, different game, right? We're getting some important rounds from players who weren't really factors in the last map. Modo, Crism with the clutch that you mentioned. And now Fiku putting on a clutch as well. I mean, that was his whole thing. You know, when he first joined this OG team, he was a clutcher. He was winning all these 1v2s, had great win percentages in clutch rounds. So nice to see him come through with a closer and keep OG in this game. Because they can't give any room to Heroic right now. We've seen what happens when you give this team a bit of room. Some of the ecos that have been won this game. Awkward on the run boost.
Yeah, the gymnastics cancelled for sure. Not going to be getting a rating out of that one. Now, spam close.
Careful.
Definitely going to be a little bit careful.
Some great grenades, yeah, into middle and on B lane this round. Doing a lot of damage.
Fiku with 55 health left. He's still emboldened to fight. Oh, Mikey sees one in the cubby.
Oh, he's getting blocked.
He can't really figure out how to get into that angle.
I think he would have had that. He would have
for sure.
He was getting body blocked.
Yeah. That's going to be frustrating because he looked like he was going to be dead on.
Yeah. Well, Heroic given a chance to pound out. Just spotting Shush in red. Nerds back in his traditional position. And Donut's been a bit of a problem, right? We saw him get jump shot by Buzz. We saw Shush have trouble there earlier. They're going to re-aggress.
He's coming out. Oh my god, he walks into the open, and Crism gets taken off the top of heaven. So great opening kill in an unexpected fashion.
Yeah, just cool off now. 5v4. The pressure is very much on OG, and they're grouping back up for a hit as a unit. Nice molly timing. But OG getting their ducks in a row. Going to try and crack into A. There's only Shush and Nerds here. And neither of them have eyes on the prize.
They boost Modo up. Oh, great info at least. Now, Nerds locks down Donut. Fiku unable to get much done in this round. Nerds is waiting for a follow-up kill. Tessa's getting proactive. He'll soon clear mid, and then he can come in through Donut as well. But for OG, they have a problem, and it's the fact that they haven't been able to get into the site and get that bomb down. And now Heroic have rotated over. The reinforcements are here. So when that bomb plant comes in, it's just going to be a charge of players running right through this smoke, and it leaves Modo in a position he has to run away and save. Such limited time left on the clock. They had to go for the plant, and Heroic deny any access.
I love watching Nerds play because it makes me feel like I'm back in CSGO. He's making off angles look good again, right? Like so many times when you're holding a position, you have to just be ADing in this game. You've got to be staying mobile. You've got to be swinging into the fight. You've got to take that peek. But Nerds just stands still, and so many good off angles like here, and players just walk into him and he gets a free kill. It's really hard to do that in CS2. I think being on land makes it easier, but yeah, holding and not ADing and still getting away with kills, that's Nerds all day.
It sent OG into a position where they don't have a lot of money left, do they? So Tech9's coming out, just trying to figure out what kind of buy they can get. They've got one AK, they'll have upgraded pistols around it. Certainly still capable of winning a round with this, but unlikely now. And we're seeing Heroic start to pick up a few extra rounds at the end of this half. Could easily see them tie the scoreline up going into the second.
Yeah, and that would be devastating for OG considering how dominant this half could have been with the amount of clutches they've had. They didn't lose to that eco, man.
Yeah, that was a problem on Dust too. This is 5. They had a streak of 5 round wins, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, nice patch of form for OG, but it's gone now.
Quick hit.
And here comes Nerds, right through the smoke.
Look at him go.
Yeah, he's got a second. He only gets a third out of it. Yeah, he absolutely is a monster.
Such a crazy play. That's a run boost they were trying to do last round as well. Coming up, clutch for Heroic. Any more for Tesses? Not today. 2 on 4. Quick gun grab, but he's out of there.
And works out perfectly in this round because, you know, you think they might have to go for a half buy. What's a likely play when you go into Tech 9 armor? It's usually one of those faster B plays, and he just disrupts that instantly. Getting up on the B lane. Mikey and Buzz going to do what they can in this 2v4.
Best of luck.
The bomb trying to slip out of cave. The cross being watched by Dexter. That should cost him his life. It's actually Nerds has got that one somehow.
He's not very patient, is he? He wants the kills, and he wants them now. He'll get them. Kicks and follows up. And that force by a half buy, rather, for OG just... No, it was full force, rather, shredded. So that 6-6 scoreline suddenly looking tantalizing for Heroic.
Yeah, the most likely outcome at this point. Momentum has shifted to their side, and Nerds, once again, is the standout star.
What a crazy move. 141, he's past the cave smoke.
Yeah, it's not something you usually have to deal with.
No.
Insta smoke being lined up here for Dexter. Smokes out the elbow, going back with Nerds to watch it. That's a scary combo to deal with in mid, isn't it? Nerds and Dexter together, and the fire gets the job done. Fiku burns away. Nerds has got the follow-up. In fact, it's Dexter that chimed in with that. And it's a 3v5 for OG to deal with instantly.
Getting slaughtered on these last couple of rounds for OG, and yeah, we have double up at A and mid control for Heroic. It doesn't really get much better than this. If you look at the mini-map for Heroic, they have the whole B lane and elbow smoked, and 2 players begging for OG to push A. Walk through the choke point, see what happens. And unfortunately, that's all OG have got. They've got 3 smokes. Maybe a lurk smoke out there. But this one feels to be dead in the water. A decent T-side from OG nonetheless.
Well, definitely got us more excited about them, didn't it?
Yeah.
Some life rather than only death from Dust 2.
Okay, execute and lurk smoke. They're using their util well, but they've got to get the kills.
We're coming through. Shush just hiding behind the tall box. The longer he stays alive, the more time he buys for his teammates to come out into the site like this. And Dexter is just confident, swinging with the Tech 9. They mauled him to pieces at the end of the half. Heroic with life at the end. Tie the scoreline up 6-6.
I just love watching how confident Heroic have played in this series, right? Never afraid to take fights, never afraid to swing. It will cost you against some of the best teams in the world, but, I mean, this is OG. Heroic feel good about it.
Yeah, they feel like they have the better firepower, and they certainly do. I think there's no questions about that. Nerds is performing really well. Tess is having a great map here as well. Nothing to be worried about at the moment for Heroic.
That being said,
but they've given themselves something to play with, OG, and that's just something you couldn't say on map 1. Pistol round would be nice, wouldn't it? If you could win that.
I mean, they got pistol on Dust, but then they got forced by Nerds' Hero M4.
Sure.
Let's see what they got here on the CT side. Heroic, meanwhile, going for a full group. OG start heavy mid. That just allows them to rotate where they feel is the likely outcome. They actually leave B completely to flank it from heaven. That still leaves no one on A.
Well, it's not worked out here for OG in terms of going to the right side of the map early.
I mean, it means 5v5 retake, but they don't have a kit.
No, that's a problem. A kill here would certainly help, but Crimson unable to make the most of those opportunities. Eventually, though, Buzz will.
Issue is with USBs, no joke. You will run out of ammo if you do this all day. You've only got 3 mags of spam. You can't do that forever.
And now Dexter, he got behind enemy lines and somehow gets away with one. Tap on the defuse. Oh, the kill though back from Buzz, and Kicksan doing his best. Peeks out, Nerds with him, and Nerds again is just bringing pain every single time to OG. Kicksan to round it out.
Yeah, that was a rough round for OG. I mean, they, like you said, they need those spam kills. They need something to turn the tides early, because once Heroic have the bomb plant and 5 players up with armor, you're not breaking back into that round. A nice attempt using the flashes, grouping, going together, but Crossfire is powerful between Nerds and his captain.
Struggling on pistols.
Yeah.
No force buy here. Heroic are going to get the conversion. And something that didn't work out for them on Dust 2 was letting the T side of Heroic be too clean to kick off the half, right? They built up so much money so quickly on the T side of Dust 2, so some damage in these rounds could really bring some impact if you force a few rebuys for Heroic early doors, and another dink landed. Is there any other chances here for OG?
If I'm Heroic, I'm fighting this. I want to kill them in mid. I don't want them to get the guns and to have a chance to reset. So swing in with the rifles, and Shush saves the day despite the dink early.
Yeah.
And Nerds, by the way, he snuck up on the scoreboard this game. He's 17-8. He's doing it again.
He is, yeah. There was a moment, I think, in that first half where after the streak of OG, he just hit the switch, and every time he felt like he was getting a multi-kill in every single round. So great to see Nerds having this kind of performance so far in Berlin.
All right, OG better start soon now. First gun round on the CT side after a full eco, and they've got all the trimmings.
Got Mikey getting down in towards middle. Just applying pressure in towards elbow. Standard utility from OG being deployed, and Heroic respecting that. We've seen Tesses in this position, the CT side towards Jack. He was so difficult to deal with. Now Krizen's turn for OG, and he spots a chance to take Tesses out. The spam was not far off. He didn't know that, of course, but pretty close to removing some of the health of Tesses early.
They're just going to go for it again, though. Make it look like a default, then hit this site. OG. 2 players don't know. They're going to hear these nades being pinned and maybe can grab a kill before they bloom. That would make things easier. Get a 5-on-4, then disappear back into Donut.
Here comes the attack. Buzz is going to see a complete stream of utility flying in towards his position, but the flash catches him. Mikey getting one, but that is not enough of the defensive efforts that'll get OG into this round win. Bomb plant being locked in. Dexter's the man to put it on the ground. And a 3v3, but damaged goods here for OG, and that grenade will cost Modo his life.
Yeah, you would not be hard pressed to save here.
And look at this already. You know,
yeah,
Krizen's so far
cycling
away.
Smokes.
Get away.
Just get away with what you can.
Pick up the scraps, you go. Hey, Fico, I got a smoke over here.
He's like, bro, I'm stuck in spawn.
I am making it my way for a smoke, buddy.
Oh, well, he gets a kill, but yeah, no kit. This is out of position for OG. They're going to have to save. Heroic do it again with a nice, simple execute. Dexter, nice round from him.
Sure was. I mean, the likely result today was
Heroic 2-0.
A 2-0 from Heroic, yeah. And I think we were all very aware of that. We were just kind of hoping OG would bring us some excitement. I think there has been moments from OG that have provided that, but not as much as they would have liked so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're on a 6-round streak right now for Heroic. It's not getting any easier. OG field a buy.
OG charging into mid. Look at that from Nerds. That's confidence, and it's being cancelled out. 2 opening kills from OG. The response for Heroic is try and get players up the B ramp and hope that they can sort of trade these kills back, but it's going to be tough. And with Fiku's P taking another kill away, that's the round done in favor of OG.
That's nice for OG. A very decisive round, right? They start 3 mid, they win the fight, they immediately rotate players out and stack B, and then push B again together. So they're just playing active, keeping the pressure on. And Heroic are left with just one man who certainly can give it a go. Just have a look. See if they give you some 1v1s.
Yeah, if you're OG, you don't want to waste any money, though. Don't give him a chance. So it's going to be a long old save here for Shush. Third map you mentioned earlier, if we needed it, would be Anubis. Not looking like it's going to be required now, but that can obviously change very quickly. I think Heroic would be favored, obviously, going into the third map. They'd be favored at every turn, but especially if it got into 3. OG, both teams play Anubis quite a lot, though.
Yeah. I mean, both teams play Ancient a lot as well. This is the most played for OG.
And there's a long old save for Shush, but he's comfortable. He'll hang on to that AK. He knows what it means to have an AK to play with in the next round here. Heroic are kind of have to pick up the scraps. There's going to be enough cash to throw something together, but see what kind of purchase they decide to go with. I mean, Kixan doesn't mind going to lower tier weapons. So we'll see everybody else get rifles and some Kevlar, and Tessus onto Galil. So not a bad buy here from Heroic by any means. But this is OG's opportunity, Hugo. If they break them here, then the money goes down to a weaker spot for Heroic, and OG back in the second half.
Finally broke the streak of rounds. Let's see if they can threaten the economy as well. A lot of Ancients, he decided is going to come down to what are you calling out a spawn, right? Are we going for the 3 mid pounds? Like, what's our read? Do we want to play a retake B this round? Maybe our AWP has a good spawn for an A main peak. Maybe he walks, a rifle walks in while the AWP posts a line deep. Do you want to fight triple mid like OG did last round? So these are the kind of things OG are going to be talking about in a tactical timeout, going into a hyper important gun round. It's where do we think they're starting, and how do we want to answer that? Do we want to, you know, Ancient's great because it allows a diversity of styles. Do we want to fight heavy for it, or do we want to give stuff up and play retake? Lots of options available. Heroic go for the boost to spot the mid cross. No one here. This is a change. OG don't even fight for middle. Mikey grabs more util in spawn after throwing down Molly in mid. And he's just going to spot, similar to how we saw Shush and Nerds play off of each other. Except they completely leave donut. They're doubling up per site. And Mikey's just going to rotate. So a big gap in the middle right now.
Silence at the 1 minute mark, but it's about to get loud inside of Cave. You've got Cruisin in the corner, Mikey peeking for the initial info.
Jiggle is so powerful as well. Yeah. I don't even like the smoke there. I'd rather they recycle the smoke.
It felt like it would have been more impactful if they allowed the T's to come into that setup.
It's like, you know, you don't want to throw your cave and ramp smoke at the same time. You want to cycle one of them. I would love to just see ramps just getting re-smoked while you play a cave setup. But it has changed how Heroic play it. They come at it from the ramp instead. They charge.
No, they come up, but the flash is holding Shush back. No, Nerds is completely out of commission and somehow still alive. I can't believe that he's still alive, to be honest. Let's see what impact he can grab. And the answer is nothing, because it's a huge hold coming in from the OG squad. That is a beautiful B defense.
Devastating. Chrism with big 3 kills on that hold, all alone in cave.
And that's the money. That's the money broken now. We talked about the opportunity if they break them now, and they've done it in convincing style. You know, there's no bomb plant, there's no kills back and forth. That is the best case scenario there from OG.
Extremely important round.
Great flash coming in right there. It felt like you were blinded for an eternity.
I like the change. They go for the mid control now, knowing the money is less. Their util battle should win. All right. And they spam just in case.
You know.
Every now and then, you'll hit it.
Nurse doesn't like that.
Careful, Prison. May as well fall back. How is Tessa's on default?
He's just kind of ran out. I bet he wishes he had the bomb.
I think he's, well, they won't know he's here, so the longer he holds his position, Fiku's checking it. Fiku doesn't like what he sees, and the spam comes in. They had an inkling. Maybe he heard him from cave.
Maybe, but...
no stress. Moto doesn't rotate off A, so no bomb plant here. And that's a solid anti-eco, leveling the field. 9-9 now.
9-9.
Yes, yes.
I'm looking forward to it, but, you know, we're looking into... Heroic's economies should have enough now to get the AKs out again, so this is where the obstacle once again arises for OG to try and get over, around, or through, but I bet they wish Tessus had the bomb. Could have slipped away with a little bit of extra cash there. 2 AKs bought up already, everybody else will have the opportunity to do that, just trying to figure out what utility they're going to have available. Still a packed dome here in Level.
We'll be here all night. Another BO3 right after this one. It's MongolZ and 3D Max.
Set to start at 8:30 CT, correct? So that'll be exciting. That's about an hour and 10 minutes time. We've got that one scheduled for. If this game continues, though, might have to push that one back.
And let's see if OG can bring us to 3. Right now, they're making a case for it here on Ancient. Their map pick in the series. Heroic with a pretty sizable win in that opener of Dust 2. This is the rifle rounds, a rule all rifle rounds. Heroic with a player creeping in the main. What a shot from Shush.
He came in with his head down.
Sleeping at the wheel. Now sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's swimming on the ground right there. He's out of there. Buzz gone. 5v4. Fiku with a push, though. Look at this.
Oh, my. They're going to just try rotate off B now.
All right, Fiku.
Can't blame them for this. He's cleared everything.
Sometimes the risk is what's needed.
Yeah, and now look at the rotation. I was going to say gamble. It's not. It's an intelligent move for OG, putting players in this A site. Krisen carrying for the red luck. He's been smoked off from it, though. Moto trying to stop an aim push, just buy as much time as you can for this huge flank from Fiku.
Oh, this has been a long time in the making.
Oh.
You should check Shush's position. It's common to find a player in that
Surely.
corner. But he's going the wrong way about it. And look at this. Shush moves out of the spot. Can you believe that timing? Fiku is now the hunted. Oh my god. Don't hunt what you can't kill. It turns out Fiku gets caught. Shush got a double. And that is so unbelievable.
Why does Shush even do that?
I have no idea.
Why does he re-clear A main? He already had it. He goes back to re-clear a position he already owned. Perhaps for the deep peek, so there's no shadow, but that's such a crazy clear for Shush.
Dude, I feel bad for Fiku.
Yeah, I feel real bad.
Yeah.
Did he know he was there in the first place? Like, did he see the barrel on the right? And maybe he was trying to look for a second player? I could not tell you, but he's going to be scratching his head after that round.
I walked through main. There was no one there.
And then suddenly...
There was.
He was stalking me the whole time. He followed me from T-Spawn.
That's going to be pretty funny to watch back in the demo, that's for sure.
Oh, I don't think he'll be laughing.
No, he will eventually, you know. That's what.
If you don't laugh, then you'll cry. And OG, no tears of joy after that round. They had the A stack. They had everything. They knew it was a hit. But Fiku...
He looks happy enough.
Wrong place, wrong time.
Doesn't look too sad yet.
No.
It's not over yet.
No, they're in this game, right? They've still got the money to sustain that loss. They broke the streak. They won 3 in a row.
Better buy than that of Heroic currently.
Absolutely.
2 Galils, Mac 10 here for Heroic.
They just want to go gung-ho into B.
Yeah, Fiku, he's under pressure. Moto blinded, can't do much with his AWP, so Fiku steps up, but only a single kill from the defense so far. Moto's reposition has perfectly landed a kill on Shush. Dexter's doing what he can, and oh, Moto lands that shot, but not enough damage to bring down Dexter, and he realizes he has a chance to move forward, but Moto's got the read. Oh, he looks away. Oh, the timing. It does not work out for the Romanian, and now Dexter gets his hands on an upgrade. He now has the sniper to play with, and he's going back into the position to look at Dexter on the double, 1 bullet, 2 kills, and OG sat down.
Oh, that's a devastating round to lose. And to think that Dexter grabbed that AWP out of Moto's dead hands and collapsed him to close it. Oh, that might be what seals the deal for OG here in Berlin.
Just what we were talking about earlier, more individual moments from Heroic players. Dexter in this round has been nerds most of the series so far, but this perfectly eclipsing one another. Mikey and Krisen lining up to give Dexter the easy finish.
That's a 2v4 with all 4 kills from Dexter.
Now that has rattled them. We literally started this round saying they're still in it, not out of it just yet. That is one of the first steps in knocking them out.
That might kill you. It will certainly hurt the money as well. Insta smokes come in. The more the merrier. OG fighting for middle with 3. They've got a run boost as well. Bit of pizzazz. Throw a bit of spin on it. Mikey up top. And they fight elbow. This has not been a good fight for Heroic on the T side. They have struggled with the elbow position, getting spammed through, trying to push the mollies. The slower, the steadier. So they rest back in cave. Mikey bounds out of middle. Dexter moves in dry with the AWP. I trust in this right now. But there's no one to pick. Heavy B setup.
Oh, Tess says, be careful. Flash goes around the corner, and he actually forces them for the back. He's not alone now. He's got Kicks to try and help him. And I think with the amount of bullets coming their way, OG realized they can't really keep up that fight.
Still jumping it, playing with fire.
Yeah, it has worked out as well. Chris has got a kill on it. So
they just leave. I'm out of here. I don't want anything to do with this because look at Shush pushed into the A site already from Donut. Moto left his site entirely. Got to re-clear it from CT. He will not be ready for this, will he? Up close. Does recover that. An ugly spray for Shush. 4 on 2. They're still split. You can't plant hit Dexter. They should not let this happen. He's on his own right now. They're going to run the molly. Moto's coming in as well. And that's the bomb dropped. Even though Kixon has a backstab, it's a bit of a bait.
yeah, it's still 4 players in total to collect. 3 more after that initial with 20 seconds left. He's nowhere near the site, and it all falls apart for Heroic.
I would have loved to see Dexter fake that bomb and maybe just move back to try and find kicks. And you know that that tap is going to force someone aggressively out of B.
There was a push coming through Temple as well, so I think it might have been really tough to make anything happen of it. But yeah, it felt like the committed plant was the option that was just never going to result in anything. Maybe you hope Kicks can get back Donut somehow and play for the post plant, but just an unlikely outcome.
And just when you're ready to write OG off of this whole tournament, now, boom. You
back in the game.
You reset round that quickly, and you break Heroic's money back. This has been such a roller coaster here on Ancient. While Dust 2 felt like an open and shut book the whole way along, this has been... Wow.
That's pretty nice.
This has been back and forth. This has been topsy-turvy. I love the molly rush for Crizzen. He struggled in the first map, but he's had, I think, three impact rounds in this game. High impact rounds, you know, winning a clutch, getting a big hold on the B-bomb site. He's made some intelligent moves.
That's why he's the brains of the operation.
But right now we need more brawn because it's all Mikey. Nerds was... was it 18 and 8? Is that what I said? 18 and 8. He's now 19 and 15.
So what you're telling me
is 1 and 7.
Is he's missing. We need to start putting his face in some milk bottles.
No, no. He's still on the top of the server, but he's slowed down.
Yeah.
No time like now to speed back up with a little rush into that A side.
Well, he's good on the Tech 9. We know that. And here he comes, charging at the front. He's the tip of the spear as Heroic look to thrust it into the chest of OG on this A-bomb site. Nice shot from Moto. And he's finally gone, but look at that from Nerds. That's what he can do. He gets the rifle out in his hands, and yeah, thank you very much. Maybe more to be offered up into the hands of Nerds. As that smoke blown open. Nerds can't really make much happen. But Viku kills his own teammate and evens out the numbers at a 2v2. Kicksan's going through. Kicksan's going through. And it's worked out so well for Kicksan in the end. It's all on Crizzen, and you talked about his impact rounds. He needs another one right now. He needs it in this moment.
He's got a kit. He's got a smoke.
He smokes out the bomb. Now Kicksan moves forward. Crizzen, the timing, got back to it, and now the stick. He's gonna hold it.
Yeah.
He's just gonna hold it, and Crizzen all the way sticks the defuse, and just about gets the round victory for OG.
That's insane. What a play. Kickson getting extremely aggressive in this round, right? Pushing the CT smoke when he didn't even need to, and then coming back to check the plant, but his teammate was not ready in Temple to play off that fact. Considering there's a TK in there, in an advantage situation, that's such high impact for Crizzen.
11-11. Money busted on both sides, it feels like, but Heroic coming out worse for wear. They've got a Tech 9 on Shush, Mac 10 here for Kicksan. Galil in the hands of Dexter. This round decides who heads to map point on Ancient. OG with life in the series again.
Oh.
But losing life early in round 23.
It's a really strange push, right? They have no mid-info. Heroic could be out completely. Now they are running into that A site, a clean entry. OG thrown back aside to the wayside, and now they have to make the decision. Do we want to risk this game, this tournament on this round, a 3-on-4 as they send it back in?
Straight to the Temple, looking to have their prayers answered, but it is cancelled by Tesses. Double kill from Tesses, and it's all on Fiku, but suddenly 2 kills back. 1v2 now left. Kicksan and Shush, the 2 remaining members, but look at the flank of Kicksan. He's coming around the back back of the temple. There's no read, there's no way, and Kicksan makes it work. It's now Heroic up to series point, and OG facing elimination.
That's so sad for OG that they put it all in that 3-on-4. They double down, no kit, no position, and they lose it all. Backs against the wall right now. And looking at that third place decider match, if Heroic can pick up just one more round this next round. Despite all the clutches in this game, right? 1 for Fiku, 2 for Krisen.
Oh, and a pause.
Maybe a not live. Everyone backing up to spawn at 12-11. We didn't play games.
Yeah, we do a false start in these kind of rounds. So
play it safe.
Just make sure we get everything on board.
Oh, this has been a roller coaster game though, considering it didn't feel like Dust. You know, Dust was just the nerd show, right? It was the Dexter show, the nerd show. Everyone's had their impact in this map.
Yeah, everyone's had their moments.
Just when you're ready to write off one team or another, they win a hyper important impact round. They break the money, then they still get E-code.
Yeah,
it's just all over the place right now. This is Counter-Strike.
It could all come to an end after this tech issue, or we get overtime, or we get more of this game. Still an opportunity, but OG are going to have to do it. We got to see a glimpse of what their buy is going to look like, right? It's going to be 5.7s, MP9 in them. It's not going to be the weapons you want to bring to battle in the last round of regulation, fighting for your tournament life. And this is an OG squad who we mentioned we won't get to see them appear at another big LAN event this year. This could be their last important match of the year being played in front of us right now.
Berlin, how are we feeling? We got any OG fans in the house tonight? Okay.
All right.
What about the other side? Heroic? Any Heroic fans? Okay.
More heroic for sure.
That.
All right, well, they're looking like they're going to be happy.
Yeah, it's turning out pretty nicely. I mean, the worst part about this break is, well, you're sitting here just thinking, how am I gonna win this round with a 5-7? We have nothing. We have $1,400.
The worst part is you mentioned how chaotic and back and forth the game has been, and then in the last round of regulation you get one of these.
Energy suck.
You just get this vacuum.
Yeah. Ugh.
Well, Nerds is always good in these, you know? He's just always chilling. He's always got a hand warmer.
He's loving life right now.
A reminder, again, we mentioned it a few times, so if you are just tuning in, this isn't the only game we've got today. The action continues later on. We've got 3D Max versus the Mongols.
It's going to be a banger, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game. Again, Hugo was setting up the rivalry, the storylines between these squads over the last few months. They've had a really great run of things in 2024. 3D Max have been the team that came out the better versus the Mongols consistently, and they're looking to try and continue that today.
But again, even let's talk about what's at stake here, right? As we get to the potentially final round of this map and this matchup, it's 150 grand.
Confirmed, minimum.
$150,000 if you win this game, and the chance to play for first place for $500,000.
Yeah, and
it's not bad.
In a tournament when you're coming in, there's only 4 teams playing for that, right? Obviously, it's very hard to get here through the online stages, etc. But once you get to this point, every team here has got to fancy their chances that they can win a best of 3 and a best of 5 to win that kind of money. Right?
I mean, one BO3 for 150 grand. That's a clash for cash right there.
Yeah.
But I think Heroic are here for gold. I think they're here for the whole thing.
Yeah, they ain't here to just get it that one step close. They want the whole journey to conclude in their favor, and they're 1 round away from taking that first step. Or 1 map up in this series as well. If we somehow see OG pull us into overtime, get us into a 3rd map, then that would be Anubis, but that looks unlikely. But Lambert handing out the high 5s, or the low 5s is more like, that generally is a sign that we will be getting ready for the final round of regulation.
12-11 to Heroic after a monstrous comeback from OG, only to get broken in the final round of reg. No feeling worse than this, but this would be an absolutely glorious round to win.
Think of a few of the moments that we've had throughout the second half as well, right? You've had that last second defuse from Krisen. Tessa's nearly taking him off the defuse. That kept OG in the fight. You've had just crazy moments from Dexter, pushing long on the B-bomb site, coming back to win the round on his own. So there's just been so many exciting individual moments towards the tail end of Ancient. But I do see that the timeout is now done, and we're ready to get back into the action. So looking forward to this. One round to decide overtime or for OG elimination.
Heart's got to be racing at this point, right? The culmination of this, essentially this tournament, right? There's still that third place decider. There's still more money to play for. But you have to win that opener if you ever wanted to be in contention. And OG, it might just be stripped from their grasp in this very round.
Perhaps I lied, Hugo. I did see the timeout finish.
That's fine.
You've seen that on the
Another
screen?
one comes
You know?
through. Yeah.
Got another one in
Cool vote. You spam F1.
You know, I did. I definitely spam F1. One of the worst is when you call a vote and you're trying to clutch, and this thing's stuck in your screen and your teammates just won't hit cancel.
Something.
You gotta hit something. Get it off your screen.
You weren't going to win that clutch anyway, buddy.
Yeah, that's true. You always gotta believe, Hugo.
True. I'll say whatever happens here, Mikey, I've been impressed. He's had it. First large international LAN, first time on a plane to come here to Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, that's such
Put
a
up
cool
a great
storyline.
game.
I always love that stuff. He's just starting his Counter-Strike career, 20 years old. He's been chasing the dream for a while. You were just looking back at some of the LANs he's attended. A lot of that's going to be taking train journeys to another local town or going to the country next door and just competing, and all sort of chasing the dream for an opportunity like this. And then suddenly you have just all of that work catch up and you get multiple opportunities start coming your way once you take that first step, which you qualify for the RMR. OG look at you as an option as a stand-in. You come in, you play an event like this, then you're going to China to play in the RMRs. You could even make a breakout there for yourself. So plenty of opportunities, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of Mikey so far. And this map, he's had a decent performance too. Had his moments, for sure.
He's top of his team right now. On the other side, it's all been about nerds all damn day.
I remember the days of Tessus being kind of just a random player out of nowhere being brought into that Optic team, and it was like, this doesn't really make sense. As a team that's brought in known names time and time again, but they bring in Tessus back in the day, and I don't think he immediately stood out as a player that would have a long-standing future, and then suddenly just started stepping up, had some great performances, and was able to find himself here in Heroic. And now some are calling him the best player in Denmark. So
at least in current form.
Yeah, in current form. No, obviously. That is the caveat for sure.
Yeah.
No, not historically.
No.
But yeah, he's to think about Tessus, he hasn't actually played on a whole lot of teams since Optic, has he? He's at Copenhagen Flames and Heroic since 2020. Got a long time for Tessus to be in this squad. Got some trophies under his belt in that journey. A lot of finals, a lot of missed opportunities for trophies
a
too.
lot of playoffs, not necessarily the most trophies in comparison.
Having to rebuild. It's good for Nerds also to come. Obviously, he's seen his team events dispersed. They went over to Falcons, a lot of those players, and I'm glad that Nerds was able to stay with Saw, and they were able to bring something from that old Ents core into this new Heroic squad. You know, those two people sticking together, I was very excited about. I think even long term, that could be something great. They've been on the team for 10 months now. That's crazy to think about, isn't it?
Yeah.
They had their sort of breakout performance in Katowice at the start of the year where they knocked out Vitality.
Yeah, I feel like that whole, we kind of bought in too early, I think, just because they got Vitality, who came off the back of a great last year. But other than that, Heroic did nothing for a few months. And now only this season, they've really risen back up in the, in terms of relevance, in terms of actually getting legit wins.
Yeah, not even necessarily the start of the season either, towards the end of it at this point.
Kind of the perfect time to peak, if you look at it that way,
they've been
right?
building nicely.
RMR's coming up. A lot to play for.
Certainly so.
Yeah, I definitely think Heroic are one of those teams that could be making a surprising run. I say surprising, but, you know, maybe a deeper run.
I think
playoff caliber.
They're also one of those teams, yeah, that has that ceiling. But it's just whether or not they're going to get into that form for the event. We'll see. We'll see. I think RMRs can be so deadly, man. You know?
True. I mean, there's a world they don't make it through the RMR. There's also a legit world I think they could make top 8. Like I think you know, get the right matchups on the right day. You have Nerds and Tess is playing well.
Dude, how many RMRs have we had, especially in the European region, where you're just looking at teams like FaZe, for example, and Cloud9 at the last CSGO major, they got into the last chance. Do we have that last chance anymore for Europe? No, they lost the spot.
I think
right?
we lost because of the Americas, Asia game.
Yeah, exactly. So now it becomes even more deadly because you don't have that last chance net to catch you. And
we
so
would have lost FaZe.
Yeah, we would have lost
at Copenhagen. We wouldn't have had.
No, it was the Paris RMR.
Yeah, who was in the last chance for Copenhagen?
There was a big name in there, but
I'm sure
there always is. Hugo, you can check it out. But yeah, there is always one of those. So that's always the problem. With the RMRs, it's gonna be so brutal. And right now, FaZe not looking like they're in the greatest form then. We do have information that the issue has been resolved. They've been working hard diligently to get that fixed, and it is now ready to go as we prepare ourselves for this final round of regulation. Could be the final round of this best of 3 as Heroic look to try and 2-0 OG, and OG battling with weaker weapons to try and force us into overtime.
Oh yeah, I just remembered who made it through.
I remember that. It was Astralis that was the bigger name in that last chance, wasn't it?
But it was the 9 Pandas who went from the bottom of the bracket through. We're back in, though, Heroic and OG, the final round of regulation, but is it the final round of this series? Heroic would like you to think so. We've got a couple of pistols out for OG. What a way to fool this would be.
Well, Tess says, oh, Mikey's already in the corner, and Tess is going to check it. Great opening kill here for Heroic. Yeah, 4 more kills. And OG are out of contention for fighting for the title at the Thunderpick World Championships. Heroic's unbeaten run in this tournament series looks to continue. It's an main push from 2 OG players. Not really forcing the issue with it right now, just sitting in the corner. And if they did, Shusha's watching for it.
Just feel like you're wasting time in this position the longer you sit here. So maybe they get antsy, maybe they get aggressive, and Shush feel like he's in the perfect position, but Fiku, drive-by MP9. We needed that one to keep this round alive. Prison tucked to the corner, swings wide with Moto, and a 4v3 ensues. Heroic have to jump the gun. They have to hit B.
55 seconds remain as OG battle for overtime. They've got the player advantage. And they've got picked up weapons. Now the aggressive play from Dexter straight through that smoke. It's Moto gone, chances thinning, and Fiku coming back through cave. Christian tries to get on the edge of that smoke, and Tesses looks for it. Now they're done. Dexter finishes it. OG out of contention, and Heroic continue their unbeaten run through the Thunderpick series. They've come to the LAN finals here at the World Championships, and it's a great victory versus OG, 2-0.
Yeah, that got stressful at times, right? Some crazy clutch rounds coming out from OG. 3 clutches, 1 in the map for the OG boys, but just falling 1 step too short, and it's Dexter slapping Heroic straight into that grand final to fight for $500,000.
Something about Dexter and getting double kills inside of the cave there. He had a lovely collateral earlier on in regulation. Just so many individual moments from this Heroic squad. They've got so much firepower available, and I think that was one of the biggest differences on the server today.
Especially on Dust 2, right? This one was a little bit close with the clutches coming through, but when it came to last map, Nerds played out of his mind. 30-8 on Dust 2. Sensational game out of him, and you just love to see Heroic when they're shooting like this.
Yeah, it's true. But OG out of contention for the title. But as you mentioned earlier, we do get that 3rd place. Sorry, we'll get to see him play again. But it's merely for the financial aspect of the tournament now, not for the title.
Yeah, of course, against the loser of 3D Max and the MongolZ, which is fortunately our next game, which will be coming up in sub an hour from now. So definitely stick around or come back, take a break, come back and check that one out as well. But man, we're going to have a banging game no matter what happens, and with Heroic in the final, we're in for a good final as well.
Yeah, Heroic getting to the final, I think it's an expected result. Obviously a team that you would like to see in this kind of form take it to 2-0 versus a team that should be 2-0 and now moving into that final. I think definitely the favorites for me, Hugo.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Positive takeaways for OG though, really, at the end of the day. It's a standing situation. They don't have a full roster.
It's good to see them back in the tournament. I think that's the main thing, right? You need to start getting tournaments here for OG, for these young players on LAN. I mean, this is a very young squad. The oldest player is 21 years old. So there's a lot of work to be done for this OG team, and we need to see them play more outside of the online environment. And that is something they're going to have to strive for. Obviously, missing out on the RMR is a huge problem for OG, but there's next year and there's going to be a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, well, you'll see Mikey there either way, and well, you've learned his name by now if you paid attention to this series, so that's something. Let's throw it down to Duna, though, and see who she's got on the stage. Duna in the dome.
Hello. Hi, guys. I hope you enjoyed the match. It felt like quite a long match. Congratulations, first of all, for making it to the finals, back-to-back finals. Tell us just how are you feeling? How are the energy levels for you right now?
We're feeling good. Obviously, it's always good to get a win, especially in the first game of the event. Even though it's semi-final, it's still the first game. So Dust 2 was a bit easier, Ancient was a bit sloppy, but we still managed to close it out, so it's good.
So you have, like, especially during Ancient, there were like a few more breaks in the match, and it felt like it, took a bit longer. Also, it almost went to overtime. Do you feel like this kind of like ruined your momentum?
Maybe a little bit, but I don't think we think about it too much. We know that we have to do our job anyways, so it didn't affect us too much, I would say.
Okay, actually I was wondering, on Dust 2 on T side, when you tried to go from mid to B, and then you ran out of time, what happened there? Can you explain us?
Well, we had a good plan, but they delayed us a lot with the nades, and we had clear goal what we want to do in the round, and we did it, but because of their delaying of the nades, it became a bit close, so yeah, it was just a bit unlucky and well played by them, I would say.
Okay, so tomorrow you're gonna face either MongolZ or 3D Max, whoever wins the next match. Any team you prefer, or you just focus on yourself?
Well, we don't care who we play, we still have to do our job. We played against both of these teams in the past, we have some experience, we know them, so whoever it is, we're happy to play them.
Okay, so tomorrow is going to be the back-to-back final. Last time you went to the finals was at the Elisa Masters, and now you're at the next final. Do you think this is the one?
Can you repeat the last thing?
Do you think this is the one where you take it home?
I think so. It has to be finally.
Okay, I'm going to let you go and get some rest to recharge your energies, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, back to you again, and we'll see each other at the next match.
True, D. It's very true. We will be seeing you and pretty much everyone else just exiting the arena right now to get themselves some lickies and chewies, maybe a hamburger. I understand there's some cheeseburgers down in the lobby.
Where are those lickies?
I don't know,
Oh, the
but
Chewies.
who got chewed up today? OG. Yeah, that's pretty easy right there, right? So, Yanko, let's go ahead and get to the bottom of this one. As expected for a result, but overall, this second map gave some life.
We got a little bit of what we wanted. Trace, OG showing us at times what they're capable of, a little bit more poised, but also some cojones. I mean, you kick off Ancient, your map pick, you lose the pistol round, you eco, you lose that first gun round, what do? Rush A. Yeah. That's a ballsy call. Worked out. They were able to get some momentum. Unfortunately, a couple of sloppy rounds. Makes it end 6-6. They just had a really big issue with winning pistols or converting them, and Heroic was just able barely to close it out.
I did indeed like what I saw from them, especially in the CD side as well. A lot of proactive plays. We saw Fiku, for example, the long-ass flank, and a little bit of luck not going their way. Looking at the scoreline as well, it was a 13-11. We saw Dexter pop off on the B bomb side, getting in a 2v2 collateral kill with the op through the smoke as well. So a little bit of luck going the way of Heroic. And yeah, sure, they get the win over there. But for OG, I wanted to see this, right? Despite the fact it is a 2-0 loss coming in from them. On their map pick, they were competitive. And if maybe Lady Luck had smiled in their direction a little bit more, it could have been map number 3 being played here.
One less Fiku team kill, one less Dexter double. There's a couple things that make Counter-Strike beautiful, and these are instances and examples of those things. Yeah, we say goodbye to OG. The form we saw at a Heroic today, though, does it lead to a championship here?
I don't think that's necessarily fair to say. I think they knew they were the better team and were a big favorite, so the approach was perhaps a little bit more lackadaisical than what we would see against a team of a different caliber. They got the job done. We already heard about Shush, and he was feeling a little bit ill coming into this one, so just like him being able to get some extra energy going into tomorrow, I think he's definitely going to need it, considering it's a best-of-5 final.
Yeah, and also the fact is, for Nerds, the way he played this entire series, so 30 bomb and Dust 2, even over here, I think in the first half he had like 17 kills or something. Look, it's not like he can replicate it, but it's not something you want to rely on as well, right? So, sure, they got a job done over there, but at the same time, yes, it was a bit, a little top-heavy in the fragging department, so to speak, a little bit of her hero plays coming out as well. And tomorrow when they go up against either 3D Max or the Mongols in the grand finals, if they don't tighten it up a little bit more. Things could get a little messy, but I doubt that's going to happen.
It's always funny, though, because, you know, if they play the same way against some of the Tier 1 teams, like, they could probably find more success. There was a round on Dust 2, had a saved gun. They were sort of ecoing right on their CT side.
Nerds with the M4,
Nerds jumps up, Cat real quick, eats the molly from the T-zone. Cat to get the first kill, keeps pushing, finds one more. The rest of the players with the pistols are around lower B, and they win the round easily, right? You go up against, I know, a Navi, and you see that molly. You respect it, right?
Yeah.
Like, you fall back, oh, they'll be ready for this. They'll punish me. They'll kill me. They're so good, right? Like, sometimes it's just throwing caution to the wind and sort of playing a little bit more
full send,
reckless, I guess. At times can be good, but yeah, we'll see how it unfolds tomorrow.
A little bit more like a spaghetti at the refrigerator type thing. If it
I have no idea what that means, but okay.
That's how you know if the noodle's ready.
Come on, Blair.
Come on, man. You're a noodle guy.
I don't know.
Speaking of noodles, we're going to pick the minds of OG. They're gracious enough to give us that L right here, that L interview. So we'll be right back.
Hi. Okay, I'm back again with another interview, so thank you so much for taking the time. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but honestly, you guys put really like a fight, especially in Ancient, so maybe you just like want to share the experience you had here at this event?
Yeah, I mean, we came a bit slow off the start. I think Heroic played well as well, of course, coming into the map pick. I think overall we bounced really good into it, or back into it on Ancient. I think we showed good promise, and there was a lot of good rounds from both sides. And in the end, yeah, they just kind of ran with it with the economy. But yeah, I think it was really good. It was a nice experience. Feel the crowd, look out, it's nice. And yeah, it was really nice.
Did this kind of like give you a little glimpse of what's to come for the next year? Because you guys honestly are looking promising.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have great potential, and that's also something we know. We are right now in a position where, of course, we're working on the consistency of it and working towards building upon what we have. We are really like young team and also a bit inexperienced, of course, especially with the LAN environment and so on, including myself. So the entire experience of being here and like just gaining as much as possible is really important to us, and yeah, just showing the best Counter-Strike that we can.
All right. I mean, honestly, you had a great performance, in my opinion. And now, can you explain us what is to come for the rest of the season for you guys? So I think it's like probably not over. Are you going to play some online tournaments? What's the plan?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to try to grind as many online tournaments that we can. Yeah, build, as I said, upon what we have already, like adding on to the strat book so we come into the next year really strong, and yeah, hopefully grind some Valve points so we get the invites from the get-go and don't have to fight for it next year.
Is there any, last question, is there any specific goal or goals you guys set for yourself for the next season?
Yeah, I mean, of course, being at the next major for sure is the big one. Yeah, for us, not making it this year was a little bit of a disappointment, of course. We knew that we were very new coming into it, and we didn't have too much time practicing, but of course it still hurt. So for sure, making the next one is the goal.
Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for being here. I hope you can at least enjoy the city a bit. And yeah, any last words you want to say maybe to the fans watching right now?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the support, guys. Really appreciate it. And yeah, just looking forward to play more matches and show what we are capable of, because yeah, I think we have showed great promise and hoping to in the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, if the question is about great promises in the future, OG just seemingly finds a way to keep that the question at all times, at every iteration.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they still have a future.
And they have a game tomorrow as well, Trace. It's not over yet.
That third, fourth place
decider. Quite a lot of money on the line. Yeah.
Yeah, tons of money. Let me just go over that real quick. First place at 500K, like you were talking about. That's a pretty sweet chunk of change for first place. Yeah. Second at 150, third at 70, and fourth at 50. So, yeah, you know, you came here, and so far you've either ended in third or fourth. But if he gave you something in the tank to work with later, perhaps that's more beneficial to OG in the long run.
And it's going to be difficult. Whoever they end up facing for the third place decider, they'll still be the underdog, but at least they'll walk away with a good chunk of change. That's going to be meaningful for them for the Valve rankings as well, because what this roster needs, or well, this team, whatever the roster may be coming into next year is more opportunities to play and prove themselves and just learn and progress.
Also, just a shout out to Mikey as well, right? Playing his first international LAN here in Berlin. He's a stand-in as well. And in all honesty, I thought he would play a little bit too scared, a little bit too, timid in how he's going to be approaching some of those fights. But many rounds won by OG, in this very clutch scenarios, was him just popping off, playing with cojones, so to speak, just being in your face. So a pretty solid debut coming up from the young one.
Well, I've got some cojones you can play with.
Yeah.
Right here on the screen. Brackets right out in front of you for the open and take.
Yeah, we got a couple of
That's how you say
right
brackets
there.
in Spanish?
Yeah.
Cojones.
Bracket, yes, make sure you try
the
that
single
one.
elimination cojones right here, Trace.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
there can only be one. Heroic have made their way into that grand final, leaving just 3D Max and the Mongols to tango for that last spot. Yeah.
Which has been kind of a low-key, interesting rivalry that's developed out of nowhere, right? We saw 3D Max beat Mongols in Sky Esports finals, and then in EPL it was back and forth, but Mongols had the last laugh at the very end. So I'm kind of excited for this matchup.
It takes 3D Max to tango.
Go on. Go on then.
Back to you, Trace.
Yes. I guess you could make a good point about that. Anyways.
Yes.
We're going to go ahead and go to a break before we
If
get
you're
ourselves
lucky.
in trouble. Right? Yeah, it's not bad. Okay, he's
I need
got
some
it. He wins.
exercise.
We go to this break. We come back. That next game starts at 20:30. It is 3D Max taking on the Mongols in a semifinal. Someone gets to go play Heroic tomorrow, but we're only going to find out when we return. You're watching Thunderpick World Championships, baby. Hit it, Yanko.
anybody's balls. Sox M4 is all it takes for best.
The storm towards the top of Rap in this round. Dexter is the hero.
The blind sprays a techno tagging Phelps flow. All three players alone. The taps will be easy for the M4.
It's the Thunderpick World Championship live from Level in Berlin. My name is Trace. Alongside of me is going to be Yanko and Bled down there on the end. Guys, we did just get our first semifinal done, dusted. That's over with. OG are going to be playing tomorrow in what is a third, fourth place decider. And for now, we get to turn our attention to our next semifinal. 3D Max versus the Mongols. And for different ways, shapes, and forms, gentlemen, this could shape up to be pretty good.
I mean, this is supposed to be the more closer affair of the two matchups, right? Obviously, Heroic coming in, not just the favorites in that matchup, but also the favorites for the tournament, if you ask me, in all honesty. And 3D Max and Mongols, now some pretty interesting history. Face each other 3 times so far this year on LAN as well. 3D Max coming out in top 2 at the times, but Mongols having the last lap. There is more than just, obviously there's a prize pool in making it to the finals, but also this little rivalry that's building between the French and the Mongolians. Trace, I don't think I've ever read that in a history book in all honesty, so it's fresh.
It's because it's recent.
It's very
This
recent.
is the first ever time something like that's happened in the history of the world, Yanko.
The Mongols didn't even get to France in their heyday. So
True. France was France a thing?
Pretty close, but not all the way there. And it's interesting because, I mean, who would have thought that even they would get the opportunity to face each other that many times?
Yeah.
Yet they did, right? And for Mongols, I think similar to Heroic, they looked super hot at Elisa, right? Only to get at the last step knocked out by Ents, who then took down Heroic in the grand final as well. So they're on a little bit of a revenge tour of their own, in a sense, or more a redemption tour for that tournament, trying to take it all the way here in Berlin.
And so perhaps you've never heard of 3D Max, and perhaps that is something you should look into. Or better yet, we'll try to catch up to speed. We got Donna caught up with him.
Hi guys, I'm here with 3D Max. It's the first time for you being in Berlin, I think, except one special person here.
Yeah, I went like 4 or 5 years ago with G2 and like one major, like the Starladder major, I think, something like
2019 Berlin Major.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, so a long time ago, but it's good to be back.
Okay, that's great to have you back here again, by the way. Also, speaking of your time back then in G2, you have worked with Malek as a coach back then, and now he's kind of like the performance coach of 3D Max. How does it feel for you to work with him again?
I mean, it feels good. I think he evolved a lot as a coach. He doesn't have like the same role here. He's more of a like performance coach right now for us, and I think he's doing a very good job for us. And I think it's been showing in our results like lately.
That is great. I'm pretty sure he has a lot of impact. I mean, he has been always very passionate about the game. You guys also have been together in 3D Max before?
Yeah, we did with Lucky before his tenure in G2. He was with 3D Max for a few months.
Okay, so how does it feel being back together in the team again?
It feels good because he's really passionate, like you said, and he's really good in human relationships. So.
Talking about like working together and stuff, who's your favorite teammate in the team here?
I can answer that. I like all my teammates.
Okay, with who would you share a room if you have to pick one?
Definitely not the Gravity because he's snoring.
So your roommate always has to hear you snore?
My roommate is the manager because no one wants to sleep with me.
Oh no, I feel bad for. Okay, guys, let's talk about CS now. So you've been really performing well. I think, honestly, I feel like you're a bit underestimated, maybe from like I would not say people who follow a lot CS, but maybe in the mainstream view. But I would see you as like the gatekeepers of Tier 2. In my opinion, you're like probably one of the best teams in the scene, and you're like so close to step into Tier 1. How do you feel about that, guys?
I think we are quite close to making it to Tier 1 events. I think the team that's pretty close, like us, it was so, and they break through like a few months ago, and I think we can also do it. So yeah, definitely we are close to breaking into Tier 1 events, and I think in Tier 2 scene we are doing quite well.
Okay. Also, maybe another question. How has been the online stage for you guys so far?
The online stage went pretty well. We finished first in our group. We faced the comeback of Simple as well with Falcon on the first game. We 2-0 them, so which is nice, I guess. Maybe they were not ready enough on the map we picked and stuff, so that's why they struggle hard, I guess. And after we faced Bestia, the Argentina guys, They show good CS on the second map, but I guess we also struggled to finish the map. That's why we went on the third map, and we were able to finish. So that's why we're here.
Yeah, and it's great to have you here, guys. I hope you give your best, and I wish you the best of luck. Maybe just like one more last question. Who do you see as the toughest opponent for you in this tournament?
It's hard to say, really. We face Mongols first. It's gonna be a tough matchup for us, I guess, because we faced them a lot in LAN before. Like in Pro League, we faced them 2 times. The first time we were able to win, and the second time they won. So I guess it's like a 50-50 matchup for us. It's gonna be tough for sure. So hopefully we can start like the first map very well, and maybe it's gonna shift the things for us.
All right, guys, thank you so much for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day and maybe also have a little bit time to explore Berlin maybe later or throughout this event. And yeah, I will see you on the stage.
"3D Max," that's what they're called. And that's only if you just joined us. Tell me about 3D Max, though, and where they find themselves. What is their posturing? What does their stance look like within the realms of competitive Counter-Strike right now?
Well, they're one of those upstarts in a way, right? Like we see them show glimpses here and there. India tournament was one of them. Pro League season 19, so the first one that happened this year over in the spring. But a little bit of a struggle to find consistency and be there consistently. I think also you wonder how much this whole conversation about 3D Max potentially, you know, not extending their contracts and all of that plays with their heads. We obviously had the whole bleed situation happen recently, and you know, it's very difficult to be focused on the game and just put in 100% where you don't know what's around the corner.
Yeah, for sure. But despite all the outside server problems they've had, right? I've been pleasantly surprised. We saw them win that event in India, and after that, just the fashion in which they did it as well, completely dismantling Mongols in that game. And they've had, it's been unlucky on LAN, I won't lie, right? If you go to Cologne, for example, last minute call-up, replacing 9 Pandas, they still put up a pretty commendable effort in the second game, if memory serves me right. They play some solid Counter-Strike. Obviously, for me, Maka is a player to watch for me. The IGL, kind of star player as well. The primary op, he does a lot. And it feels like...
Everything, really.
Everything, really. it does feel like Tapson, back when Tapson was a guy who like, dude, you got to leave this team and do something for yourself. It kind of feels like that for me when it comes to this Maka player. But he's sticking around with his team, and it's somehow making it work, you know? So what else do we have to say about that?
Well, Yanko, Tapson would have probably fit really good on your FaZe team.
Yeah, we tried. Wasn't interested.
Oh,
so,
well,
things going great for him.
Yeah, it's turned out pretty well.
They're not even here.
He's happy. That's what's that's what matters.
Berlin here for us.
He's home.
Yeah, they're definitely at home. Yeah, so big, not even in contention here. But the question and the conversation, rather, with 3D Max, you heard what he's saying about playing against the Mongols in previous iterations, previous matchups.
Yeah.
What can that do to a game when you're about to hop into the server today for arguably a rather large prize purse?
I mean, Bled pointed out in the green room as well, the 3 times they played the 2 same maps.
It was the same veto every single time.
Every single time is the same veto. So first of all, that's what gets you thinking, okay, do we want to switch anything up at this point? If anything, just to, you know, throw a curveball maybe, play a different map, see how that goes for us. Also, you become more familiar with the players and their styles. We always talk about the Mongols. Yes, they're not as wild as some of the other Asian teams, mostly Chinese teams.
Yeah.
But still, they have their little moments at times. So being able to adjust to that, I think, is really important for the matchup.
And I also feel like for Mongols, the one criticism we can talk about is how they're very, very predictable in the map vetoes. They're very predictable. It's always going to be that Ancient. If that's unavailable, it's going to be a Mirage or maybe an Inferno. Always the case. And I feel like over here, 3D Max, it's not like they don't play the map. They've beaten them twice on Ancient as well. They know what's going to be happening in Ancient. We've seen sometimes for the Mongols, they play to the level of their opposition. We've seen it time and time again. So I feel like for 3D Max coming into this, they know it's going to be Ancient. They should do the prep on that and a bit of a curveball. Even though Mongols like playing Inferno, 3D Max have been on a tear on this map recently. I think it's like 13 wins with 4 losses in the past 3 months or something. Throw a curveball in, throw in a Dust too. Mongols aren't exactly unbeatable in that map either. So I feel like it's going to be a little bit more different this time around here.
Yeah, and perhaps those Mongols, we just saw the jerseys coming around.
Saw a Senzu fan right there.
Yeah, just big Senzu fan, just hanging around. He might hit him with that mouse clicking out later. But we're not doing that right here. We're going to hear from the side of the Mongols. Let's do it.
Hi guys, welcome to the Thunderpick Championship. Nice to see you here in Berlin. So let's just start with the first question. Did you actually travel all the way from Mongolia here, or did you boot camp in Europe before?
Recently we were boot camping in Serbia and we came from there.
Okay, so you didn't have a long trip here. How long have you been in Europe now?
Half month or 20 days, yes.
Okay, so you've been for a pretty long time here. Let's talk about this event so far. So you have pretty much flew smoothly over the group stage. You're 6-1. You've only dropped one map to Imperial against Fnatic, and Cloud9 you won 2-0. So it was, I think, pretty smooth. Maybe you just want to share like your experience at this event so far.
At the beginning, we just had a little bit struggling against Cloud9, and next game we managed to found ourselves and managed to win our games, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, so I assume you're coming in with a lot of confidence into this event, being top of the group. What do you think? What was the highlight so far in this year for you guys?
Of course, this year we're doing some really good performance in this year for us as a team, for maybe Asian, yeah, I think so, and that's the really meaningful thing for us.
But on the other side, I mean, you had really great accomplishments, especially in the first season. But I feel like now coming into the second half of the year, you kind of like as a team dropped in form a bit. So it has been a little bit like more like sloppy recently from what we have seen in the first season. Can you tell us, like, are you just like you dropped in form, or why is it like that?
Maybe we're first year in this in this cycle, and goes every round and travel abroad. They go every tournaments like other countries. Yeah, just I think just we don't go home to practice like before, and this year is different for us, and we're going to manage it. Yeah.
That's great. Can you tell us what was the most disappointing loss for you this year? Like an event that you really wanted to perform better?
There's a lot of disappointing losses, but for us the most disappointing is the against Virtus.pro at the ESL Pro League.
So coming into the Thunderpick championship event, do you guys see this as an event to build back your confidence?
Yes. If we win this tournament, there's a lot of opportunity come to us, World ranking or the titles, achievements. Yeah, I think it is.
And I also assume, like, not just like, I mean, obviously it's important to, you know, rank up as much as you can in the world ranking, but I also assume it's probably really important for you to give the best you can right before the Asian RMR, because it's right around the corner. I'm sure you will do great. I also think you will do great here. So maybe the last question, just like a general question, how are you liking Berlin so far? I don't know if you have like tried more European food, like how is it compared to from your home?
Comparing to our home food, it's really different. And we were in Cologne before, I think 1 or 2 times, and it was good, yeah.
Okay. Great. Guys, thank you so much for your time. I wish you the best of luck. And yeah, I hope you can try some nice Berlin restaurants while you're here.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think he was being very nice there about the difference in food.
He was being very polite. He was about to say something else, I'll tell you that. He was like, the difference is, it's different. That's all he said. He was very polite.
We are next to a disgusting foods museum. I mean, it is right next door to this place.
A lot of British food inside there.
I think we ate there earlier.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Or maybe Carmack took us there
some baked beans and some sausages. Yeah.
And a couple bugs here and there. But yeah, for the side of for the Mongols, it's been a pretty ups and down year. You know, you go all the way back to Kato, how that kind of fizzled out there towards the beginning stages of the group stage, if I recall correctly, to where they are now. It's been ups, downs, and somewhere in between.
I think it's also because of what we saw at the beginning of the year, right? The little bit of a streak of LAN wins they had, the win in Abu Dhabi as well, and suddenly the expectations are up there. If you asked me last year that you're going to be seeing Mongols playing almost every LAN, you know, happening in the year, I would have been like, yeah, no way, they have to qualify for everything, but they have elevated themselves. But with that comes the expectations. And what's happened with the Mongols here is, I feel it's a mental game. You look at Cologne, you look at them getting knocked out by Pain, if memory serves me right. You look at, you know, even EPL as well, losing to Eternal Fire, fair enough. Rio losing to VP, where they've been beating them time and time again. And again in LSM Masters, an event where I was kind of expecting them to make it all the way to the finals to go up against Heroic, losing to an overperforming ENCE perhaps. So I feel like right now, it's a problem with Mongols that they kind of play at the level of their opposition. They seem to really play much better when they go up against a Vitality or a G2 or a Spirit for that matter, but they just get a little too sloppy, a little too Asian CSy when you play against some of the lesser teams.
Asian CSy. Now, there used to be a time where we could kind of characterize that, actually describe that a little bit easier. And it used to just be wild crosshairs, like just crosshairs all over the place, Bless. So tell me a little bit about the characteristics of the Asian-ish CS.
Well, you can see I've lost quite a lot of my hair as well. You know, I've been sunk into the depths of
How much hair
depression.
did you have?
I had quite a lot of hair, dude. Yeah, but it's been rough. It's like, look, there are times when I'm lying awake in bed, I just remember just watching somebody pushing through a smoke every single round of a best-of-3 series. So hopefully, you know, we don't see that style of CS coming out from MongolZ anymore. They have kind of, you know, changed direction of Asian CS, so to speak, and I really hope we'll leave that way back in the past with old Tyloo.
Instead of just, you know, kind of throwing it out there, somebody, just name them, dude.
Somebody. I'm not going to name them, just going to say somebody.
You really went
I
there,
tried,
didn't
man.
you?
I tried to lay one out there for you guys. But yeah, for the Mongols, it's been a pretty cool project to watch. We talked a little about, you were mentioning just a second ago about exposure and making it so that, yeah, you can continue to compete against your opponents rather than playing to their level, right? So with the Mongols having played so much time here in Europe, seemingly helped them out infinitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Even the first time around. I mean, you go back, you look at Katowice, Mzinho, he's struggling in some of those anchor positions. Doesn't look like he knows what to do in certain situations, right? Probably the reason why they lost some of the games. They stick around in Europe after that, do a boot camp. They play a shit ton of Faceit, to be honest with you. You know, like they were really grinding just to get into individually how to play the positions, the mechanics, and all of that stuff. Came back, obviously had a couple of tier 1 tournaments, and now he's looking like a completely different player with that experience. Some of those reps that he was able to get is one of the bright spots for this team, and you feel like Mongols had that. I mean, they had the win at Yala Compass as well, right? It gives you a, wow, they're really making that next step, but it's about still doing it a little bit more consistently, which seems weird to say. In Valve rankings, they're ranked 9th in the world right now.
Valve rankings just better than everyone else, I guess. No, jokes aside, I think the FPL thing, I was speaking to one of the guys from the Mongols, not from the team, but from the org right there, and he said, like, for them, they kind of, beginning of the year, they had this bit of a hero worship mentality going up against, let's say, a Simple, for example, or a Zaiwu for that matter. And when they start playing a lot more FPL, they're like, guys, these guys are humans. I can just swing them and kill them as well. And I think that added a lot of, confidence for players like 9-10, for example, who last year I was like, this guy's whiffing too many easy shots. He's not doing that anymore. He's playing with confidence, knowing that at times he might be the best player in the server, even against the Spirit, even against the Vitality. And that's great. For me, the problem is when it comes to closing out games, they struggle. We've seen it from some great teams in the past as well. I feel like that is a peak they need to get over. The question is, when is it going to happen? And I think an event like this is a great opportunity for them, to get this win at this event, heading into the RMR and potentially heading into the major.
Dude, also not to mention $500,000 for the Mongols.
You could buy, I don't know, an entire neighborhood, I guess, in Ulaanbaatar, if I'm not mistaken.
The whole neighborhood.
Maybe.
Damn.
I don't know.
Yeah, they doing
there
it different
goes the
over there.
neighborhood.
Yeah, well, technically, yeah, that would be what it would be. We do have more things going on here around and outside of the server, I should say. Over in the audience and with some fans, it is Donor.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Donor.
Okay, so I joined a few fans here at the stage and just checking in the mood. Guys, how are you doing?
Really well.
Where are you from?
Germany.
You too?
Yeah, Berlin.
Okay, are you all three from Berlin?
Yes.
Okay, so is it the first time you're here in the level in the dome?
Yes.
You just came here for this event. Which tier do you cheer for?
TheMongolZ.
Yes? Okay, a lot of Mongol fans right now. Do we have any 3D Max fans here? Yeah, over there, amazing. Okay. Guys, so how has it been the event for you so far? The mood and everything, sitting here so close to the players, how does that feel?
It's so cool, I must say, because the players are so close. You can...
Oh, so sorry, again. How does it feel to be here so close to the players?
It's really great, I must say, because it's so crazy to see them so close, I must say. I'm really happy because it's a really cool venue. I'm really impressed.
Guys, yeah, I hope you enjoyed the rest of the event and everyone else here. So we also have a Mongols corner over there. Maybe I'll check them out later. But for now, back to the desk.
Some wildlings out there, Donner. Be careful. Guys, when was the last time you went downstairs? I know you've been in here.
I just want to say, man, looking at the Mongolian support we're getting here in Berlin, this might just be the best city in the EU. I'm just putting it out there.
That's it.
Yeah.
The support for the
I
Mongols.
love Berlin.
Yeah.
I love a good underdog around here.
Yeah, instead of the overdog. You can't always be the overdog. And it can't always be the day.
But, you know, for the most part, Trace, you're just that dog.
Yeah, and I got that dog in me, which is why I'm going to lead us into what will be a break here in just a second. Let's go ahead and do that, actually. We have that semifinal coming up in front of us featuring 3D Max and Mongols, but we do have just a quick break before we jump back into that action. It's the Thunderpick World Championships 2024. We'll be right back.
Everybody falls! Sucks M4 is all it takes for best.
The storm towards the top of Raph in this round. Dexter is the hero.
The blind sprays a techno tagging Phelps low. All three players are low. The taps will be easy for the M4.
Oh, hey. Kind of caught me there, didn't you? Yes, it is the Thunderpick World Finals. We are here going into our second semifinal, so I'm going to welcome you back live from Berlin. My name's Trace. We've got Yanko in the middle and Sudin down there on the other end. Guys, we've got another best of three ahead of us. We've got to put a competitor up against Heroic tomorrow in that grand finals. It's going to have to be either in the form of 3D Max or the Mongols, right? So we've gone over a lot of the basis, a lot of the groundwork here, a lot of the legwork. Now we can kind of focus on things such as the map veto. You brought up earlier that there's a chance that it is the same exact veto that they've gotten every single time.
There is always a chance, right? It's been, I believe, it was Ancient picked by Mongols every single time. Anubis getting picked by the side of 3D Max. And never actually ever seeing the decider map, which is Inferno. So I want a bit of a curveball being thrown in here by 3D Max. Maybe an Inferno getting picked early on. Maybe a Dust 2 coming out. For Mongols, they're kind of boring, Trace. I think we're going to see an Ancient coming out anyway.
They don't like change.
Yeah, I'm feeling like change. I'm feeling like loose change most of the time.
Kind of conservative, you know, in approach.
Nah, I wouldn't know. I don't know about all that. Conservation is something we do for the forest, okay? And we're not talking about raking leaves around here. We're talking about map veto. So I think we jump right into it. Bled, if your prediction, or if rather your forecast holds true, then perhaps what maps will we get?
Well, all right, I'm thinking Ancient. I'm thinking an Inferno, because I think 3D Max have looked good so far on that particular map. And I believe a Dust to Decider coming in. No, Trace, we're going the same. It's the same again. God freaking damn it, why?
There are a couple of...
It's the same. It's a bloody same every single time.
But we're not going to get to Inferno. You've said
there are a couple of good trilogies out there, Trace. Lord of the Rings comes to mind first and foremost,
Name another
right?
one.
But a fourth one, The Matrix.
Star Wars.
You see, look at The Matrix, the fourth one, right? I didn't even watch it. That's how terrible people say it is. This is the fourth iteration of the same thing. Come on, guys, give us something new. Switch it up a little bit.
You know what they say about insanity? Who's that guy, Voss or whoever? You know, keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, hoping something's going to change eventually. That's called madness, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing here. Look, if your Mongols are feeling super happy, right? You 2-0'd them comparatively recently at EPL in a very convincing fashion on these two maps. So 3D Max, I guess, you know, they fixed their Anubis, I guess, because if that's not the case.
Just a little bit strange that when was that India tournament in July?
July, yeah.
Right? So
August, I think July, August.
So it's like 3 months pretty much and nothing has changed for either team where you feel like, hey, you know, like the difference in your map pool, you didn't improve on some other maps, you can punish them a little bit better, or some of the maps you didn't get figured out as much. So it's very rare that we see, you know, 4 series in a row, the same exact maps, no matter who's winning, and across a pretty decent time span.
Yeah, and also, like, if you look at for 3D Max, you know, despite the fact that they might have the win in the head-to-head, so to speak, across 3 or 4 months, I would still give the edge to Mongols. You know, they played against...
Of course you would.
You have to, with no bias at all whatsoever.
Yeah, no
I don't know what
bias.
you're talking about. But G2, I mean, sorry, Mongols, right? Like, if you look at the way they're playing, they look good. They look good against, you know, much higher opposition, so to speak. Overall, I think they have the edge when it comes to even the recent matchup and whatnot.
They just had a great boot camp in Serbia, you know, had to cut it short because they qualified for this tournament. It was
Great,
prior to the
boot camp.
We don't need to get into that.
But it's in Belgrade. You've been talking about something for a while. You got a friend or somebody that knows something. Is his name Enad? Enad?
It's a great place, Trace. You could check it out online.
Yeah, what would be the website if I wanted to check it out?
But it always helps because you're able to just focus in, you know, on the practice. Everyone's there, you're getting it done. And I think for the Mongols, it's been very beneficial. I'm hoping that, though, they worked on managing their emotions a little bit, right?
No tilt.
Yeah, no tilt, you know, sort of being able to have that short-term memory loss, I guess, that you can forget about things quickly and just move on to the next
I don't think
round.
they want to forget the last win they had against them, though. But
Yeah,
we'll see.
Well, selective memory at the very least, something like that.
Selective
Right?
memory, I think, is short-term memory, lost game.
Remember the good, forget the bad.
Yeah, there's like min-maxing, and then there's just like minimally maxing.
There's a life lesson somewhere in there.
We'll figure it out eventually.
Speaking of life lessons, I don't know about you guys, but I think I would perhaps like to hear what they've got going on in the 3D Max side of things. Now, you thought we were getting into that game, but not yet. Not before we hear from Maka.
Thanks, Maka, for taking the time to do a single interview as well. I will not bother you with too many questions. I would actually like to know something about Joko. So we haven't really talked about him. What does he bring to the team, in your opinion?
I think he brings balance to the team. And he's also the headshot machine of the team. So he's like really good aimer, and when he's into the game, like in the flow states, he's like really vocal, and I think he brings a lot in terms of communication in the team. So I would say balance in the team.
Okay, who would you say is the most vocal teammate outside of you, obviously? Who is helping you a lot with their calls and stuff?
I think it depends on
maps
and games. I would say Gravity could bring a lot, on a daily basis, because he's used to be in-game leader.
Yeah.
But Exercise can do it as well. Lucky, I would say just Lucky is the less communicative guy. Like he's more chill and more calm.
Yeah, he seems quiet.
Yeah, he is.
Which is fine. You cannot have everyone talking, otherwise you have too many voices. Yeah, sure. Okay, so talking also about Gravity, I mean, he has been a great addition to the team. I would like to know how has it been for you to also work with the coach together? What does he bring to the team? do you guys are on the same page? Do you view the game the same way?
I think we are quite on the same page. Sometimes we don't, but we can agree on a lot of things when we talk about the game. And I think it's good to have someone who has some different point of view of the game, so you can like improve in some aspect of the team, not being stuck in the way of seeing the game. So yeah, he helps me a lot, and also it's his first sport in the coach scene. He used to be a player, and he never coached before. So
I think that's enough with like the CS questions. We have also talked a lot about the game before. I would like to know your personal opinion on Berlin. I don't think you haven't been here
Never.
before. You didn't see a lot so
never.
far.
No, nothing.
Have you been to Germany?
Yeah, in Cologne 2 times only.
Have you tried German food?
Never, never.
What do you eat when you're here?
I ate the catering from the
Okay.
ESL when I was with ESL, but never nothing else.
Okay, but have you tried doner kebab?
Yeah, sure.
You have that in France, probably as well.
Yeah, we have in France. Like a lot of Turkish people in France too. So
Yeah. Okay. Do you like? Okay. What do you eat in France? Like, do you enjoy the French cuisine or more like international food?
I would say international food because I'm mixed, so
Yeah.
I eat a lot of Asian food.
Okay. Okay. That sounds good. Well, I hope you enjoy your time here and maybe you have a little bit of time to explore Berlin. I wish you
Thank
best
you.
of luck at the event and yeah, merci beaucoup for the interview.
Thank you, merci beaucoup.
Now, Mac, I'll just say this. You've managed to get Yanko to admit that he's hungry, and I understand that, too.
I'm hungry,
Are you between you saying donor every time and now he's
Doner
talking
kebab.
about food? I mean, come on, man, give me a break.
I do like how Dona Little
Got
Dona
him.
is trying to get either one of the MongolZ players or the 3DMX guys. Like, guys, do you like the German food? And both of them are like, no.
Hey, I had a schnitzel last night.
How do you like it?
Was great.
Lovely.
With the
I'm happy
potato
for you.
salad.
Lovely.
And a nice little beer.
There's some pretty good Vietnamese places here in Berlin. I'm pretty
There
impressed.
isn't.
There
or at
isn't.
least you didn't take me to the good ones.
I did. You
Just
did.
took you to the one that- yeah. Yeah, kind of
Well, you
fair.
ordered the bad ones. You could have just gone for the pho.
Yeah, man, the pho. Not
I
to be
know.
confused with the faux.
Not really my cup of tea.
Yeah, and it not really on the docket or our plates here as of now. Gentlemen, I do believe that we are not ready to get into the game.
All right,
and I
lovely.
say we are not, meaning no, we are not. But that should be coming up sooner rather than later. For the meantime, that in-between time, you guys have predictions, or should we just save those until we know?
I mean, might as well put it out there, right?
Might as well spaghetti the
Yeah, we got a
refrigerator.
little bit of time. Look, I feel MongolZ going to take this, and this is no disservice, not because it's any disservice to 3DMX. I think they played pretty solid CS overall. They've been grinding out online and whatnot. But for the MongolZ, I feel like this year has been an interesting year as to we've seen the rise, the advent of this Mongolian team in particular, right? And I feel like heading into the RMR, this time the expectations are higher, not just from their fans, but by themselves as well. It's not about just making to the major. It's about trying to make a deep run. Your top 10 in various rankings we have right now show it, right? And for them to win this tournament, not just this matchup, but win this tournament is going to be, I think, very crucial when it comes to the mentality. Because they always choke. When it comes to making to a playoffs of a big event, when it comes to making to the finals of an event they should be kind of winning, they always seem to stumble at the very last hurdle. And I feel like that's been plaguing them for a while. Getting a win here against 3DMX and, of course, winning the event is going to be, I think, quite essential for them if they're going to make a deep run to the major.
I believe in the MongolZ as well, team coming off of a boot camp, right? Just having that intensity over there, the preparation, all of that stuff. I feel like it gives them the upper hand. 3DMX, you wonder, how much focus do they have for a tournament like this? RMR is around the corner.
True.
I mean, for them, could be a make or break sort of a situation. I mean, imagine if they go into that tournament, Orgless, manage to make the major, all the sticker money is theirs.
Yeah.
It's even better. You don't want the an org at that point to sign you. So, yeah, a lot riding on the line for both of these teams, really.
Yeah, a whole lot riding on the line, especially that livelihood. Now, Blay, I want to ask you this because you have been a fan of the MongolZ for quite some time. I think you were the original MongolZ fan.
Yeah, sure.
How does it feel now to have a lot of, per se, bandwagoner fans jumping on, seeing like the success of the MongolZ, believing in what they're doing as a project?
Yeah, they were never there in the beginning, were they? They hadn't gone through the trials and tribulations of Asian CS and having nightmares at times and just being depressed watching the region play CS. But they finally made it.
Does it bother you guys like Jason, who was only there for the jacket? He didn't really even care about the team.
He actually hates them.
All right. Well, hate's a strong word for what we
He
got
just
going
likes
on
them.
right here.
Takes it too far, of course. Just a little bit of friendly banter.
Has to. All still mates.
Friendly?
Yeah. Well, I wonder if they're friendly downstairs. Right now, I asked that just on the off chance that maybe we've got some fans gathered together. Hey, Donor, you over there?
I am here. Hi, Trace.
How you doing over there? What's it like on the ground floor? Are there a bunch of people?
Yeah, a bunch of people, and I think a bunch of people who traveled a long way because I think I'm actually at the Mongols corner right now. Hi, guys. How are you doing? Absolutely amazing. Okay, so let's check it out. Where are you from? You're from Mongolia?
Yeah, I'm from Mongolia, and I've traveled 1,200 kilometers to be here. No,
Wow.
Yeah, 1,200.
Wow,
So I'm not
let's go!
Listen. So I'm not accepting no defeat from Mongols. And I want to say something to treat the Max. So good luck against OG tomorrow.
Wow, fantastic. I love the confidence. You travel together, guys? Are you friends?
No, I'm from Czech Republic.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm living in Czech Republic, and Techno is my best friend.
Okay.
Yeah, we was friendship started first grade.
Wow.
Yeah, it's over 13 years now.
Okay, and you came here to support him?
Yeah, I have just one thing. Thank you for Mongols for Asian CS. Yeah.
Give it up for Asian CS, guys. Well, love the vibes and the crowd is hyped. I think that gave Mongols a lot of energy, but I think 3D Max also is gonna put up a fight. I'm tossing back to the desk and we're gonna start very soon with the match.
All right. Hey, you stay safe over there, Donna. You stay
Thank
safe.
you, Trace.
Yeah, gentlemen, what's up?
No, I was going to say, next to the guy in the Mongols jersey was the guy who high-fived Dexter on his walkout.
How's his hand right now?
It's in a cast.
Yeah, he's got a brace on and everything. It's kind of wild, really.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, funny how that happened.
Counter-Strike's wild. Yeah, just don't go around slapping Dexter or you will get slapped back is the answer. I just want to go down
Don't
there.
go around slapping anyone.
Anyone for that matter.
Yeah, that's actually... That sounded.
I want to go downstairs and just grab a beer with the Mongols fans. I don't think I've ever been in an event where you have Asian CS fans for a change.
Could have just said I just want to go down and grab a beer.
Hey, don't make me look bad here. Or I just want to, cover it up a bit.
All right, so then tell me that. Tell me that, Vlad, because obviously this guy has more dedication to the Mongols than you do. Because how many freedom units
he said he
is 1,200
traveled.
kilometers?
He said he traveled 1,200 kilometers, and 1,200 kilometers. I'm like, Mongolia is way further away than that. So I took out my phone, I checked it. The distance from Paris to Berlin is 1,200 kilometers. So maybe he's from Paris, maybe just lying. Maybe he's not from Mongolia.
Or maybe it's 12,000 kilometers, or is that too long?
He said 1,200.
Or maybe he was confused.
12,000? That's the circumference of the world. I don't know.
Like 15,
I don't know.
13 to 15. Good thing we don't do numbers or math live on air. At least they're always put together pretty and in a graphic somewhere, and we almost can't mess that up. But that is not the reality that we find ourselves in here, gentlemen. For what is a semifinal for Anubis Ancient Inferno, and I'm being told just a few minutes away from getting those players onto the stage. For what this is, you heard what the guy's saying about how the Mongols put Asian CS. Thank you for Asian CS. Does that ring true?
Yeah, I think on a more serious note, right? The Mongols are the first team coming from that region that are playing quote-unquote proper CS, right? Because what we saw from the Chinese teams, even when they have shown flashes, is sure they have some interesting setups, openings they could not play post-plant situations.
Absolutely
whether it's
not.
retakes or defending against retakes, sometimes even just the mid-rounds when early trades happen, like it was very confusing, right? Didn't make a lot of sense. It just wasn't very good. And what we saw from the Mongols is actually a lot more poise in those situations, proper communication, proper team play, really, instead of just different individuals trying to make a play on their own.
And I think that's where I want to give them a lot of praise, is when the pressure's really on and, it's kind of like, I don't know, like a 10-5 scoreline in the favor of their opponents. We've seen so many teams in the past from that region, talking about the Tylus and, Vici Gaming and all these guys, where they're like, all right, screw it, we're just gonna, the pressure gets to them and they start playing very individualistic Counter-Strike. And sure, they have the individual talent to pull it off, but they can't do that against the phases and the G2s of the world. But the Mongols, despite the pressure being on, are able to still play, or execute a game plan that have prepped for the particular match. So I think that's the biggest difference I feel I've seen between the Mongols and virtually every other team we've seen since the advent of CSGO.
Yeah, Advent.
Shout out Advent at one time.
Just one time,
I'm
shout out.
so glad he's coaching now. Or is he? I don't know.
Huh. Well,
sometimes.
Catching strays.
Sometimes. Now, we identified Lucky, too, over there on the 3D Max side, right? Inversely, we talked about Lucky having seen a lot of shit. That was what the picture told us. Like, they've been through the motions. Now, if you kind of inversely look at this, you say it on both sides of the coin, who are the ones that you're going to look at to make the needle move on the page, Blay?
For the side 3D Max, I think it has to be. I mean, the easy answer obviously has to be their IGL, right? It has to be Maka. Like he's been pretty serviceable so far this event, but he's been kind of had an easier time because of the way Lucky has played so far in this event, right? But when it comes down to land, going up against a team like the Mongols, I think his calling obviously is going to come into play, and he does seem to have the number of the Mongols on certain maps, like Anubis, for example. A lot of contact placed towards mid have caught Mongols with a pants down multiple times, which is something no one wants to see. So Maka is the guy for me to watch for 3D Max.
Can you with the pants down?
No one wanting to see that. He's not wrong.
It's a phrase, Yanko. It's a phrase.
Sure.
Yeah, cool. Back to you, Trace.
No, back to you, Yanko.
Yes.
Yes. And so what I'm looking for here is people to be excited to watch in the server today. When you think about these two teams, right? Everybody can come around and find some cool frags here, there, every now and then. But what makes this exciting, Yanko?
I think it's, do you like the movie
Jesus?
Lethal Weapon? Riggs and Murtaugh?
The first two, yes.
It's not ringing a bell, but go on.
Right, well, you do, you know?
Yeah.
Well, this is the fourth one.
We have good
right?
taste.
So you're like, you know, it's Riggs and Murtaugh. They're back. So it's 3D Max versus the
Yay.
Mongols, the rivalry that everyone talks about all the time, the biggest one in Counter-Strike. It's back. Can the Mongols string 2 wins together? Are 3D Max going to wrestle back control of this rivalry, get into the grand final, potentially winning $500,000, Blay?
Woo! You sold me right there. I'm watching this one, Trace.
Yeah, well, I hope. Like, I hope.
Kind of have
One
to.
of the three of us is.
Your
Right
job.
now, like, my goodness, it is your job to
I'm
do that.
I'm going to
like,
answer your question, Trace, very simply. I think the player I want to watch is going to be Senzu. I think he's I feel he's, on paper at the very least, the best player in the server, right? Just with the peaks he can hit in the server right there individually as well. And I feel like he is going to be a problem that has to be countered by 3D Max. Because if he just runs around and just takes fights at will, he is just going to make this a very quick affair for his team.
I think also why you should watch this game, I think it's going to get a little bit hot, you know? I think it's going to get a little bit sexy in there.
Sexy
you know,
is...
It's been a long day. That crowd is in your face, just like the energy here.
Yeah.
It's electric, Trace. And, you know, the crowd, it can carry you in that way. The atmosphere, it can carry you. I think we're not going to see a lot of restraint from these players, funnily enough, because we are in Berlin. But I think we'll see some highlight moments, you know, for players all over the place. And one name that you might not think is capable of doing that, but I'd advise you to watch him, is Exercise. He's been sort of a, you know, a sleeper agent, if you'd like, another conveniently thematic role in Berlin. But
you're on a roll. Keep going. Keep going. This is
man, the checkpoint's just down the road.
Might have something in store for us.
Yeah. Wow, you've tied a lot together there in that one moment. I'm still trying to figure out.
I'm still hungry as well.
Yeah, still hungry. We're still hungry to get this game underway. I mean, again, if you're just joining us, you're wondering, why aren't you guys in the game? When do analysts stop talking?
We get paid by the minute.
By the word. And well, maybe his contract's different, but by the word, we're getting paid around here.
Absolutely.
Which is why I'm just going to go ahead and remind you, our first map is Anubis, and our second is Ancient. And per historical data, Inferno is that third map,
yes, sir,
but not also needed all the time.
Yeah, never been needed, Trace. We're going to be going back to all the way full circle, talk about maps again. And yes, I think the only difference this time is I believe Ancient was played first every time they played before. This time around, Anubis is going to be the first one to be paid here. Is it? Yes, it's going to be Anubis, so there is a bit of a switch up here, Yanko, and we'll take that.
Did they pick the same sides as well, Blair?
I don't remember, man. Stop asking me these questions.
How do you not know that? You're the biggest Mongols
but here's
fan.
the thing, right? Like 3D Max, Anubis is probably their best map. That's where they've had success against some of the tier 1 teams as well. And what makes a team the best on a map? And for me, it's just sort of the understanding of the timings and the counters to what's going on the map, right? So if you're talking about the map like Vertigo, for example, the best teams on Vertigo, they're able to kind of apply pressure on both ramp and B at the same time and deny you information, and you don't know what it is that you're trying to do. 3D Max is very good at realizing where the weakness is on the map. Like you talked about some of those mid walk-ups, you know, and taking that space and just being able to apply a lot of pressure. Like that's one example. And then very good at anticipating, okay, now's the time when they'll put more focus here. Now's the time we hit them with a B exec. Now is the time we hit them with an A pop. All these things, and it's very difficult to get a read on 3D Max what it is that they're doing on the map.
I think one of the problems I've seen from the Mongols on the CD side on Anubis is they do what a lot of Tier 1 teams do nowadays, right? Early in the round, just go for the info plays, try to go for a little bit of aggression, or pushing out towards B main, trying to go for the A mains control.
Kapow!
But bang, kapow. But the thing is, when there's absolute silence and zilch, when they find no information, all right, what are we gonna do right now? And they kind of get caught in two minds, and they just kind of turtle up on the bomb sites, and that's when 3D Max can potentially exploit their defense. Just like not give them any early openings, and then I feel like start them with information. And Mongols, unlike a lot of other teams like a Vitality, for example, won't go for this mid-round info plays. They kind of turtle up. And I think that's something which can be exploited by 3D Max.
But that's also a testament to the players playing in those positions and what they're capable, what they know they can get away with and do in those moments, right?
Yeah, and also, I mean, Anubis is the worst map after Vertigo in the pool.
Okay, hot take, I guess.
I don't know if it is, man. I feel like, just for me, anytime you feel like on the CT side, no, you have to do something aggressive at the start of the round,
time,
even though you don't necessarily want to, but you have to, because you feel like, okay, if they play it slow, like we'll be stuck mid to late round if you don't try to do this immediately, get some information, get an important piece of map control, right? And even oftentimes, like, you go for that B play early on, if you don't find anything, you just have to fall back. Like, you can't stay around there. It's not like an area of the map that you get control of, get an early warning system, and then can just vacate the bomb site or anything along those lines. So it doesn't feel like Counter-Strike to me. You know, I don't think you need to make a map like that to do something different. But yeah, maybe I just hate change, as Blaz said.
Well, yeah, I guess that's always an option. You're lucky because it's November and an election year. So there's that. Like, there's change somewhere.
Change is in the air, Trace. I'll tell you that.
It is definitely in the air. And I think, just to kind of tag on to what you're talking about there, but first hold the phone. I think it's happening. It's happening. We're going to get the teams on stage, and if you can believe it, we're going to start with the Mongols. Techno 4K. Bleh, take it away.
Techno 4K. I don't think he's got a 4K anymore in his name, but he should be happy in Berlin.
He has it on the jersey.
Fair enough. But listen, his name's Techno 4K, and he's in Berlin. He should be feeling at home right now.
Well, the man of the hour, the man with the mouse. It is Sinzu, and he is ready to piece this one right together and then out.
He will take it. Can he take the Mongols
Sing
all
for me,
the
Master
way
Mongol.
to the grand final?
He's gonna give the beans to 3D Max, man. I'm calling it right now.
Give them the beans.
The Senzu beans, baby.
Yeah, Sinzu beans. You can get those at your local Target, Kmart, something
that's
like that.
Tactical high-fiving.
Yeah.
He's so controlled. There's no look at his wrist movement. That is so efficient.
Oh, look at that. He's doing it by the finger, too.
That is so efficient.
The attention to detail.
A true chess master.
You've never seen a guy so excited to be here.
Yep. Well, now we have. It's 9-10.
He looks more excited. Who's more excited here, 9-10 or
9-10?
Or Lucky.
More excited. They just want to get on with the game. I understand them,
Yeah,
Trace.
me too. I get it.
They want to keep this hot rivalry going.
The most emotive player in the Mongols, and now that is a rock star right there, Mazzinho.
Yeah, ever since he sung to Snacks over there at whatever that was, the Eye of Vertigo Sauron or whatever happened there in that skit.
The Eye of Vertigo Sauron, yes.
Yeah. Fun guy,
that one.
And I can tell you he is definitely an intricate part of this team, as long as the coach is well.
Mara looks the most happiest to be here. I love that.
I mean, this is the most fans that they've
ever
seen,
outside.
probably.
Outside
right? That are cheering for them.
True.
So, yeah, why not? The home team, the Mongols, who would have thunk it?
Well, Big can't do it, so maybe the Mongols can, which ultimately does get them in the booth and it gets them situated so that we can adjust and reintroduce our next team. This next team goes by 3D Max, and they're coming out in this order. This man goes by the name of Lucky.
He looks a little happier compared to his images we've seen so far in the graphics, and he should be as well. He's been an incredible player for 3D Max so far, at least in the group stage. And if he can continue his form,
they're giving him the cold shoulder.
Everybody is. Look at this.
Single high five.
Now,
my man, Joko.
Oh, he got one.
There we go. You know, you play a little bit with
Dude,
the
look
crowd.
at him. They're just
get
looking right at him. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Only because of the, how intimate this arena is. However, next to take to the stage, Naka.
Hey, there we go.
The in-game leader, upper, star player.
Everything. He is Mr.
One
3D
of a
Max.
kind.
Well,
Maka. We move on to Gravity.
The newest addition to the team at the start of the year.
Perhaps he'll bring the gravitas necessary for this matchup itself. That is Gravity, and he is certainly not last. But our last player will be
the Sleeper Agent.
The one you call the Sleeper Agent. That's right. It's exercise. See, it's not quite exercise, like exercise, right?
I even heard the French call him exercise. Something like that.
That's a lot.
Maybe I was just dreaming. I don't know.
Just hallucinating
maybe
in a room.
Maybe I'm having a fever dream right now.
Yeah, perhaps you are, but perhaps we'll never know. Yes, Wazink over there for 3D Max coaching side is going to be that extra set of eyeballs having in the server for the side of 3D Max. Important roles, important things going on here, but most importantly, a Counter-Strike matchup in which the winner goes into a grand final tomorrow. We will be seeing that in due time. Heroic wait, and so do we. So let's play some Counter-Strike. It's 3D Max versus the Mongols.
It is indeed, Troyce, and we have got a really exciting matchup here because of that rivalry we've seen. And I think it's cool to sit on the Mongol side of things. Janko's absolutely right. We haven't seen this kind of representation for the Mongols fans, and they're going to be sitting right in front of them. So I'm excited for this, Hugo. I think it's going to be a great time.
I think this one's going to get crazy, right? The Death said, I think we're going to have an aggressive game. We're going to have, some fists being thrown in the server, of course. Two very potent teams with a lot of firepower, a lot of bravado, a lot of confidence. And yeah, in this arena as well, as it starts to fill back up here in level Berlin. I think it's awesome how many Mongolians we have out here today. I think, yeah, they're going to win the crowd over for sure.
Yeah, we usually don't get to see that, but it's like such an intimate environment that they're sitting in here right out the window. You can see into the players area straight away. So I think that's really cool. I think we have maybe a little bit of bias in terms of sitting on this side. We can see all the Mongolian fans. I'm wondering if there's any 3D Max fans on that other side, Hugo.
I'm sure there were. There were some people shouting the names earlier. So I think we've got an even split.
Yeah.
Or maybe 60-40. Let's call it. I mean, if we call the Donner interview earlier, we just saw Techno's best friend of 13 years. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's good to
come
have you
to
here.
support, come to represent. So really good vibes right now here in Berlin, and looking to see who's going to be going on to face Heroic in that grand final. Who do you think is going to be off the top? Mongols obviously favorites, but 3D Max, what do you think? They've won this game before more than once.
I think the ceiling of Mongols is higher, but I do just look back at some of the results here. I've got 3D Max winning this. I think they're going to pull off an upset today. I'm going to go against the majority of the crowd, I think. Hugo.
I like that.
I think 3D Max are going to be able to pull it off, even though the most recent matchup was comfortably in favor of Mongols. I've just seen them at points not really hit their stride, especially when there's a bit of pressure.
Yeah, the Mongols definitely shown a tendency at times to like choke those really important matches, right? Even though they can take down some of the best teams in the world, we saw them destroy Spirit back at Cologne, things like that. They've got legit wins on their side, but it feels like right when they're on the edge of glory, of a playoff run, of something, they just fall a little bit short. You wonder if there's some choke factor there. Maybe. Whether that will show today, considering there's a crowd, or if they can feed off the energy and give us one of their better performances.
No, before the game, a lot of the conversation was focused around what hasn't changed, right? The veto is the same. We've only seen Ancient and Anubis be played between these squads because this series has never gone to 3 maps. There was the Sky Esports Championship in 2024. That was the grand final. Yeah, and it was a very comfortable win for 3D Max. 3D Max then got another win at Pro League Season 20, and they had a rematch of which Mongols were able to pick up. So they've only played 3 times, twice at the same tournament, and always the same maps, and in the same order. It's always started with Anubis.
Yeah,
and we're doing it again.
And we're doing it again.
And we will be doing it again.
Run it back one more time. The question is, can we actually get it to a 3rd map, or will it just be that sweep of whoever wins the first? Because right now, you wonder if there's a mental block.
Win the first map, win the series.
Yeah, you just give up. You just fine. They got us in the first one. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, definitely. That's how it's gonna go. Well, I look forward to it. I think it's 2 good maps at least, Hugo. Yeah. Imagine if it was like Vertigo in there. Just at any
Vertigo
point.
Dust.
Dust.
Oh, you like Dust?
Vertigo Inferno.
There you go. Sure. Well, that is a 3rd map, so hold your horses there, buddy, because we might need it. We're getting 3D Max situated right now. Mongols are already strapped in for a big fight here at Thunderpick because, man, they look dialed in. I can see into the dome right here from where I'm standing. They are locked in. So
that's
3D
good.
Max
You've got vision of like 15 meters, Hugo. That's good.
What, are you blind?
That's healthy. Oh, I can only see a meter in front of me right now.
Oh, that's a shame.
I just see you, Hugo.
We should get that checked out.
Well, looking forward to this one. Just a few moments away from getting into it. Players finishing the huddle, sitting down. I see the headsets are on, at least on the Mongol side of things. And yeah, we've had a great time here in Berlin and so far, and the crowds just stayed consistently good throughout the day. So this year, I think this game has the opportunity for some fireworks, because both teams have steadily improved throughout the year.
Yeah, I hope we get a lot of cheering for this one. We definitely feel like we have that in the tank right now. Excellent energy, and of course the beers are flowing when in Germany.
Yeah, we got the DJ too. You know, it's been a nice little break in between the game, extended break between the first series and the second. But
we're getting Trace on the disc soon, right? On the deck. I don't know what you call it. On the, you know, with the ones and twos.
The decks, I think, is the terminology. I'm not sure, but I think what I'm mainly looking for is if Bly actually lives up to his word and comes down here for a beer with the fans.
He better. He absolutely. I better see him in the crowd.
I honestly think that's his specialty. To be honest, that's a special move.
What,
so
the beer or the crowd?
The beer. So I think it'd be great to have him down here.
Representing the Mongol side of things, 3D Max had to fight against the crowd today. It's an exciting experience, and obviously we've talked a lot about the stakes. What's at stake here at the World Championship? These teams having to grind through the online group stage, both of them doing so successfully. Now here at LAN, for Team LAN, if you're just tuning in, $770,000 on the line for 4 matches, 3 BO3s and BO5. You win this one, you immediately win 150 grand, and you're into the grand final to play for 500,000 first place.
I did enjoy the comment we had earlier before the game with the donut interview with the Mongols fan said, good luck tomorrow versus OG. I thought that was cold.
Yeah,
I thought that was great. That was creative.
I thought, because you thought he was about to be nice, right? You thought he was about to be nice, and then he just says, no, you're losing.
Yeah,
you're losing.
I like that. It was subtle, but it was perfect.
Just what we needed. Yes, OG, of course, waiting in that third place decider match via the loser of this game. And this is definitely the tighter game of the two today.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for one player to hop in the server, then we're ready to go. We're getting this series underway, and it is immediate. Like, you play your opening game, you're in the grand final. Like, that's going to be incredible. So, minimum, confirming yourself that 150K, as you mentioned, Hugo. And I think for the Mongols, this is another great opportunity, this event, if they can get through 3D Max today, to win a title. I think this is a team that have won one earlier this year, but do you want at least one more? And this is a great opportunity, because going into the major, this isn't a team that's gonna win the major, right? So this is I mean,
you're speaking rather soon.
It's not a bold statement.
I don't know. I heard Launders say the Mongols are winning the Shanghai major.
Well, maybe if they do, well, shout out Launders.
Yeah.
So I think this is one of the last chances, 2024, for Mongols to get another trophy under their belt.
Yeah, definitely a good opportunity. Heroic in fighting form. I mean, both these teams took down legit teams to actually get through the group stage as well. Keep in mind, right? They didn't fluke their way here. 3D Max dropping Falcons with Simple and OG, who are also here, and then they went on to beat they went on to beat Bestia in the play-in, but it was Mongols taking down Cloud9 and Fnatic. Either way, we're in. Mongols, 3D Max, all on the line. One chance and only 2 maps if you go by the history.
Yeah, and history, that is the key word between these two squads playing each other again for a 4th time. Hoping this one delivers. 3D Max on the T side, Mongols on the CT side, and we are looking forward to kicking off Anubis. So far, a little bit of utility for Gravity. And Techno's going for a peek. Oh, gets domed by Mac on that P250.
Star of the show shining immediately. We got more P250s at range, and well, they're put to good use. Double up response from Mizzino. Where did that come from? 3D Max were controlling this round. Now it's out of control. 1v2. Gravity turning back, and they are rotating A. He's got a bit of a gap.
A lot of time, a lot of utility, and all of his health with the bomb on his back.
You almost feel like you have to use this util just because you have it, but don't want to get caught fumbling with grenades. This is a nice rotate, but Mongols remain active. They push together. It means they can't get shot in the back. Just stay moving.
And they're pushing together outside of A main now, and currently Gravity has slipped his way through middle. He could decide to go either way at this point. Does he decide to take the Temple Avenue to the B bomb site? And it certainly looks like he's chosen that.
I mean, he can do whatever.
But yeah, he can still go back to the beach.
He can do everything right now. Awkwardly enough, because
they might time perfectly to meet each other.
They're going to beat him to B.
Yeah.
But will they be ready for CT? That's my question.
Their eyes will lock in at a certain point here. It's going to end up being a perfect timing for both teams to arrive at the same side of the map, and Gravity looks the wrong way.
Oh yeah, the crowd like that one.
Yeah, they're a fan of that.
And that's despite 2 opening kills for 3D Max for the P250s.
Man, the Mizzino double kill, that was special. We'll get to watch that again. But this is Makia starting the round. Great shot at range outside of that B hold.
That was lovely.
Yeah, but just some great shots from both squads. But it's Mizzino clean on that USP.
One way to do it for the Mongols. And a full eco out of the Frenchman.
Yeah, so expected result here is 2-0 for the Mongols. Really shouldn't let this one go. Want to keep it clean though. Blitz Very committed into the open. Yeah, gets caught, gets overrun. Peppered by the Glocks, and Mizinho has to drop back. He's got Senzu. Oh, it's getting awkward. Getting a little awkward, but Techno's got it covered, and the rest of the score clean up. So 2-0 start here for the Mongols.
Yeah, a couple of casualties, but we said this game was going to be a bit fiery, right? A bit explosive, some swinging in middle for Blitz.
Sure.
So let's see if that keeps up now in the gun rounds. 3D Max on the T side, buying full.
Yeah, this is committed for Blitz once you're that far in the opening. Despite it being Glocks, there's 3 of them shooting at you, and eventually you will be toppled. And yeah, great shot at the end there. Ooh. AK's out for 3D Max, plenty of utility around it. A map that they love to go towards. It's their home ground. They've selected it many a time. On the way here to this playoffs of the competition. And look at this aggression from Senzu. It's worked out. Lucky taken out. And he's not going to be too happy about that.
He just jumps up on top of the box. That's a really late flash from Blitz as well. After they're already out A main, it doesn't give 3D Max a warning. They try and commit to the fight, and that's when the flash lands. So Mongols leave, just jump spotting for info. Techno not needing to overcommit here.
Gravity just needs to make sure that they can't keep pushing out B, try and get some of that control back for 3D Max, but the main focus will be this thrust towards the A bomb site. Currently 2 defenders here, and they have a quick rotate in from Temple if they need to the camera. And this angle from Mizinho, it can be so strong, so difficult to deal with, but he's committed and only gets 1 out of it. Good trade from Joko. Now he's coming in from camera, or rather through A main, and he wants to attack in towards 910, who has just taken damage from the fire, but Joko goes down, and the bomb is now loose. They have to try and get this back for 3D Max.
Blitz has got a player occupied in middle. Meanwhile, they can just group up on that bomb and stop Maka from getting any control. Gravity with an important smoke to give him a path to cross, but that molly denies it yet again. Time getting wasted as Maka waits for a flank that's not materializing. Mongols not overplaying the bomb, right? They're still considering that these players can pick it back up and go B. Techno's in B main. 25, this is a save. 3D Max checking their back. There's nothing to see here but spawn.
Yeah, nowhere they can go. It started to just fall apart. Joko had, I guess, felt like that was the only play he had left to make, and he heard the sound cue of 910 burning on the molly, so thought maybe he can nip in, get that kill, and get out again. But ends up just going down. Bomb goes down at that point. 3D Max have no path to recovery, so 3-0 lead for Mongols. Hot start here.
I love this late flash play, and Senju just going for a high peak. That's a nice way to do it. His teammates scaling forward while he covers the top player.
It was cool hearing Blay on the desk saying that Senzu is the best player on the server in terms of the ceiling that he can reach. That was his opinion. I certainly see that possibility down the line for Senzu as well. I mean, this guy is a really talented individual.
This is the youngest team, right? In the top echelons of Counter-Strike. So many 16, 17-year-old players with their first experience in international LAN, at Tier 1 LANs, playing the play-in to events like Kato and Cologne.
Yeah, crazy.
Making these runs.
Making their name at the biggest events.
Yeah, at such a young age. So ceiling seems to be very high for the Mongols. The question is, can they reach it today? 3-0 lead.
Well, not bad here in terms of buy. Not the best, though, for 3D Max. Yep, they've thrown everything they have into it. So a Tech-9 Mac-10 and 3 rifles around it. And they're going to stay committed to one side of the map right now. It's A.
This is the perfect buy to just go for a pop, right? You don't have a lot of util. You have close-range guns. Just group up, hit together. If you can trade out Mizinho 1-for-1, at worst case, you've got the site, you've got the plant, you've got a great shot in this round.
What do you think of the CT setup here, Hugo? There's one player committed to the A bomb site.
They're moving, though. They're realizing it's very quiet on the map right now. Mizinho going to call for help, and he's tucked in after 1.
Yeah, he's done very well to stay alive here. His teammates now rotating in. He's got extra players inside the site. And eventually, Mizinho gone, but the reinforcements are here, and the shot's landing, but it's back and forth, and 3D Max still stand a chance. Bomb is down, and both remaining players coming in from A main. There's no utility left for the T's, and they go for fights instead. Bullets to the head of Senzu, follow up from Gravity, and it just disappears to the Mongols. Fantastic recovery from the French.
Oh, that's some sharp shooting right there from Gravity. Just wide swinging and winning all the way along. Mongols get humbled early in what was a very advantaged 2v3 with all the position, with the bomb at their feet. They look at trades and they get punished. Love to see that. 3D Max bringing their A game here and getting on the board early in this match.
It definitely looked like Mongols had picked that up, right? It looked like the rotation was in early enough. Mizinho doesn't get the second kill because it's a little bit awkward, but he delayed long enough for his teammates to come back in.
Yeah,
and there's no util left either for the T's. Really shouldn't have been that easy.
Definitely keep an eye on how active they're going to be on the map on the CT side, right? We've already seen these B pushes come through in a couple of rounds now. You know, the second they cleared B main there and they blitz swings middle, he checks it, you immediately see, you said there's only Mizzino A, but 3 players immediately coming through camera supporting. Mongol's going to be, I mean, this is a great map to be extremely mobile on the CT side, right? It's kind of like Vertigo, and as long as you leave an anchor on one side of the map, you can actually play solo sides. You can play solo B, you know, for a moment while you reinforce somewhere else, while you re-push middle to flank. Lots of late round flank options on this map.
Mongols were too happy about last round, went for a timeout immediately. Pretty early on in the game, but just wanted to sort something out and they come back to it with a good buy. In fact, they've got 9-10 on the AWP this time. Let's see what he's able to do with it. Mizzino's down to just a 5-7. You know, 3D Max are capable of a great T-side on Anubis. Gravity going out towards mid blitz. Ooh, it's a little awkward though. Gotta worry about that smoke push. Whoa, and he nearly got back to the second.
You'll take that. Honestly, a lot of damage done. Mizzino Fools this whole round is going to be thrown into disarray though. Can't afford to lose A main. Only got a pistol, playing close. Fantastic position for it. An exercise, unless he plans to re-molly this is a dangerous move to make. Alternatively, B is not much better. 3D Max group. Holding both sites. Mongols not making any information plays right now, just stuck in their ways, believing in the stack. And if it is A, they can come in late through Temple, but there's no kit right now. This is going to be a 1v1 that Mizzino has to win. Without it, this round is going to be a save.
Oh, well, it's a kill. Mizzino's got it. 5-7 to the dome, and he's ready for a second, but he's got a better weapon now to play with. That AK out at main. They slipped into the site from camera, and a snapshot, that bomb is planted. 4v3 on numbers, as Mongols will have to pull off a retake. 3 of them are going to come through A main, and Senzu in from camera. He is alone. Not a lot of utility left here. In fact, none for the Mongols. They've got to go in with bullets and brawn. And it's Mizzino who's got that first kill, followed up on the second. Maka behind the cake has everything to do, and there's just too many Mongol players. Mizzino with a masterclass on the retake.
That's a sick round for Mizzino, and like we said, he had to get that opener. He had to get that pistol kill. Without it, they would never have considered that round. And I love the route they go for the retake. It would be so traditional to just rotate through mid and go camera, but it's such a hard choke point to get through. Instead, they use the control that Mizzino already has. They group heavy on the flank. Blitz flashes them from outside water as well, so Mizzino can swing in, and he gets all the kills mopped up. That's an impressive round for the Mongols.
9-3 start from Mizzino.
That's what you love to see.
Max still able to get a decent buy here. You've got 2 Galils, a Mac 10, AKs on 2.
That round must feel like a gut punch, you know, wind out of your stomach. 3D Max slowing down. They do like to walk through this mid smoke though.
Yeah, they do, and this time there's no one there. Often Blitz has been in position, but the risk might pay off this time for 3D Max because there's no one looking for it.
Mongols playing heavy sides, but they're aware of this possibility. 3D Max are going to see how far they can get without making any noise. Contact the whole way. They finally run, and that's going to give all the info away. Good crossfire Blitz. They're drawn in by the Heaven player. Blitz strikes. Bomb dropped. Beautiful hold yet again. 3D Max are in the site though, so Blitz disengages for now.
Exercise has to pick that bomb up, and he's not in a position to put it down just yet. Lucky fighting in towards the temple. Unable to get the kill. Now Techno's creeping through the water, getting his feet wet as he gets closer and closer to 3D Max. He could be the player to unravel this round for the French. Bomb is planted. Now Mongols once again have to pull a retake off in this A site with a numbers advantage, but it's only the one extra player this time, and it could be Techno that makes that difference. They're occupied, looking at Heaven, and Techno slips around the back. Quick headshot, second surely, and Techno makes it look easy.
I love that. The whole time his team are running like they're about to push. So like, look at us. We're the guys. We're coming for it. We're 2 heaven right now. That third guy, he's the AWP camera, trust me. And the whole time, Techno's sneaking in, closing the angles they can be at. They knew exactly where 3dmax had to be standing. They couldn't have crossed back camera. Such a well put together round for the Mongols. Even though they give up so much map control, they're not surprised.
They're aware of what they're leaving, right? They're aware of the gap that they have left open and how to deal with that.
Just means they can actually play crossfires and sights as well, right? Even that for Blitz. Sets Mizzino up to get 1, then he trades for 2 kills, drops the bomb, mollies, peels back, waits for the flank. Thinking man's round for Blitz.
And 3dmax obviously made noise early, right? You could have probably got a little closer into the A bomb site.
Yeah, but you're thinking there's an AWP on this line, right?
Surely.
Like, we're getting so much room. There's got to be an open camera. I'm jumping it.
Oh, Tech9, still a half bite here from 3dmax, and Mizzino gets overwhelmed. I say that, but then he pulls out the USP and gets a headshot on the second player. And oh no, indeed. The smoke just bounces to the flames.
Honestly, I think if Maka just ran through that molly, he would have taken 40 damage. He would have got that kill. Those CT mollies are so bad right now, but he's not ready to do so. No wind in their sails. There's a hole in it instead. They're going nowhere fast. 6-1 looking to be locked in.
Nice. Sell back to spawn. He'll do what he can here. Maka to inflict some damage to the Mongols. He got by in the next round regardless. But, I mean, Mizzino, really, he's having one hell of a game, isn't he? He really should have died for that second player. Maka's going to die now. Another round collected for the Mongols. They are starting strong.
Yeah.
And if history is anything to go by, whoever wins the first map goes on to win the series. So,
especially if it's this dominant.
Yeah, going very well right now.
I mean, in all those games, there's only one time where a map went double digits for the loser, a 13-11 on Ancient. Every other game is 13-4, 5, 9, 8, 7. They have been pretty dominant games.
Not quite the Lord of the Rings trilogy in terms of epicness. But
it's early days. We're in the intro right now. It can get better.
All right.
And I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from the Mongols, playing some great CS right now. Maybe all it took was a crowd on their side.
True. I mean, you're looking out that window, you just see support. You don't see anything else. You don't have Cadian screaming at you and calling you noobs either, so, you know, it's all great. 6-1 lead on the CT side of Anubis. Fantastic stuff here on the Mongols. And for 3dmax, 8K47, some 5 players. Strong buy. You have to see 910 find himself in a position where that AWP has made sense. We'll see if Techno is able to get something done down in the water. That smoke could be a problem.
Techno playing CSGO with the one-way right there.
Doesn't really work like that anymore, and he goes down.
I like the angle. He could have found a kill, but the player walked up close on him. Instead, 4v3 and a push through A main from Mizzino. He's got a lot of space right now.
Here's
oh my God,
the
what
boost.
a boost.
Okay.
What a boost.
No, you don't see that often, do you? That's brilliant. That's great engineering to come away with that kill.
But remember the bomb. It's still stuck. It kind of has to go through middle right now, which could be co-opted by Mongols. Senzu, he catches him getting a little bit too aggressive. Look how
split up they are. It's rough. I mean, the B bomb site's open right now.
If 910 just sits still and holds that temple line, the bomb's going to get cut down. He goes back to check B, though. This is very passive of the Mongols. It's going to give an open runway.
He doesn't need to because you've got someone checking the B bomb site right now, right? You've got 910, you've got one player back at CT of Senzu. Now he comes back to it. He ends up going down. 910 gets caught. And Mizzino able to come back with a frag of his own. So 2 players low here on the Mongols.
He's ready.
30 seconds. Lucky's got the read to go to the B play, but you've still got Senzu here. You've still got Senzu in position. He's not able to stop the plant, and he probably should wait on his teammate now as they're coming in from 2 different positions. They can sandwich Lucky inside of the site. It's going to be tough, but he's turned it into 1v1s. He just didn't read the spin, and Senzu able to get the job done for the Mongols again.
Yeah, so they had that early info, right? Senzu heard the temple rush, so he's sneaking up the whole time. He's a little bit faster than Lucky's ready for. A nice try in the 1v2. But the Mongols just keep on cooking. I can't believe Mizzino breaks the smoke and then lets it come back, and then he runs through it into A main.
I mean,
he's playing very ballsy right now.
It's because of the start that he's had, man.
Yeah, feels unbeatable.
Everything's working. Yeah, everything's working for him. Can't blame him.
I like this. That's a bit of ingenuity for 3dmax. Never seen that before. Camera boost. But this was too far for gravity, right? Getting aggressive in CT spawn. They didn't need that control. They have the sight. 7-1.
Double up setup here for Mongols. Blitz and 9-10 bringing it out.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's too easy right now. Maybe this, well, we'll change it up a little bit.
Yeah, don't see the double up as much in CS2 as Go.
Blitz seems to like getting into this right corner.
Yeah.
Trade him against the Glocks, but it's been pretty effective in the buy rounds. But with the AWP, you're committed to that side. If you get double P, there's no getting out of there.
Oh, if he hung around, he would have had it.
That's rough. Utility comes in anyway. No, look at this from Azinho. Talking about confidence. Nearly gets a second kill out of that play. Now 9-10. He's got the other off. Close shot. No problem. And he'll run back into this site. 3D Max now pouncing through camera, trying to get in towards the A-bomb site. You've got one player of 9-10 that can make the difference again. He's already collected one, but they know he's in A main. And so it's more on the other players coming in on this retake, but he gets in front of the utility, and 9-10 with another one.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Getting swept away, living in the moment. The more one-sided this game gets, the more aggressive Mongols get. They were playing the early round super safe, right? Like grouping, baiting for footsteps, waiting for flanks. Now they're all just playing individual. Now they're just pushing smokes. They're going for fights.
And it's working.
And it's working. They're hitting every single shot.
Completely outmatching them at the moment. Yep, this is fantastic. It's just crazy.
Suffocating CS right now. This is what the Des predicted. And this is what we love to see from the Mongols. Question is, can 3D Max match it? Right now, it doesn't appear to be the case.
We have a firepower indicator, and it's completely on the side.
Yeah, very blue. Third tactical timeout for 3D Max of 3. They've burnt them all in 9 rounds of play.
Yeah, probably should.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
how do we stop this?
Yeah, no, you don't. You can't stop it.
Watch the mollies and watch the smokes.
Once they decide to ride, they ain't stopping the Mongols, that's for
No.
sure. Coming to take over.
Quite a game.
174 ADR from Azinho at the moment.
What?
Yeah, that's kind of unthinkable numbers, isn't it?
I thought Nerds would make the highlight today, but
Yeah,
it's
he had
getting
like, what,
put into
140?
question.
No, Azinho saying 174.
Let's see if he can keep it up.
Unlikely to be able to keep it up the entire time, but what a hot start. 9-10 peering down in through dark. No one peeking. And 3D Max, what have they brought to the table here? It's Tech 9s and a Mac 10. Leaving some money left over for the next, but this is very likely to concede the 9th round to the Mongols now.
Utah's been really solid in A main, keeping them blocked. Smoke on the molly, and Mazzino just waits behind it to stop a pop. No one's coming through right now. They're going to wait out that smoke. Senzu's got a re-molly as well. Oh, they could just double up. Senzu full hide, and Mazzino bait for him. AWP in middle. Don't know if he saw the AWP there. Blitz is going to get out, play a safer angle. Lots of Utah getting thrown in mid, but he's still got this info, and there they go with the pop. Senzu might just hide, and Mazzino take the crossfire, so Senzu can pounce from behind. Only one kill to messy spray. Mazzino, they line up, and they fall down as he looks to keep up this unstoppable score. Unforgivable game, 18-6, and they're coming in for the killing blow.
Yeah, look at this. Oh, you cannot stop this. Maka gone. No chance.
What a game.
Yeah, from the Mongols, absolutely. Now, there was a timeout ahead of this half buy, so obviously the main focus will be for this buy coming up now for the side of 3D Max, but the T side of your map pick, and it's Anubis, and you're picking at scraps. The best you can get is 3 rounds out of your first half, and that's even unlikely, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd say that's a reasonable
take. Thank you, Hugo.
Yeah.
I'll take that one.
Right down the middle. It'll hit home.
Hit on the fence.
9-10 pushing with the AWP at B as well.
Mazzino having a little look towards A main, tossing down that molly, just preventing any early fight going his way. And this B play, it's worked out for Lucky. He stopped it. And 9-10 down, sticking around, giving him another chance. And Lucky, 2 clean openings.
All right, we needed something for 3D Max to put a reality check into this game.
So you can't get away with that.
But they haven't won the round yet. That's all I'm going to say. Mazzino is still standing.
Blitz has just been waiting round after round to actually get something with this AWP.
And I think this might be his chance. Gravity jiggling on timing. Blitz needs to check close, and he'll nail it. 3 on 5, remember, folks. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 3D Max need to group right now. They are, again, so split up, giving Mongols a chance to grab individual kills and thin the herd.
Yeah, bomb so far back, you're going to have to waste time trying to get that back into your possession again. They're applying some pressure towards towards A at the moment, but with 50 seconds,
right?
They've still got a lot of time to work with.
Have to go B. It's too obvious. They've thrown all these nades. Mongols have re-cleared it. Now they can rotate again. Mizzino's going to be in the right place. He's saying, blood, I've got to go.
Getting forced into the open. Oh, how has he got away with that? Is there a second chance for Senzu? No. Jocko will take him down at the back of the platform, but Mizzino had an opportunity. Definitely needed that one. And it was close. Not close enough. 25 seconds. 3D Max now arriving with the bomb. Mizzino could still play a part because Blitz makes it work with the off. Exercise down. Now Blitz coming through the darkness. Jocko has to worry about that, and they have no idea that Mizzino is so close, but they deal with him. Jocko turns back. Now they have to get the plant, and Blitz is inside the smoke. Switch to the AK, and Jocko will save the day for 3D Max.
Oh, finally, because that was getting uncomfortable. How does Blitz catch a player in dark with the orb? Why is he open to the flank like that? We're seeing some awkward mistakes out of 3D Max. A very losable 5-on-3 with how split they're playing. They do just put a ring on it to find a second round. There's one left in the half. You said 3 is unlikely. I still think you're right.
Even that round didn't feel like it was a done deal despite 2 clean openings.
Terrifying.
Perhaps they'll just leave with 2, but 3D Max, they'll fight on into this. Got a Mac 10 to 1 Khalil, AWP out for Maka. I mean, we haven't said that, have we? So
no, true.
Gets 1 chance on the T side. Just not being a whole lot of firepower at all from 3D Max. Not being able to combat against the Mongols' fierce nature.
Ooh, can he hit it? It's hard nade.
That's like, he got him.
Yeah.
9-10. Get out of the fire. Get out of the fire.
Where did that come from? That molly just appeared. They're going to smoke it. Gravity with a Mac 10 in middle.
Ooh, scope for 9-10.
Yeah.
Into the mid doors. Little gap he can use here. Gravity not peeking into it just yet. Needs to be careful about being exposed from that mid push as well. He's got Blitz coming to help him with the rifle. He's going to re-smoke the position, but Jocko's moved through it.
Yeah.
Jocko's moved through it. Oh, he actually got himself in the corner. He didn't get all the way through into the room.
The smoke's good enough. Jocko can't get an angle. Doesn't want to walk through this. And now Blitz has the cover on the right side. He's going to go for the throat as well. Look at him.
He's watching for it.
Oh.
And Blitz's play does not pay off. Some of the aggression for the Mongols finally being stopped. But when they get through here into middle, 9-10 was able to get out of danger. Techno making no secret about his rotation.
Just buying time again. Too strong in A. Look at Mizzino again. He's trying to force the fight. He's just walking through this smoke. This guy does not care right now. And he's going to get away with it. They've still crossed Temple side. That's something Mizzino doesn't know about. This might force a B play as Joko calls he has a flank timing.
Only 35 seconds left in the round to do this for 3D Max, but they're coming back to B with that bomb, and a split is being set up. Jocko in the temple, though. Oh, should fall to Techno, no problem.
Good read.
And now Sensu's chance. He's got the AWP.
Uh-oh.
He'll blow open that smoke, but he gets pushed from dark. He exposed himself to exercise. Techno goes down in the sight, and now for the Mongols, it's fallen through their fingers. Suddenly, it's Mizzino in 9-10 to have to try and recover this for a 10th round, and 3D Max so desperately need this third. They'll dig themselves deep into the post, but Maka completely exposed. Mizzino gets away with a free one, and now the barrel. Oh, it's gone the wrong way. 3D Max let it go, but Lucky could still win this by hiding in the corner. They're going to check it now, and they line up, but the shot comes through the wall, and another round secured. 10-2 half from the Mongols.
Just when you're ready to write them off, they pull off some ridiculous rounds in this game, don't they? What a read from Techno, and even though Senzu makes a mistake of not playing with his HE on the break, I think if he just orbs main, he gets a kill. He gets caught crossing out by that dark player. Still the Mongols win it in a 1v1.
Was the 9-10 shot through the... It was through the wall. It was through the pillar at the end.
Surely, right?
Like through this brick, maybe.
We might see it. His teammate must have already been dead, or he would have killed him.
Yeah. What?
I think that's a CS2 moment right there. He wall-banged his dead teammate.
Yeah, his dead teammate. Like
that's like the same tick.
Yeah, the same tick. Okay.
That's
sub-tick,
like when you. Is that sub-tick? When you like, it's like when you both get on the bomb and one of you like gets the flash that you're defusing, but you're actually not defusing.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Gotcha.
That stuff happens in CS2.
Yeah.
So I guess he wall-banged his already dead teammate.
At the perfect timing.
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Regardless, Mongols dominating them, so...
Yeah, this is quite a game for the Mongols. 10-2 CT Anubis, not normally.
No, not normally at all. And I guess it's a thrill to support. It's fantastic right now for the Mongols.
They must be loving life, but can they close?
Surely. A piss around would almost secure it, you would imagine.
They won the first from a 3v5.
And it speaks volumes of their confidence that every player has got Kevlar.
They're here for the gunfights. Sees the player before the flash. That is awkward. Julie's careful. Oh, apparently not.
Nope.
Mizzino makes quick work. And 1 by 1, 3D Max falter.
Well, it's definitely dominant for Mongols. You raised the point earlier. Is Mizzino going to be able to keep up the ADR? He has. Well, he did for a moment. Yeah. Still chances. As Maka finds a headshot at 9-10, able to follow up. And Maka back to another kill. 1v2, and you're right. Bomb is down, and another shot from Maka. He's got life in him. He's looking for the ace. He's looking for all 5, and just when you counted 3D Max out of this pistol, Maka has arrived.
This is a chance to catch your breath, to reset. He's read it. He knows he's got a bit of timing as that last player goes for the bomb, and Maka has rotated round the world.
Bomb collected.
Oh, only one shot needed.
Read.
No, this is amazing. Oh my god.
Dude, how patient are you though?
Don't give it away. I don't know if you clear this if you're Techno. I don't know if you clear this.
Even if he's fast enough to react to one bullet to the body, it should bring him down. But Maka, oh, he's got it! Oh, eventually gets that headshot. And Maka, I'm sure his heart rate rose, but he got himself that ace in the end. Oh, that first missed shot, dude.
Oh, he's 10 health the whole time. That is a scary 1v1.
Tracking it, making sure I have to get this headshot.
Dude, what a nice play for Maka. If he gets aggressive and peaks, I think he just takes a leg shot, he dies, but he just banks on Techno not clearing that corner. Who would clear that corner?
The piss around, turn around from Maka. Oh, it hurts
That's
to watch.
scary.
It's
He
definitely
could have
scary.
lost that. Oh. All right.
Oh, that's a piss around.
Yeah, that is a piss around.
That is the first step.
Somehow.
Yeah. A lot of work to do still, but first step taken.
Maka puts him on his back. Carries him through the mud.
Mongols come back with 3 deagles. Just looking for a couple of headshots. Keep this CT economy modest early doors.
And there's a will, there's a way.
All right, now when there's a Mizzino, there's a way at the moment. So let's see. He's only on a little Glock, so you got to rely on Senzu, Blitz, and Techno to start landing some bangers here. Gravity's pushed all the way through B, so a lot of information being gathered from him.
Senzu's got a pretty gnarly deeg. Oh my god, look at the gap. How have they done this?
A bomb plant would be huge out of this situation.
I think you're getting more than a bomb plant. You're getting kills at this point because 3D Max have rotated out of the site entirely.
I don't see anybody at B, and they made the wrong call.
They had no water info. They had no mid info either. This is such a wild gamble for 3D Max. Mongol's going to get the plant. Sure, winning this round is crazy, but they've set themselves up pretty nicely.
Well, let's see how much they can do. Let's see how much they can get out of this.
A couple of deeg shots would be lovely.
First step is the bomb plant.
The threatening guns are the MP9s right here, not the rifles. Oh,
Sensu's got the first. There's that deagle chiming in. Is there anything else left here for the Mongols? Jocko coming back in, lucky on the follow-up, and they melt away the post plant. Senzu hopes to get one more kill out of this deagle. Unlikely, as the defuse is now stuck. Low HP Jocko going in against the deagle. Senzu gets 1 extra, so 2 kills. And a bomb plant. Massive work for the Mongols.
Fantastic round.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic round. You know, investment versus result. Yeah, you've won that one. But yeah, still just a weird sign for 3D Max. And that kind of gap is existing. They're 3A.
With 0 water control,
they're flank, and they have no mid. It's not like they don't even have mid info. They're not peeking bridge.
Yeah.
It's a crazy move to make. It's not the end of the world, but sign of the times. And Mongols just find an amazing gap.
Well, back to a buy now for the Mongols. AK-47s and everybody. They've got all the utility they could ever want. 3D Max, a few weaknesses here and there still that they hung on to from the previous round. Get the MP9 for mass, but great start here from Joko.
Let's go.
And this is some aggression being thrown into the mix, and they full send it. And they come out with pretty much victory at this point. They can convert this 2v4. They're in such good positions. It really shouldn't allow Mongols back into this fight. Zeno would have to be the first step.
Lucky is still here. Oh, he just threw a smoke. Now they know. Now they know for sure. Mizzino clears him out. I think he thought he was probably being held, but they actually didn't have a clue he was still in this position.
There's no way, right?
There shouldn't be, but Mizzino's alive. 23 and 10. captain by his side, lots of grenades, and a 2v1 at A. And I think if we think about that first half, what did Mongols do so well at? It was isolating these solo players, not letting 3D Max play crossfires, play trades. And they're trying to do the same here, trying to force a flank. It's coming through, but not where they think. Oh, watch them find the gap to Dark again.
Well, the bomb was spotted over towards main with this flank still coming in right now from Joko. He's feel committed in towards the A play. It's looking real good now for 3D Max. They got 2 players here on the defense, one at Heaven, one at Camera. You got this flank coming in. That should be the insurance policy later into the round. 30 seconds as they now walk through main.
Flank is the winning piece here. They don't need to overcommit and get these kills. They can just wait for the post plant, allow that bomb plant, allow some respect. And there it is. Doesn't matter. He was low health anyway. Fake comes out. Blitz 1v3. Got to be quick. And Maka disallows. 3D Max well pieced together round. The flank is in no hurry.
I think the start of the round was the most interesting part of that from 3D Max, right? The aggression being thrown in.
Yeah.
Take that water control. Lucky pretty much ends it. Well, he puts himself in a position to end it early doors and.
Yeah, double drop from window and the cover from Dark.
Yeah.
Very nice play.
That double kill was huge.
What a move.
Well, not done yet then. Mongols go to Tech9s and a Deagles. And we'll see what they're able to do with it. But for 3D Max, this is the essential start to the second half.
Lurk smoke in, but no one here to play with it. Pistols nade stacking mid. It's going to get them room. They can actually rush with it, which is nice. Lucky doesn't know what's about to come his way. An entourage of T's as they send it through middle and into Camera. Block is going to come through. Mongols getting nowhere in this round. 3D Max playing behind the safety of the smoke.
Nice shot. Blitz needs a second, was close. Both players missing.
Hello.
Eventually Gravity getting his opportunity, but his teammate coming in from Camera to save the day once he run out of ammo, and now 9-10 is left outside of B. Mongols yet to get around on the board on this T side. They're going to have money to buy again in the next, but 3D Max's CT side has showed some stopping power. 9-10's Deagle. Gets caught. Gravity nails the headshot. And now they go up against the buy again.
I've got to give it to 3D Max. I'm impressed they're still in the server right now. They're still in this game.
Did feel like it was over, didn't it?
It did feel pretty cooked at 10-2. Especially after how that pistol started. Looked like a lock-in. But the effect of Maka with that ace has absolutely saved this game. Maybe we have a chance here for the French to come back in. Mongols full buy now. No orb, still one for Maka. Double volley, Lucky's gonna burn.
Lucky does burn, has to take a few steps back to safety. Around the back of the doors, Blitz charges in. That's a great shot from Blitz, needed that one.
And the flash was poor as well. The flash did not make it around that corner, it did nothing to help Blitz.
He just landed the headshot, banged him out. Now Maka alongside Exercises and this aggressive A play. They're about to exit A main. They want to go into the open. They want to go into the water and fight. And Mazinho, ripped off the top of the rugs.
Saw him.
And Senzu now has to step up. He goes in for that headshot. Exercise down Maka. He's about to get the trade because they didn't know about the second player. And so Maka's AWP rings true. Now under a minute left. Blitz in storage. He's on the beach and he goes down. Second player in. Finally a trade. And Techno, well, he's got a chance as he's along 9-10. Bomb plant now being secured.
Joko's position is sick because he's late from the same position. I don't think they're going to be ready for Heaven. They're thinking Camera or double flank. That's the likely outcome right now. You see, no one's even looking towards that Heaven position. They have to get a kill. They have to force something right now, and that will be the way in.
Now it's so hard to win this if you're Joko. They know exactly where you are with the utility going in, but the grenade's sick! And he didn't see the second player, and so because of that, 9-10's able to peek out and close it. Perfect positioning to hide behind the pillar.
Double up with the nade as well. That could have killed him, but lovely double up, and he peeks straight away. High risk, high reward play. Mongols win that round and stop this streak early.
That was a pretty back and forth round, though. Love some of the aggressive moves we've seen from 3D Max, but this is wild.
I can't believe Bliss is running there. Like, he thinks he has so much more room than he does.
Finally, Mongols winning their first T round. Only need a few more to close out this map. Now Gravity playing a jail. He's got the perfect timing for the peak, but he's unable to get the lineup. Wow. And so 2 kills come in an instant here for the Mongols.
How did they do that? They made it look easy.
That's the round.
Close jail player just cleaned up. And you say it. Wait till 3D Max admit it. 3 on 5.
I mean, Mac isn't moving away from A.
No. They're hoping that Mongols overdo it, but there's no reason to. You know that double entry like that wins you the round.
Map point for Mongols on 3D Max's map pick.
Yes.
They're about to beat them in a very one-sided fashion. Now we cast our minds back to the last time they played. It was another one-sided victory for the Mongols, 13-8, I believe, here on Anubis. And so looks like it might be a similar story as that previous series, that most recent head-to-head.
A legit win as well. I mean, the scoreline is only close because of that pistol round, but this could have been a 13-2.
Definitely could have been.
What happened here? The swing, and he was just around the corner waiting for the flash. That's really unlucky for Gravity. Bonked on the head. And let's see what 3D Max do when their back is up against the wall. 3B starter.
Mongols settle into a slow round. They want to close this map out here and now. Just defaulting. Mizinho a little worried because 3D Max have thrown some aggressive maneuvers into the CT side. Last round it was A, and might get that fight he's looking for. Exercise is close by with a FAMAS. He's actually going to molly him. Exercise gets a little bit uncomfortable. Oh, great bait from Mizinho. That's worked out. Oh, so close to the second. Couldn't quite get that due to the smoke cover.
Meanwhile, they're closing the gap in middle, and there's only Gravity dispatched to deal with this. If he doubles up with Lucky, they could crossfire. But Lucky's scared of A main at the same time, so don't know where that's happened. Maka just gets a kill out of nowhere, peeking towards the water. They're going to walk in.
They are sneaking through camera now. Mac has arrived a little bit too late. He's missed the timing, but Lucky, he's still at heaven. He can make the difference. Oh, what a shot. Blitz annihilates him. And now this looks like it's all over here on Anubis. The Mongols have come in with some ferocious play, and Gravity doing what he can, but not enough pull to make it happen. Now Jocko left 1v3. He'll have to attempt it, but it is to no avail. It will be the Mongols with a convincing victory against 3D Max. We call this one a rivalry. The Mongols do not agree at the moment.
Yeah, who knew? Home crowd advantage apparently here in Berlin, Germany, and the Mongols have got their fans screaming their name right now. Sickening win and a fantastic performance from Mizinho. That first half was sublime. Question is, can 3D Max reset after a game like that?
It's going to be tough. A lot of work to do for 3D Max. I mean, that's their map pick. That's their home ground, and they just got stalled out. Their T side was just not good enough. Only a couple rounds won in that first half, and obviously we've seen them have a little bit of life, a little bit of stopping power in the defense. When you don't give yourself enough room to actually do anything, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you lose one important gun round, your money's gone. That's the game, really, at that point. That is a painful match for 3D Max, but it can only get better on Ancient, right, guys?
Really know all the way, but what we do know is that first map is done. Anubis is in the books, and the Mongols take this series, this semi-final best-of-3, one map up. Currently, welcome back to the analyst desk of the Thunderpick World Championships. Okay,
you
the
got
World
it.
Pick.
You got it done. You got it done.
Well, look, I'm not going to edit the world either, but I will say that the Mongols are on a tear right now.
Blink, Trace.
If what?
Blink. You've missed this game.
I'm out. That's not, like, it's not bad. It was good bait. I fell right for it.
Look, listen, man, it felt like I was a little Batara or
really
something,
scared
dude.
there for a second.
I was terrified. I don't know about you guys sometimes, man, because you could have just said, oh, he blinked. Yeah, that's what I thought, dog. Like, sit, dog. Like, okay, sweet. Anyway, more of that. What? Guys, let's talk about the Mongols here and how 3D Max picked into Anubis, and this is what we got.
Well, again, right, we said hopefully he tries a different curveball. They thought they had something. They probably thought they had Mongols figured out, but that was asphyxiating. It was suffocating for 3D Max on that first half. And listen, in Berlin, some people might enjoy that, but I'm telling you right now, the French, they absolutely did not on that first half.
Wasn't that type of suffocating, asphyxiation,
yeah.
you know, whatever
No breathing.
whatever blends into.
off.
We're not here to talk about
Last resort.
It's Berlin, bro. Let him be his thing, dude.
Yeah,
It's fine.
man, let me
That's
have
all
fun.
right. Hey, live and let live, Trace, you know,
Yep.
but Mongols weren't really letting 3D Max do much of anything. Living would be the least of it. Yeah, just came out swinging, really good play from the start. I think
Yes.
individually just they were on a different level. Mzinho absolutely lights out. We talked about him in the pregame. He was tested early on and absolutely answered the task.
And especially a position like, you know, being the A anchor map like Anubis, it's not the sort of player you're expecting to pop off. And I think this round early on in the game, right? It's round number 5. 3D Max have won the first round there. Money's not great. Mzinho, he gets the first kill to 5-7. And 5-7, yeah, perfect cross placement, gets the kill. And look at this. He doesn't play passive. He doesn't play safe, waiting for his teammates to come in for that retake. Instead, he starts taking matters into his own hands, getting the 4K, retrieved AK-47, and just confidence all around. Now, and look, we can talk in detail about how they were so proactive on the CD side, how they were, you know, had 3D Max's number overall. But as you pointed out right there, Yanko, individually, everyone was switched on for this team.
And look, you can also see, you know, 3D Max, I mean, being a little bit too scared in that situation. Like,
Yeah.
sure, they were trying to split the bomb side. The one player coming out of A main dies. Why don't you go and kill Mzinho? Like, regain some of that control. You don't
Absolutely.
have A main. You didn't have anyone in camera or deep into CT spawn. Like, you are really contained in that bomb site. How are you going to fend off the retake? So once you see them lose that round and in that fashion,
Yeah.
that's when you were starting already to get worried for 3D Max.
And also one thing I really like from the Mongols is, you know, it's the first map, it's their opponent's map pick and all of that. They didn't play scared, and I think a lot of agency was given to the individuals of this team.
Why would they be scared?
Exactly, but sometimes you can be made. The pressure might get to you. Again, that's been a problem with this Mongols team. When they face off against a team that is supposed to win easily, they sometimes get into their own heads. And I feel like the players don't play to the level they can. But I don't know what Blitz or Mara told these guys before the game. They're like, listen, man, play your game. You're the better player individually versus every individual on that team. And that's the way to play, Trace.
Yeah, it is the way they've played. And, you know, for the Mongols, this is a great stride in that right direction. For 3D Max, it leaves some more questions to be answered. However, we might get those in the second map of the series. And I don't necessarily think that it's going to go all that differently, though, just based off the Mongols now having a crowd at their back. You know, they
were getting loud.
They were home crowd advantage.
GG.
I know. Listen, I was speaking to the social
Mara
media.
looked a little bit surprised, like when he was like, heard the noise, like, what?
Are we back home?
We have this happening?
I was speaking to the social media manager for Mongols, right? And this is a guy who does a lot of their, you know, their fan support pages and all that stuff. And he's like, listen, he's like, I know it's not a massive event or whatnot, but it's like, this is happening in Berlin. There are only 4 teams right there. This is a great chance for a lot of the Mongolian diaspora living in EU to come on. And so these are people from all over EU who've come in here, flown in by train, by car, whatever, come in just to support the team. And for the Mongols, it must be nice, right? It's like playing in home ground, and it looked like that. I was in the crowd right there. Maybe he saw like 3 3D Max fans.
Maybe there's even
Tops.
a Genghis Biceps in there who, came over on a bike.
Genghis Biceps. Well, I just wanted to say
Bike
that
on a horse,
officially
Yanko.
on air at one point. I had to say that out loud just for the lull of it. But gentlemen, let's just go to a break and kind of get our lives back together, re-centralize ourselves for what is the second half of the series. Ancient is coming up, but first, this.
Everybody falls! Socks M4 is all it takes for best.
The storm towards the top of Raph in this round. Dexter is the hero.
The blind sprays a techno tagging Phelps mode. All three players are low. The taps will be easy for the M4.
Yanko thought I was going to miss this. I don't know why. It's like we've done this before.
Never,
we've
brother.
been here before, and especially in this series. We have been here before at a map 2 in a well, maybe not a semifinal, but between 3D Max and Mongols and it being ancient. That is very much the case. The first map really did go in the way of the Mongols, but for us, we have to look now at ancient and decide, or rather determine if there's a fighting chance here for 3D Max to stay alive. You guys like that song?
We're vibing.
I'm vibing so hard right now.
You guys are a whole very demure.
Just the way Mazzini was vibing on that first map right there, Trace. Look, listen, Ancient, it's a map 3D Max can play, obviously. It's a map that they do like to play. I'm trying to sync my sentences with the beat right now, Trace. I'm struggling with it, but yeah,
do that?
I don't think it's quite done and dusted yet for the 3D Max. They still have a chance. What do you think, Yanko?
They do have a chance because the game is not over.
Yeah, absolutely.
You need 2 to win, 2 maps to win.
Yeah.
Mongols only have 1. They need 1 more.
Yeah.
Right?
13 more rounds.
So it's not over. There's a chance. Situations like this, you go outside, you talk about it. It's like, doesn't really matter. The map, the details, the tactics, none of that matters because they just weren't ready to play. They weren't there. That's not the 3D Max that we've seen the last couple of months, really, in a sense. And, the conversation is going to be, guys, let's just play our own game. Don't overthink it. I know you hear this at home a lot of the times. It's mostly and why do the players forget this? Why don't they just do it straight out of the first map?
That's what I'm saying.
Where sometimes maybe the preparation isn't there, just mentally sort of focusing on the important things. Sometimes you get too bogged down by the details that you don't just cover the basics really well. Yep. Like, you need to nail that down. You don't need to talk about, when they throw this smoke and this flash, they're going to end here, and you're not even thinking about just stalking, playing together, being aggressive, like the fundamentals, making sure you have that down to a T.
Blett, what's it like to be called a panderer by, well, I guess
everyone,
your co-caster? Really? Yeah, okay, everyone, fine. Everyone has said it, and mainly Dinko and his little friend, what's his name, Hugo?
Harry? What?
Yeah. No, I mean, they do sound similar, but they're very different. He just called you a panderer, He's saying, like, that's Bless trademark, and that's really how he gets on around here.
Me be pandering. When have I ever pandered to anything?
The Mongols is what they're saying.
Yeah, the Mongols.
I'm not pandering to anything. I think they're just doing what they have to do, the bare minimum.
You're pandering.
We saw you crowd surfing down there with
I was kind of crowd surfing a little bit.
You were the loudest guy when
I was.
When they won.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe you called me out right there, live right there. But listen, I really like what he saw from them, but here's the thing with Ancient, right? although it's a map pick, it's a map they're very comfortable on. We spoke about this earlier in the green room as well, Yanko. There are times when they seem to hit a brick wall and they don't know what to do, and then it becomes just like watching Tai Lu in 2017 play again, which is a very ugly sight to see. But that being said, the momentum is so, I know it's a cliche.
It's a buzzword.
It's a buzzword, but I feel like the momentum is so firmly in the side of the Mongols. I think just going to pander all over 3D Max here in map number 2.
Pander.
If anything,
I got bronze in Atlanta
mushrooms,
chasing
what?
codeine. Oh,
yeah. Another silver lining for 3D Max is that alongside Anubis, Ancient is their most played map.
Yeah.
Now, albeit not amongst the most successful ones, Trace, but they've played it a lot. So they've seen almost everything you can see on Ancient. So they should have the answers. It still smiles on the face of Maka. Maybe we've activated their trap card. Maybe the plan all along was for us to see that Inferno, to see something else than Ancient and Anubis in this rivalry between the Mongols and 3D Max.
I never thought, in the Year of the Lord 2024, we'd see like a rivalry between the Mongols and the French, but here we go.
And Mzinho right there, that's the definition of a baby-faced killer.
No, that's the definition of an alpha aura.
He absolutely dismantled 3D Max on Anubis. I'm scared to think what he'll do to them on Ancient Trace.
I was kind of surprised, the amount of times it kept hitting towards the 8 bomb side, despite Mzinho just, like you said, dismantling them time and time again. You're like, surely he's not going to do it this time around, but he kept doing it. And again, where's he going to be playing? It's going to be the 8 bomb side once more on Ancient. Do 3D Max have the answer? And I gotta be very real. I don't think they do. I don't think they do on this map.
It's hard to have an answer for 146 ADR.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's hard to sit there and go against what is a perfectly placed crosshair every time.
I got an answer for you.
Right here.
Right here.
Okay.
147 ADR.
Oh, you rounded up, didn't you?
On the other side.
He did technically round
Okay.
it up.
Yes. That would, in theory, kind of keep pace. Yeah, you know
guys
what?
are so bad at math, man. Jesus.
I'm so done with you guys. That's pretty much it.
It's all right.
Yeah, I think we were just about ready to get in that game. We just had one simple restart right there, and I don't mean that Sasha's in the building. I mean that the Mongols are just one map away from netting themselves a grand final appearance against Heroic. Now, I would go as far as to ask you guys who stacks up better against Heroic, but that could all just be a waste of time. But let's do it anyway.
Obviously, I think it's going to be Mongols, obviously. We were expecting them to face off in the grand finals there in Elisa as well. Didn't quite happen because, ENCE had a hell of a run right there. But I personally feel it's going to be...
Wow.
What's so funny right there? I don't know why you're laughing at that,
What are you saying
guys.
exactly, Blair? Are you saying that ENCE won...
What?
ENCE won and what? What are you saying?
I said it had a hell of a run.
You don't sound annoyed at all there.
I said it had a hell of a run. I'm very happy for Glaive and Natu.
The ENCE had their
Natu, our dear friend Natu.
hell of a run, I guess, on home soil, whatever. Funny how that happens.
Sure, G2. Anyway. Yeah.
Oh, man. Why is G2 just out of nowhere?
I don't know.
As if they don't have enough going on right now.
I mean, they are in the finals right now, so good for them.
G2 are in the finals, or excuse me, not G2.
Yanko in the finals. What?
Yanko in the finals. I was going to say G2 are in final stages.
I'll definitely be in the... No matter what, I'll be there tomorrow.
In the finals.
In the finals of Thunderpick World Championship 2024, Trace.
You guys are stumbling so hard.
Than
24.
Thunderpick World Championship 2024. It's not that hard, guys. Come on.
Nice,
Panderer.
Show off. Dude, how are you pandering to production? Like, that's a new level. I've never even heard that before.
I've never pandered to anyone in my life. I know what he's talking
He panders to whoever
panders me.
Wow, that sounds provocative almost, but it doesn't necessarily get this match going. I can assure you that much. Again, Ancient. Now, we did say Inferno. We do have Inferno should we need it, but given what we got in the first map, I'm going to say the likelihood of that might not necessarily be as high.
Look, even if it went all the way to the third map, it's going to be Inferno, right? We expect, if it was to go there, we're expecting 3D Max to at least get the win on Anubis. Like, that's their map pick. It's the map that they probably had the highest chances on. Heading in Ancient, Inferno, these are the two best, well, top 3 maps for the Mongols, so yeah.
Remind me, Bleb, when 3D Max beat the Mongols? You little panderer.
When?
Was it a 2-0?
When?
Was it a 2-0?
It was a 2-0.
Yeah, so they've beaten them on Ancient before, Blair.
A long time ago, Yanko.
Don't deny it.
I'm not denying it. I'm not rewriting history.
A month and
what
a half
are you talking
ago.
about?
Revisionist history.
3 months ago.
Yeah, last year.
Well, see, we have My Little Pony,
2023.
but have you ever heard of My Little Panderer down there on the end? And, oh my God, what an outrageous sound to hear and not expect.
The mask comes off finally.
Yeah, and so does podcast mode, goes right on here. So what's really kind of piquing your guys' interest? Yes, again, we are a few minutes away.
Ancient a little bit, Trace, let's talk about Ancient. Ancient seems to be the new Cash in a way. It has some of the elements of Cash, right? Where it's always like a give and take. You can really fight for mid early on if you're the CT, but you can't stay there forever. Really, it's going to be hard. You have to fall back at some point. So there's a lot of anticipation in terms of the calling for the Ts. You know, when are you going to go for that A execute, for that A rush, when the CTs are focusing more on lane, middle, all of that stuff. Get the bomb down before they can come in for the fast roll. That's why you see a team like Navi, when someone does an A rush against them, they just keep flashing over, pushing through the smokes.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they don't want to let you even get the bomb down. Like, they understand if you caught them in the wrong moment, like they're not really prepared for that A hit, the best way for them, maybe even the only way for them to win the round, is that sort of fast retake, just throwing bodies at the bomb site, and more often than not, they find success with it.
And also one thing I've noticed of late is for a lot of teams, the way they approach the T side of Ancient, it seems to be very black and white. It's either you go for the full-fledged default, or it's just like a 5-man guys, 5 guys hitting that A bomb side, executing in, or 5 guys pushing in towards B. And it is surprising how more teams don't go for like, all right, we're gonna hit B, fine. At least let's leave a look towards A. Let's leave a look towards elbow. Let's leave a guy towards lane if we're hitting A, just so you have a backup plan. How many times have you seen teams just getting trapped, you know, with a couple of smokes being lobbed in and their game plan just falls apart? So hopefully we don't see that here.
Bro, I'm sorry, but I just realized I could have turned the music off this whole time.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that. I kind of figured it out, too.
You just figured it out right now?
Yeah, I had
You've been talking all this while with the music on.
I had the music in the background the whole time.
It's kind of like a weird podcast in a way. Like, it's just voice over the house music.
Were you trying to sync your words, sentences with a beat?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't think you can with this one. This one would be really tricky.
This is hard.
Yeah.
Maybe you could.
No, I'm good.
It's so peaceful right now. It's so much
It's a
better.
different room, really, at that note. Yeah. So, 3D Max jump into the server, right? And here's the punchline. The Mongols are up 1-0 in the map, in the series, right? Which is what's happened here. Which it also means if you two little Chuckle brothers would shut your mouths, we could get into that game. How about that? Let's do that. Let's do that damn thing with Hugo and Dinko. Yeah. Panderers.
All just a bunch of panderers at the end of the day, isn't that right, Hugo?
Damn right, but forget about the animals right now, because we have some Counter-Strike on the menu. It's Mongols, it's 3D Max, and it's the second map of Ancient.
Yes, as Troy said, 1-0 up in the series.
In the match, the match, in the game, in the series, as the Mongols.
Back in the game. Now, let's see if 3D Max can turn this around. It is going to be difficult. The series never went to 3 maps, but we'll see if 3D Max have it in them to pull this one back.
Nerds went 30-8 on Dust 2 earlier. He got 144 ADR. Mizinho got 146 ADR in that previous map. So good luck, 3D Max, if he can keep that one up. 9-10 starts strong.
We'll see if he can, but a great start, in fact, yeah, for the Mongols. Now, Red Room being taken by Blitz. He's going to make his way in there thanks to that opening kill. The reaction for 3D Max is to send a little bit of an aggressive maneuver down the bottom of the B ramp. Now, Senzu is holding passively behind the doors at a little angle, and it's not giving up his position, but he got spotted. And so Lucky peeks in towards him, and Senzu going down. So numbers evened out with 1:04 seconds left.
How's he done that? I really don't know. But the back turn for Techno is a bit of a mistake, and the bomb is too far away. You got to get this one on kills right now, Mongols. 2v4. Lucky's going to get this spot as well. The info is valuable, even if he doesn't get the kill, because his teammate falling leaves Blitz in a 1v3. Julies are too good, and the bomb was never going to get taken there.
Yeah, a lot was said in the analyst desk, but something I want to take from it was, yeah, there was a lot of words on that desk. What Yanko was saying, you know, the conversation that 3D Max have to have when they go into the break.
Okay, yeah.
Just reset and play our own game. You know? And that means something. That means something, right? So
what
let's
does that
see.
mean?
It means that they're going to play their own game.
They're going to hit their shots.
They're going to hit their shots. We hear it all the time. It makes sense.
No,
it's a science at this point.
I like the angle that maybe you're coming in too focused on like the micro or rather micro or macro. What's going on? Or what are we doing? So the micro, not the macro. What's going on? What do we do when they do this? How do we react to this? When at the end of the day, we look at how Mongols played that last game. They just played very aggressive. They played together, grouped. Part of the problem for 3D Max was they're very split a lot of the time, and couldn't really get trades off. Mongols were just going for grouped pushes on CT and T side. So just the fundamentals. Got to have them. Got to have them. That's why they're called fundamentals.
Yeah, that is literally why they're called that. Yeah, yeah, that's true, Hugo. You have a point.
I'm here all night.
Yes, you are, in fact. Tonight and tomorrow night, as we have a best of 3 tomorrow, third place decider into a best of 5 grand final. Mongols one map a win away from making their way into that final. They'll play against Heroic, the winner of the series, going on against Heroic. I think either way, I do favor Heroic in that best of 5 grand final, especially with the performance we've seen from them today and throughout the whole competition, including the online period. Tech issue, unfortunately, to kick off this map. 3D Max win the pistol, though, Hugo. It's a good start. Got to convert it, but I imagine they should
be full eco.
no bomb plan, right? Should be the full eco. 2-0 start for 3D Max. Got to start building on that.
Yeah, we had signs of life towards the end of Anubis, right? Like that little streak on the CT side after winning, after the Maka ace round. But that's a long way from a 3-mapper, a series that has never gone the distance, has only ended on Ancient after an Anubis. So I'm not going to jump the gun just yet.
Well, Blau was saying that it was a long time ago that 3D Max beat them on Ancient. Now, would you consider 2 months a long time, Hugo?
It's relative. I guess in CS it is kind of a long time. 2 months. But it's also not that long in reality. 2 months is a blip.
Yeah, all right. Well,
so
you've saved him.
I'll give him both options. I'll give him an out.
Well, MongolZ, as expected, they don't go for an investment here. They're going to have a P250 at the Eagle, but it should be a comfortable 2-0 start here for 3D Max. I think their CT side actually showed some life over on Anubis.
Yeah, towards the end, they gave us a reason to believe. Just felt all too late, right? They lose one important rifle round and boom, the money's gone, and so is the match. Exercise in trouble right now. A1S going to run out of ammo right now, and the pistol's out. He's trying to hide in the smoke. SMGs are always just better in these rounds, and Blitz hits a banger, or a couple in fact. I don't think this round is going to materialize for the Mongols. Lucky makes it so.
No.
3D Max are here.
Nice little highlight for Blitz. He'll take that, but yeah, 2-0 start here for 3D Max. No bomb plan coming in from the Mongols. No extra cash up on top, but they do have money now to start their buys and their T-side campaign.
I'm going to ask you now, I want to see if you want to double down, right? Double down on your predictions into this game. Do you think 3D Max is still going to win this matchup from this point, right? Do you think they can reset? You're fully committing?
I'll commit. I mean, why would I not, at this point, I have more to gain. I have more to gain than I have to lose.
I don't think you believe it, but I respect that you said it.
Of course, Hugo. I believe it with every bone in my body.
Yeah, okay. You are a boneless little guy.
Flopping around. Now, Mazinho and Blitz at the elbow. Plenty of utility going okay. It's going to end up being pretty comfortable here for the side of Maka and Gravity for 3D Max. And it's ended up with Mongols left with just 2 players as this round begins, but that's free.
Silly.
That's free.
That's unnecessary, I'd go as far as saying. 4-2, giving away a kill. I like that 3D Max don't swing out mid fully. They actually let Mongols get the confidence of like, oh, we can head to the smoke, we can get out in the cubby and mid, and then they clear it when they have heaven control. So they like bait Mongols into a trap. But will that one little walk through the smoke be a bridge too far? Will it be a way back in? They could walk up the ramp right now, take that 2v1. Lucky playing his peaks, but he's not got the spot just yet. Might see this bomb coming through. There it is. Bit of damage done. Lucky, can he live here? Molly goes behind him. He's going to have to take one with him, or this could be a very uncomfortable round right now. Senzu in the sight. Flank is cleaned up right now. There's still a cave player. They find him. It's only Joko. 1v2. Where did this go so wrong? Bomb stuck. Joko got to force his kill. They group up. They're in the molly. It doesn't matter. 9-10 takes them home.
I take it all back, Hugo. I take it all back.
You take it back.
No, that was really impressive coming in from the start of the Mongols to pull that one back. I mean, obviously, a few mistakes here and there. You would say with that elbow push unnecessary.
Lucky's like trying to play so safe. He's playing too safe. He actually lets them cross all the way in. He never actually forces a kill. I think at a certain point, you kind of have to just take a fight, right?
Well, he gets
I can't believe 9-10 does this. He swings into the molly. Yeah. If Joko's not fighting, if Joko throws a molly, backs up, you lose.
3D Max come in battered and bruised with a buy again. It's 5-7s, MP9s, 1-4. Mazinho into main. Exercise played on top of the big box. Now he's playing on top of boost. MP9 close quarters, especially with the shadows, can be pretty effective. But look at that damage. Exercise down to low HP. And he has to try and get out of that.
I think 9-10 would have committed, but the flash popped after the molly and he got full blind. So makes the right call. Barely takes any damage. Force up for 3D Max is leaving them with 2 smokes, nothing else. Make it 1. One's loose right now. They've got mid control, Mongols. And they've still got Mizzino in main. So if an A split materializes, that might tempt you in. Trade for Joker keeps things even-ish. By even, I mean not at all.
Even-ish.
Otherwise known as not even. Exercise is too low to play here. Mizzino going for a move on A. But he doesn't need to commit.
AK odd. Now we have got 35 seconds left in the round, and 3D Max super low, but they've got 2 players on this side of the map, with a third slowly making their way back. Oh, Lucky needed something though. And with Lucky going down, it is not looking good here for 3D Max. It's going to be a 2-2 scoreline. Mongols tie it up early.
They make, oh, I don't know. They make the right gamble, but...
You reckon Joker's got a chance now? No.
Oh,
there we go.
He wanted to hold that and see if he could try sneak a ninja in or get 2 for 1, but Senzu gives it a check, and that forces him to take the kill. If anything, Senzu dying there is a blessing in disguise. But can they finish the job? Yes, they can. That was only a desperate force, right? They had to make that buy happen. There wasn't a lot behind it. But now the Mongols get to reap the rewards and run away with a couple of freebies.
It was 9-10 early. Getting traded out by Joko. Yeah, like you said, the blessing in disguise. Mongols tying it up. And it does force 3D Max into a position where they just have no money. So USPs, P250s, that's all they've got. A 3-2 scoreline queued up. Ooh. Be interested to see if the Mongols do make it into the grand final. It'll be interesting to see them play a best of 5. You know, how deep does their pool go? How do they compete in that best of 5 environment? Because it's not a team that I've got to see in a best of 5 that I can recall.
Yeah, we don't see him on Dust too much. I can't think of many Dust games from the Mongols. I think their nuke is quite good, although they don't really play it much. I think they have some nice executes. It's a good map for Blitz. But yeah, they do like to stick to like 3 maps, really. Bans would be Vertigo, of course.
So Eco's swept away. 3D Max will have money back in the bank. They'll be able to buy again. So M4Zell across the majority of players. Gravity having to go to a FAMAS gives them a little bit of extra utility. And the classic elbow util tossed out by 3D Max. They look to try and challenge it. In fact, that is very aggressive from Joko, and it doesn't work out.
Oh, that's awkward. As the flash lands as well, he peeked just a second before. Maka, again, loves saving the day. Exercise is cooked on the side. Not sure what happened there. He's swinging his mouse around, trying to escape. 3-on-2. They can plant safe on the wide position, and there's nothing you can do about that. Maka peeked in, barely a chance. And Lucky, I mean...
Locked out.
Yeah, locked out.
Mongols in control to kick off the start of this map, and that was the return to the buy. That was the return of 3D Max of some strength, but no strength presented.
What happened there? I mean, Exercise just like getting caught in the sight. This was a lovely kill. The peek on Heaven before the flash popped. Oh, he got blinded by 910s as well. Love watching Mongols on the T side.
910 all power.
Ooh.
Let's see what he can do with that. A lot of resistance being posted on the other side of things at the moment. It's a good start from 3D Max, you know. Yeah, had me in the first
2 rounds, not gonna lie.
Yeah. It's kind of all falling apart from that point onwards.
They burned all their timeouts in what, 9 rounds back on Anubis?
Yeah, they did.
Better sooner than later.
Yeah, until you run out of chances.
Yeah, better use them rather
than
use them. Don't.
Yeah, that's kind of the 2 options.
Desperate times right now. How do they want to respond? We got some util out. They could do a nade stack somewhere. Water util going into mid. Insta donut as well. Mongols are going to commit with this, or at least they look like they wanted to, but maybe they see more resistance than they expected, right? The nades come in, they go, nope, not walking into a mid stack.
Yeah. Oh, stack of beef right now for 3D Max. A lot of forces now making their way through the cave and exercise. He's at the front, into the Jag.
It's like the classic, you know, go Inferno Banana, throw 3 nades, and then rotate heavy A, right?
Oh.
They have to play active B. They have to get aggressive at some point. So much of the map is open right now for 3D Max.
There you go. Pistols trying to make the most of it. Gravity coming in with 1 on that 5-7. Techno getting locked out, and good work to drop Techno. And they've moved their way in towards the site. Mizinho going on in 9-10s. Ideas to go to the donut. And now the Pistols now coming through CT spawn, but Mizinho's got eyes on this. He's got eyes on it with the AK, and there should be enough to bring down Lucky. It should have been, but not yet. Eventually goes out for that peek, and Mongols keeping it clean.
Yeah, no upgrades granted. No exits allowed here.
Yeah, none. But Mongols, again, very strong start. Very strong start in the first half. We had that over on Anubis. Looks like they're going to build a similar story here. And 3D Max, the problem was, even if they showed a little bit of life in the second half of Anubis, there was just not enough room for mistakes, for error, right? And that was a problem. Just didn't give themselves enough room to play with. And it looks like that could become a problem again.
Oh, no, don't prophesize this early. Whoa.
Okay, Lucky.
You see some sharp shots out of Lucky and Maka in this team. But they need to translate to more than a blip on the radar. We need rounds right now for 3D Max. Mongols 5 in a row and a full buy coming out. And if it doesn't land on its feet, then yeah, okay, what you're prophesizing may very well come true. And give us a dominant game yet again for the Mongols, who are here to win, really.
Yeah, one of my favorite thing about the Mongols was back in Cologne when Mizinho started getting a little bit of attitude, right? He was popping bubble gum, he was screaming a little bit, but the best was when the Calm video came out, and he said, he screamed and he looked at his teammates, he laughed, he said, it was kind of cool to, it's kind of funny to shout like that.
Yeah.
That was great, I loved
Figuring it out. Oh no, he's full blind, he jumped in the Molotov, they've got to smoke it.
Barbecue.
You don't know there's 2 here though, so one can sell for the other. They just need to communicate it cleanly. Joko gets out, there's no way. He dies, that's the right move. Maka fights with, and another one comes through the smoke. Slaughter in middle. That is how you do it, 3D Max. Great recovery to a very difficult situation, and Senzu is a dead man walking. 3D Max get back in the game.
That was really cool. That double setup in the smoke was so sick, and the fact that Joko actually gets a kill from it is unbelievable, right? It looked like he was going to go down, and then the second player will come out and get the trade, but he gets the first kill, and it just makes it even better. And he's just stronger here.
I mean, Counter-Strike at this level, you have to sacrifice yourself sometimes. Like, if he runs away, that doesn't help his teammate. He has to die in the open to make Mongols commit to middle. They think, I've got an entry, I can go mid. Either Joker gets a kill, which is great, or he dies, and that sells his teammate's position for him.
And this injection of cash gets Maka on the AWP. And we talked about this on Anubis. We didn't really get to see him use it too much in that opening map. He's got a chance now to start finding some impact. And Joko, he's quick about this, going down the B lane, and down he is to the hands of Techno 4K.
They're just going to walk aim right now. This is a huge gap right now. They know how much pressure 3D Max been putting on middle. They've left exercise here. Mac uses his molly at A, but that's fine timing-wise. Mongols getting situated with 3 players on A. Oh, but the AWP is just set up. Good flash.
Yeah, blinded. Gets it's a dangerous game now as he goes back into the crosshair of 9-10. He knows an AWP is watching, but he goes for the repeat. Oh, a little bit of danger in that, but Maka, he thrives in it. Gravity elsewhere, pushing down B, has taken Senzu out of play. And with them just over a minute left on the clock, Mongols are down in a 3v4.
Oh, it's a lot of damage. Techno.
He went for a repeat again.
That's crazy. Yeah, finishes the job.
A lot of repeats since 3D Max. A couple of them worked. That one didn't.
No. They still have another player here at the back of B. Mongols taking their time to bring the bomb in. No chance to execute here. Techno could drop a smoke if he wants to risk it, but right now he's looking for that next entry, that next kill that will path them into B. Great smoke.
Yeah, held behind it, locked in at the moment, but he's not alone. He's got exercise towards the start of the map with him. He's at long. 25 seconds is all the Mongols have left. That bomb needs to get out into the site. The smoke won't last forever. Damage being done. Bomb being planted. And now exercise starts to move in. Starts to get ever closer as he creeps towards Blitz. But he's waiting for Blitz to leave his spot, and he won't. He knows he's locked in. He knows he's stuck on default. And he's got to stay in this position to the end of the round and fight his way out of it. He knows he's got his teammates inside of cave for the post plant. Mazinho's even making a reposition happen out towards the ramp. And that's a great timing. Oh, blitz! That is so sick! Catches the perfect timing and maneuvers his way to a double kill. It's just Mako left. 1v2. So much ground to make up. And Techno is just challenging him. Running back, Mazinho securing the round. He knows he's got it. He's a long way off, and the time is not there from Maka. He'll retreat to save, and the Mongols have got 6 thanks to Blitz.
I can't believe he swings for short as well. He knows there's a player there. Out for blood, takes a second kill, guarantees the round. And Maka may have hung around, trying to sneak in a sneaky little defuse, but Techno's not having it.
Nope, not at all.
And that's a recovery round for Mongols, 3-on-4 after they lose control over at A.
Yeah, because of the stylish finish, you almost forget about how dominant the start of the round was to 3D Max. Makes it even more impressive.
That repeat for Gravity suddenly hurts a lot more in retrospect. And another tag for 3D Max, feeling the burn right now as Mongols reset them immediately upon their first round since the pistol. Money is not going to be good for 3D Max. You're sort of at the point of the game where maybe you just have to force, right? Like maybe you just have to buy. If you full eco this, you can get a proper buy next, but you don't want to play USBs at 6-3. So they put everything in, an AWP, 3 MP9s, and a rifle on Lucky. And again, mid has been full control for 3D Max. Sorry, a lot of util here. What a run boost. Maka, let's go!
Dude, that is so sick.
I've not seen that one.
And he gets away with a headshot as well. That was all that was detected. Maka, that is a brilliant maneuver, but look at this reaction from Mongols. They sent Senzu into B. He's got space to play with, but they do not have the key piece. That is the bomb that is dropped at elbow.
What a tricky little play for 3D Max. They have so many of those surprising little maneuvers that you're never going to expect. Oh, careful. Joker gets put down to 7. And to be fair, like 3D Max have tried to be aggressive mid. They've been punished every time, so that's a great time to change it. They swing with that AWP shot, and it's only Senzu saving.
Yeah, once that bomb goes down, it's mission impossible in the end for Mongols. And it's not accomplished. It will be a 4th round, and it's not something you can use consistently, but it's just such a sick opener just to throw in. Like, there's a lot of risk in that.
Yeah. I love that that's the call after the timeout. Like, okay, what we need...
I have a sick idea. We're actually going to run boost Maka.
Run boost me elbow.
I'm going to fly through the sky, run elbow. What are you going to do this with? An AWP.
Yeah, that's just mental.
And he got the headshot angle. There's so much that could have gone wrong, but didn't.
Once you hit the run boost, you just have to commit, right?
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Look at this. Oh!
That was some huge projection as well. Boom.
Like, wow. That's the angle you go and clear. Great round for Maka. He really is the hero. Captain, AWPer, star.
Yes, he is him. I think it's kind of sick to see him actually having some impact at the AWP, though. We talked about it earlier, just didn't get the opportunity in Map 1. So now, showing what he can do with it, showing what he's capable of.
Uh-oh.
And they're on the hunt for Senzu. Oh, the time. 1 second left. After the time now. Senzu, good night.
No.
Goodbye. $550 in the bank for Senzu and no AWP save for Mongols.
Funniest part about that, Maka, they knew he was there. Maka dropped his AWP to take MP9 to kill him so he could get the AWP. Right? Like, that means they must have known he was there.
Yeah, must have. Completely.
Beautiful flash.
Great work from 3D Max now. It's starting to show some life. And that might have just shattered the Mongols at this point. They're considered a buy. Yeah. They've gone for the buy now because of the money being in the bin. So throwing everything they've got into this, lose this is a tight scoreline.
Chance for a 6-6 absolutely here. And more run boosts get Joko up heaven quick. This didn't work last time. And they're all behind the door yet again. He's going to commit. Gets out of the crouch and gets back into the cave, but they lose B at the same time. Gravity at the back of the site. Lot to do and nothing to do it with. Joko is too low to hold on to this site.
Well, that's some life for the Mongols, isn't it? Some fire that they possess.
Wow.
They can come out swinging, forced into a full investment. Tech 9s, couple of upgraded rifles, and they just come in swinging with some headshots that they keep everybody up.
Just flexing, going for the B rush.
Dude, they did everything they needed there, 3D Max, to make this happen for them. They had an opportunity right in front of them for 6-6, but it's gone now.
But what do you do when you get hit in the face?
Usually you either bleed, hit him back, or you get knocked out, Hugo.
I think it was the third one.
Presumably. but they've got a decent buy. Maybe they've got some fight in them. Maybe they've got a strong chin, Hugo.
They got another run boost in them, maybe?
Nope, not right now. Not seeing it at the moment. Gravity playing towards Jagan. Not being aggressive about it. The Mongols, okay, he doesn't need to be aggressive, Hugo, because he's got the wall bangs.
Oh, careful, reloading in the open. He now can't retreat. Techno chases him down. He's got a Molotov. Calling for help. Maka, please save me. Gravity has to push, and he's dead.
Oh, there goes Gravity.
Yeah. Back to reality here for 3D Max. Re-aggro in mid is good timing, but it's a 1-for-1, weakening the A site. So the bomb starts running back.
Still a chance for 8 rounds here in the half for the Mongols, but 3D Max desperately hold on for the opportunity of 5. A lot of time, and they're going to make their way out mid. Blitz, the front man of the attack. We've left 9-10 back at elbow for the time being. He's patiently waiting as Blitz scours the landscape to see if Donut is clear, if it's safe, and he now gives that information to move forward from his teammate. 9-10 gaining some space, joining with his teammate now, and Mongols actually have a play towards A.
As long as they don't doubt themselves, right, and just get that util in and get the stick, it's risky, but 3D Max giving them all the room in the world. Now they come in on the flank, now they know they've taking the site. Maka, jump checks. It does get the bait off, but costs him a lot of health in the meantime. And that smoke, they'll go right back through it into Donut. Somehow catching Lucky. He should have had the drop on him there. Exercise 1v2 in the site right now. Maka is nowhere to be seen, holding for an over-eager 9-10 who won't go too far. He turns back for more. Exercise trying to find Blitz, knows exactly where he's gotten to, but a 1v1. Maka reset. Maka reset. Blitz has no idea.
Oh, yeah. Maka comes around the back. And Blitz was looking the wrong way. He couldn't figure out the moves that Maka put in place. And that is a decent recovery in the end from 3D Max. A 5th round collected. Had an opportunity for 6, but they'll settle for 5. Much better than obviously their first half performance on Anubis. They're in this game now, Hugo.
Yeah, this is an exciting match right now. This is ferocious. We're getting a bit more of a test from 3D Max. They've woken up. But Mongols are still giving us that signature flair. That cocky attitude in and out of the server, up into B, going for these rushes. Got a game on our hands. But again, such a hyper important pistol for 3D Max.
Yeah, didn't see a great T side from them so far, but that can obviously change. They've got more room to play with now on the pistol round. First step in the right direction. They're going to be going into middle through the elbow. Not charging their way out. Tentative, waiting for that first fight, waiting for contact. Now they'll all swing together. Beautiful fighting here from 3D Max. 9-10 in Blitz, toppled. We'll gather up together.
Yeah. This is nice, just grouping, going for the hit. They are going into a stack, but it's only 2 pistols. What's it really going to do? Mazzino needs to realize they're all coming through him right now. They don't clear him, but some ugly shots put him down. Sends you through the smoke. They chase him on the reload, and then they give it up. Either way, this is going to be a bomb plant for 3D Max once they figure it out. And the flank's even being held, so no surprises here from Techno.
Techno, here's the steps. Sees his opponent, but not exactly fights that he feels comfortable with right now. And Gravity gonna try and deal with Senzu, can't do it. Techno goes down in main, and with that going the way of 3D Max, the pistol will shortly follow. Senzu doing what he can, but too many targets, too much. And 3D Max win the pistol round here in the second half.
Okay, let's go. Could this be the one series that finally takes us the distance? Always Inferno as that third map, never appearing in the head-to-head. And so many questions. Both these teams, this prize purse would make a huge amount of difference. Opportunity to fight Heroic for $500,000 first place.
Just crazy when you say it. Now we have got...
That's how much you get for winning a major, by the way.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. 4-team finals here in Berlin, and we've got a force buy from Mongols, so MP9 out for Senzu. 5-7s on the rest. We know they can be potent in this kind of situation, and it's a good call. Oh no, indeed. They've got a player locked inside of the cubby. Blitz has got away with his life. He's still standing. Long-range fight, Mac-10 versus MP9, and equal damage being done. Finally, Exercise arrives in middle. It's Blitz to fall down, and a 3v3 established off the back of that trade kill.
They still have to go B, and I feel like Mongols would expect them to reset, but the bomb is there, so they've got to group up and go for this control together. They'll do exactly that through middle. And meanwhile, Mongols did reset. They did try and peer elsewhere. It gives them good timing on the flank, but Lucky is considering this play.
No, he sees it now.
Yeah, this is now a really hard angle to try and beat, jumping back up. Lucky actually gives them the space of the reload.
Oh,
this is really awkward, Lucky. Yeah, this is ugly.
And now Mac-10 from Mazinho moving into position.
Oh, God, what are you guys doing?
Back into this, they're fumbling, they're playing with their nades, and finally Gun is back out into the kill. That's true recovery, Hugo, but both players are still low here, and 9-10 is going to do what he can. No kid on his back, no utility to play with. Mac is in the cubby in the corner, and that's a position he just won't check, and so Maka is able to secure it. But yeah, you're right. That
3D Max they tried their hardest to lose that round. They tried their hardest. It wasn't good enough. Sorry, guys, you won the round, but they gave it a go.
I'm trying to see what Mongols do now that they've done so much damage in that round with the money. Do they go for it again?
They need the energy right now. 3D Max picking up steam.
7 for the next buy round. It's fantastic, and hear it.
Not a lot to work with here, though.
No,
Don't get too excited. Should be 3D Max sweeping the board. Nice dink, but okay. MP9T side, that's some good stuff right there. How's
a lot of damage. How is it happening, Hugo? That is certainly the question to be posed right now, but it looks like we're going to find some answers. 3D Max.
They love forgetting the bomb, don't they? They've done that a lot this series.
They do leave it a little further away, but they've still got a lot of time.
Yeah.
They've still got a lot of time. 55 seconds on this clock.
Techno, great position. Essentially an off angle in front of the site. But he's just so low, he can't sustain any damage right now, and this smoke is terrifying.
It's going to fade away. Now Techno moves into the open. As soon as that smoke fades away, Mac has got the kill.
Angle.
Senzu, he had a better weapon.
Yeah.
Not to be with the P250, and now Blitz, he's nowhere near the fight. So a lot of damage again from Mongols. They've kept this economy on the ropes. You know, you do so much. You get it down to, what, a 1v1 last round. This time you do damage on 2, so not bad for Mongols, but it is going to allow now 3 Max to head into the lead.
Well earned, considering how one-sided this game felt like it was going to be, right? Pistol for 3D Max. They won both of them. They converted both of them. But Mongols still went up on that 5-round streak, that 6-3 lead. We've been trading rounds ever since. So here it is. Full buy, got the AWP on 9-10, still rifling for 3D Max. That money isn't perfect. They're kind of aggressive in middle, though. See what this fight looks like on the other side. Mongols give it up completely. They want nothing to do with this. Oof. Flash through. Oh, boost. Danger.
Yeah, 9-10 boosted up. Yep, it's going to work surely. It's a step into the open from Maka, but it doesn't happen yet. A step away from death, but he was able to survive, Maka, without realizing it. Advantage now siding with 3D Max. They're going to slowly creep towards this B-bomb site, and the defense here is non-existent, really. You've got one player close by, Senzu at short. Moving a little closer now, but those smokes are coming up and actually hit him.
Oof.
And he goes into the fight at the cave. He does pretty well to get one, and I don't know how he's still alive, but he's going in for more. And now he's going to worry about this. Beautiful. How has he got away with a double kill? Senzu, that is beautiful counter-strike, and it works out. It works out indeed, but Exercise and Maka back into this fight again. It's Blitz's turn to make his play forward. Through the smoke, right into Maka. Brilliant play from Blitz, and he burns them away. What a round from Senzu finished off by Blitz, and the Mongols will celebrate that one.
Absolutely fearless CS right now. Senzu just wiggling and jiggling on the site, able to turn around twice and get 3 kills. That is out of nowhere. They knew where he was. They had him boxed in by a Molotov.
He was the only B player. Well, he's the only player close by that can make a difference here, and what a difference he made.
Yeah, usually when you hit smoke like that, it slows you down. It gives your opponent a sound cue as well. You always see that player fall, but he just manages to shrug it off. Yeah. And you talk about that damage on the eco rounds, right? The amount of rounds that Mongols get really close but lose. Look at what it's done to them now. Got the buy-up, but we got a Tech-9 in play. We got a Mac-10 Deagle. So this is the impact of a good eco. Mongols, oh, run boost again. They're both trying it out. It's going to go a bit better for the Mongols, though. Forcing their hand into B, but again, look at the bomb.
Yeah, so far away from the pack, and Senzu watching them make the way into the site, does damage onto the first. I don't know how he's lost that fight against the Mac-10, but it's great. But Techno in behind this box. Oh, he's got 1 Lux in the second. No doubt for Techno. And that bomb is still at elbow on the back of Exercise. They're confused. Where's the other player?
Yeah, I mean, Plant's nice here, to be honest, but I think he wants to go for the kills. Look at his routing into red. He knows he has good timing on a backstab. He'll figure this out soon, right? Right?
Yeah, it's just turn to check it now.
Yeah.
It's 9-10 with eyes on this.
Easy.
And no eyes left in Exercise. The AWP rips his head off.
Damn. Explosive again. Run boost, picking elbow with the AWP. And those are some good flashes, good Molotovs. They burn the entirety of middle out, but Mongols just standing in a fight. They've not been scared of the utility today.
No, they really haven't. They're willing to take risks, and I love the confidence we're seeing from Mongols today. It's been a lot of those kind of moments for them, especially on the first map. You can understand why they were so far ahead, but even in a close game, they're still making the same kind of moves. And now Blitz going aggressive down mid. He's going to climb up on top of Heaven and have a look down into the B lane. Because of the utility, they've stalled out all 3 Max players. They're stuck behind the doors. So Mongols have full control.
Yeah, if anything, getting a bit close here is actually dangerous, right? Maybe you post a player in cubby, but...
Yeah, it's likely where Techno's going to go, but he smells some kills.
I guess one of the 50-50s, right? Close left angle. Kind of nice. Instead, he just routes back to ramp.
Just had a little bit of a walk.
Yeah, explore. It's better than giving a gun over, right? If they eco pop with a flash and they get a kill with Glocks, they suddenly have an M4 in a round that they should have no business winning. So don't give them the satisfaction of an entry kill here. Techno can block. He can even re-smoke the door if he wants. 3D Max will wait all day if you make him. And so he shall.
Oh, what? That looked a little unfair for Maka.
I don't think he had a chance in that one.
Just pokes his head up, bang.
Was he playing Deagle or something on that angle?
He just walked there, it looked like. Just like walked into that position, instantly dead. Smoke them bloomed, and now they're held behind it.
They've just waited 3 smokes out this round. That's the round. 30 seconds now, they got to go.
And will they even get past Techno? Well, he's starting to run low on ammo, but he's got his teammates, and that helps. Mongols shutting down any sort of hopes 3D Max had. Their entire round was just sitting at the B doors. So that is not a fun round.
Yeah, he's got to die. That's for the best. There's only 14 seconds on the clock, so Mongols, double digits. A little more competitive this time around, but the chance to end this game right here, right now. The 3D Max have the answers.
Getting kind of to the end of that question now. If they lose this, money is still in a weird spot. Mongols getting closer to closing out this series. Blitz looking to knock Lucky down. Perfect play from Blitz. Got himself into the elbow early on, and Lucky just wasn't ready for that. But 3D Max not slowing down. They're into the B-bomb site. 9-10's not ready, and they've taken over the site. And this time they have got the bomb with him. This time they have something to play with. An Exercise. Oh, he's going to go down. Mazzinho able to trade it. Exercise out of there, and 3v3. Bomb planted. 3D Max hunker down for the post plant.
Picked up kits, got nades. This is doable for the Mongols. 3-on-3, as you say. Joko Perfect Molotov, going to buy a few more seconds, but it's the flanks they have to worry about. Blitz having to clear a 50-50 angle in cave, and Mazzino waiting on the ramp for his teammates. This is a hard clear for Blitz, gravity up top. Blitz manages to convert that spray. Senzu walks right in as Joker gets aggressive, and now it's a bridge too far. It's a Blitz, 2 gone.
Yeah, can't win this. Gets out of there. Valiant attempt, but it looks like Mongols had a better chance at the end of that round, and Blitz will not be able to retreat fully. Great work from 3DMac. I like the pace change into the B bomb set. This time they actually brought the bomb with him. Hugo,
True.
that certainly helps.
It worked for Mongols when they went for the B pops on the low econ round. 3DMac do it with 4 guns after waiting 3 smokes in a row in the previous round. Mongols were not ready for that. Shame to see 910 re-scope. He got double flash. At that point, you have to read that they're scaling, and he just scopes back up thinking like he's beat them on the timing, like they haven't used their flashes. They got all the way into default before he even knew, and found out the hard way. We've seen Mongols leave a lot of bomb sites open in this game. The amount of one-man B holds is kind of crazy. Living and dying by the mid-fight.
Still got the AWP out for 910, and obviously wants to get the round he had previously back. Maybe he can find more impact here in round 20. Back to a standard round from 3Max. No heavy commitment anywhere. Gravity hopping in towards Jag. Strong position taken early on.
This is such a different round from what we've had the past hour. A lot more respectful, a lot more slow and steady. Late mid-take for once. 910 going to move in a high-impact position. Donut AWPing. Can at least tell them that no one's crossed, there's no one middle, scaling. But he actually doesn't have the line, so Blitz has to be dispatched to hold red. This is the perfect time to lean into B, but again, I feel like this bomb is strangely positioned. It's going to have to go round through spawn. And Blitz doesn't believe it. He goes back to that B site. Strong here with 3 at 30 seconds. Mongols know it just has to be an execute. It's either all A or all B. What's it going to be?
Well, he's got 3 over towards the B bomb side. A crossfire currently being set up. Senzu. Oh no! Did not go well, but Techno recovers it. NP9 to the double kill. It looked like it was about to be disaster, but Blitz builds them back up. Another kill locked in on Jocko, finally traded by Lucky. And 3v2 or 3DMac still in this fight as the bomb plant coming in, but look at 910 coming up that B ramp. Bomb plant not stopped. 910's got that kill, and Lucky, well, he's got to be massively lucky, and he just is in this moment. Mongols pull it back.
I know he died for his teammate in cave, right? He just tries to send it, sell Techno, but how the hell does he 180 for the second kill on that MP9? I know the gun's good, but oh my god, Techno makes it look amazing.
Great work. Yeah, Senzu, when he goes down, it looks like it might just be the one for 2, but not going to happen. Techno decides it's going to be a different story.
Mongols love rushing the plants here. They've done it again. 3DMac don't get to reposition. They get stuck on default.
They have a swarm.
Yeah, even if you get the money from the plant, you're not escaping. You're not winning that round. They have you locked in. 11 rounds now.
Speaking of money, though, this does throw some questions 3DMac as well. How do you want to approach this?
I feel like you have to go for the Tech 9 armor and give away 12 and just play a faster round, right? Don't do the door thing where you sit and wait behind smokes. You just have to try and snowball around, right? Rush A, rush B, rush mid. Probably not mid with the nades we're seeing. And try and overwhelm and upgrade your guns along the way. Snowball. That's exactly what they'll do in the buy. Lots of Molotovs.
Let's see if it is a more aggressive play from 3Mac. Smokes go out in towards middle. No one's going to use them.
Only 2B. Here it comes.
Yeah, it's going to be that pounce up towards B lane. Utility's holding him back on the ramp for the time being, but they're getting ready to go. It is going to be a quick commitment into this B-bomb site. 2 players waiting. Senzu in the corner, Techno on the site. Oh no, not good enough from Techno. Can Senzu step up this time? He burns away to that Molotov, and the Mongols have collapsed at the hands of the Tech-9s. They have got past Lucky's crosshair. Mazinho makes his way to the bottom of the ramp, and that bomb has only just gone down. There's a way back here, and Mazinho can step up with a multi-kill, and he's a machine. He's got himself 2 headshots locked in, grenade to the back of the site, and 910 is now joining him as he climbs up to heaven.
They really want to group for Cave. It's such a risky position this late in the round. 910's going to do it with the orb, just hope he can hit the no-scope up close. Mazinho scaling,
USP.
Pistol out, does get the shot. They don't think he's there so late in the round. On the site, though, Maka sits, and he is the star of the show. But it's not enough. Dink will not do it. And Mongols certainly will. 12 rounds now. Grand final point.
A magical Mongolian moment, being able to pull that one back.
How has he done that? Electric.
And that surely now breaks 3D Max. There was the Tech-9. It was the Tech-9.
That was a great eco.
They feel
but
like they were so close.
The way you lose that in a 2v4 with such a late K flank from an AWP, that's a kicker. They've got to forget about it. They've burned their timeouts. They've got to go next.
Look at this gap. Look at this little gap for Blitz. He just goes in and he mauls them with Mazinho.
What a fake out.
That is so good for the Mongols. It is down to just 3 remaining members here for 3D Max and Techno. He's getting involved in these fights.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, they're done. Mongols are done with this game. This will not see 3.
This will never see 3. A rivalry, 4 BO3s deep, 2 O's every time. Mongols look to level it up, balance the playing field. 2-2, they say. And there is no saving this 1v5, Maka. Read it and weep.
So it is here in Berlin that the Mongols have moved through into the grand final. A best-of-5 against Heroic. And they're going to do it in style, taking down 3D Max. They don't think this is a rivalry. They have dominated them in the last 2 best-of-3 series. We do not need Inferno, and the Mongols march on.
Those first 2 games, they were just getting warmed up.
This is support that they have never felt before.
Yeah.
This is quite crazy what we're experiencing right now.
Who knew the Mongolian home crowd would be in Berlin, Germany?
Yeah.
Not me.
This makes me want to go to Ulaanbaatar, I'll tell you, Hugo. I'd love to go there.
Unbelievable atmosphere. And what a performance of the Mongols. They made it exciting. They put on a show in that series. 2 close-ish maps. But the rounds were dominant. Mazinho was dominant.
Dude, it's crazy the performance he had today. That round when he comes back on the ramp on the flank, you think the round's done. He gets a double kill out of ramp, and then 910 closes it. Just so many moments from Mazinho today. And there's just so much firepower with the Mongols all click.
We're T for an excellent final. I mean, the crowd here are loving the Mongols. Earlier, they were loving Heroic. Time for them to go head-to-head to face off for $500,000 tomorrow. We got a excellent game.
I mean, new challenges now arise for the Mongols, right? You've got a final, it's a best-of-5. With questions, how are they going to perform in a BO5 environment? How deep is their map pool going to go in that? And we get to find out tomorrow against Heroic, who probably have the same questions.
Yeah, I mean, with a crowd this big and with this much support, I think the Mongols are going to be feeling pretty confident.
Fired up.
Yeah, a team that we've seen have trouble choking important games, but I think they're here to play today.
Really impressive stuff. This could be a big step for the Mongols in terms of progressing their careers. They got their first big title this year. This could be their second and one of their best chances to do it. Best-of-5, though, against Heroic. Now, that does mean we do see 3D Max move into that 3rd place decided game. They're going to play against OG. We get another chance to see them play here at the Thunderpick World Championships 2024 in Berlin. I think that's going to be a close game for 3rd place.
Yeah, I was actually impressed at some of the rounds 3D Max. There's some basic mistakes, it felt like at times, but in general, they put on a pretty good show, able to compete with some very difficult Mongols rounds where they're just throwing everything at you. Who have you got for it tomorrow?
The support in here, man. I went against the Mongols today. I can't do it again. You know, let's believe in the Mongols tomorrow. I think it's going to be super fun to see them play.
All right, let's throw it down to Dona on the stage.
Yo, guys, how are you doing? Wow, super long day, but such an exciting match. I'm here with Techno4K. So the other finalists who are going to play tomorrow against Heroic, congratulations. The support is amazing. So, I mean, you probably were able to hear them. Could you hear them a lot, or was it more isolated?
First of all, thanks for every fans of whoever came here to cheering for us, and thanks for everyone. It's like we're in the MongolZ still, yeah.
Yeah. So it actually feels like you played in front of a home crowd. Let's share some words with the fans here, because some of them, I've interviewed some, they have actually traveled from different countries, they have traveled long distances to be here. What do you want to say to the people who came all the way here just to support you?
That's amazing. Just one word, amazing. Yeah.
Okay, so speaking of amazing, you guys just played some amazing CS, 2-0 against 3D Max. Was that the revenge from Sky Esports? Because I remember that you played the last finals against 3D Max at the Sky Esports in July, I think, and they took the first place and you the second. So did it feel a bit like a revenge match right now?
Yeah, I think it is. Also, yeah, they're so annoying against us. Yeah. I'm really happy won them. Yeah.
Okay, so tomorrow you're facing Heroic. Who do you think was more annoying to play? Is more annoying to play against for you, 3D Max or Heroic?
For me, it's 3D Max, but Heroic is the strongest opponent in the start of the tournament. Yeah.
And how confident do you feel about tomorrow? Maybe potentially even lifting the trophy.
We will do our best.
Okay. Anything else you want to share with us? Just the last words, how it was for you to play here in the Dome, the experiences in this event so far?
I think it's a little bit confusing because of we're playing in the middle of the crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, not front of the crowd. It's the first time, yeah.
It's a cool experience. Okay, just one more thing that I was wondering, because you guys never really scream or go crazy when you win. So, I mean, it has been some time since you won a title, and let's say you would win tomorrow. Would you go crazy, or you think you were still gonna be more calm?
I think we will go crazy if you want the tournament, yeah.
Okay, we will see. Thank you so much. You can rest, and I see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
The fans are amazing. I'm so excited for tomorrow. The crowd is really, really great. Trust, I hope you guys enjoying it from up there, and I'm tossing back to you. See you later.
Thank you very much, Donor. I don't know. Regardless, yeah, you can see an excited and moreover a thankful, a bit of an elation there. I think he was almost taken back by the amount of applause they were getting from this.
I think it's also surprising for them. Like, what, we come to Berlin and
we have a home crowd.
Yeah, home crowd.
At me funny.
I don't know.
I think this might be the first time I've ever seen Blitz actually smiling and laughing after winning a game. Usually it's like, you know, just stone face up. Yeah, cool, we got a job done. He's just laughing, he's like smiling, having a good time. So, yeah, shout out to the fans, man, actually showing up. They're very far away from home. They're traveling from all over the different countries in the EU, just coming here to Berlin to support their homeboys. Must feel good.
Yeah, must feel good. Yanko, you here?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I might have done it myself. Something sounded a little off right there. Yeah, so in terms of what we got here from 3D Max, though, let's look at that other side of the coin, because we got plenty of time to talk about what is going to be that MongolZ Grand Final tomorrow with Heroic. For 3D Max, what did they show you in the series?
Not much, to be honest, right? Like, I mean, they lose 2-0. They lose on Ancient despite winning both pistols, right? It just wasn't up to the level that, I don't even want to say we're used to seeing for them, but that they've shown us before, right? It just wasn't there in terms of team play. I don't know if their communication seemed to be off. I mean, even lost a 4v2 post-plant on Ancient, multiple rounds with advantages, and that's just sloppy CS. Sure, 3D Max isn't, you know, a tier 1 team, but I think they're better than what they've shown here
Absolutely.
today.
It felt like there were so many little holes in the way they're approaching that game, so many assumptions being made in a lot of the rounds, right? And look, it's not like MongolZ played textbook CS. It was very aggressive, it was very in-your-face, a lot of individual plays being made. We saw from Techno, we saw from Senzu as well on that B bomb set particularly. And with 3D Max, there's so many rounds where they felt like they're like, all right, there's no one going to be coming in from this position, surely not. And the guy just comes in and gets a couple of kills. That, I think, is it's a symptom of the fact that maybe it might be the crowd being completely against him. I don't think they've played against a kind of very one-sided crowd like this in quite a while. They haven't really played too many stage games either, even though it's a small crowd, right?
You're telling me the Indians cheered for them over the Mongols?
There wasn't any crowd right there. That's the difference.
What?
Yakko. There wasn't any crowd? No, there was no crowd. It was in a hotel.
Son, I am disappointed.
Yeah, I am disappointed. I'll check my own PC at this point. Speaking of at this point, we did say goodbye to 3D Max in terms of how far they can go in this competition. They can't win that big 500K at the very end of the road, but what they can do is play that third, fourth decider, and we've got Donna, Donor, who's caught up with him downstairs.
You know, Trace, as long as you don't call me Donut, it's fine.
Yeah, fair. All right.
Okay, so I'm standing here with Maka. Obviously, they are still not out of the tournament. I mean, they're gonna face OG tomorrow. No more chance to make it to the finals, unfortunately. But to be honest, I mean, you have faced Mongols who have just played really, really strong. But I kind of agree with the desk that I feel like you didn't show the best CS you could play. So what is your impression from this best of 3 right now?
Yeah, definitely. I think we didn't show our A game in this game. We struggled a lot in post-plant situation and even advantageous situation. And I think we left some kind of regrets because we let them play in the comfort zone.
Yeah.
They felt comfortable the way they play. They dared to push when they had to, and I think in the end it's a lot about the mental game. It's online, so that's why.
Do you feel discouraged now after this loss, or are you still looking it on the bright side and just gonna give your best tomorrow for the 3rd place? I mean, it's also something to look for.
A game is a game. Just beside the 3rd place, I think we need to win. It's a lot important for the confidence part, especially 2-3 weeks away from the RMR.
Yeah.
So we're going to give 100% tomorrow, of course.
Amazing. So tomorrow you're gonna face against OG. Are you underestimating them a bit? Because I would say that you are on a higher level, or you're gonna pretend like it's like any other match.
No, I think it's a different game because it's a third place game. They lost to Heroic. They showed, I think, great map on Ancient against them.
Yeah.
And maybe they could show the same maps tomorrow. So we have to play better than today, of course.
Okay. One last question from me. So what's the plan after this event? Are you playing any other event to practice for the RMR?
I need to check with the manager, but I don't think we have any tournament left into the RMR, so...
Okay, so full focus to the RMR.
Full focus, of course.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go now. Get your rest, and I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you guys.
Thank you for taking the time. Okay, so that's it from today. The guys are packing up, and I'm gonna toss over to Tress and the guys, and I will see you tomorrow for more interviews. Thank you so much.
Tell me more, Donna. Tell me more. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've had a pretty good experience right here in terms of what's going on downstairs. Bleh enjoying it more than most, but that's okay. That's fine.
I don't know what you're talking about, but cool.
Yeah, well, it's part of that pandering thing. Nonetheless, that is 3D Max going in that 3rd, 4th tomorrow, which is ultimately what sets us up for taking a quick look at these brackets. I'll catch you up into what into speed has happened here at the Thunderpick World Championships. This is the playoffs, and as you can tell, 2 semifinals concluded today. Both 2-0s, both in a way that might have told you, well, that's kind of what my gut was feeling anyway.
We had 2 2-0s.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that first one was a 2-0. That first one was a little bit longer than a 2-0, I think. But yeah, as you can see, we've set the stage for a grand final. Again, $500,000.
The grand final the people wanted in Finland, Trace, but didn't get. We deliver it to them here in Berlin, or Little Mongolia, as we like to call it.
As it's known as.
Thunderpick World Championship. A best of 5 between the Mongols and Heroic. Yes, please. But before the main course, Blair, what do you get?
A bit of an appetizer.
A bit of an appetizer.
Yeah.
A little bit of young chicken there in OG against...
the baguettes.
The snails of 3D Max.
Snails and chicken.
I got there eventually. It's been a long day.
Snails and
Yeah,
I'd rather go to baguettes and chicken. Kind of works.
I don't know.
Anyway,
English is not my
listen,
first
it's still a
language.
lot of money in the line, man. And I think we saw some good signs there from OG, and I won't lie. As I think Maka mentioned in an interview as well, from whatever little bits I could pick up right there, it does seem like they didn't show up to the level we expected from them. We saw it as well right there.
And your expectations are great. And I'm sure, in your own worlds that they're held to the highest of highest standards, right?
I don't know about that.
But our expectations are no more for today. Guys, I want to thank you for your time.
I love
this is that part where I get to tell you thank you very much for coming out here and kind of just doing what y'all do, which is talk a lot.
Thank you, Trace.
But also in a good way. Yeah, very
Japanese
informative
right
way.
there.
In the way that you should be paying attention to the Thunderpick World Championships. That's right. We are live in Berlin, but not anymore today. We are done for the day. We come back tomorrow. We've got 1/3 fourth place decider. That's a best of 3 to kick off the day. Then we look at a best of 5 grand final. MongolZ Heroic situated to try to grab that massive, massive first place prize of 500K. That's 500 big ones. So we'll see you there tomorrow. Good night.
Everybody falls! Socks M4 is all it takes for bestie!
The storm towards the top of Rapid in this round. Dexter is the hero.
The blind sprays a techno tagging Phelps low. All 3 players are low. The taps will be easy for the M4.